And we are live, Senator.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the 130th Maine State Legislature. My name is Joe Rafferty, and I represent Senate District number 34, which is down in York County. This morning, we are here with the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs for public hearings relative to 4 bills this morning: LD 1373, 1444, 1502, and 1512. Before I introduce or ask the committee members to introduce themselves, I just want to remind folks that this hearing is being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. It means that anyone that is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen as well as heard if your mic is live. And we are people on the Zoom meeting waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are actually called upon to speak. The meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after the meeting has concluded. For those of you that are coming in to testify, please be sure to introduce yourself, your residence, as well as any affiliation you might have with any organization that you are representing here today. Other than that, we have a number of things on our agenda, so we're going to just ask that anyone testifying keep your testimony to 3 minutes, and we'll, if it seems as though it's extending long, we will have a reminder for you at about the 30-second mark. And then, so if you could honor that three-minute limit, that would be grateful. We would be very grateful for that. At this time, I'd like my fellow committee members to introduce themselves, and I'm going to begin with Representative and Co-Chair Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Michael Brennan, and I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And Senator Woodson, please.
Dave Woodson, District 33, Southwestern York County.
Thank you. Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I'm Jan Dodge, House District 97, Belfast, Northport, and Waldo.
Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good morning, Sheila Lyman here at the Capitol, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Millett.
Good morning, Rebecca Millett, House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good morning, Representative Tim Roach, representing District 7, most of Wells.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury.
Good morning, I'm Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am live at the State Capitol. I'm Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name's Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you. And folks also working with us this morning, I think probably in the top left of your screen is our committee clerk, Sam Baker. Sam is very efficient in terms of helping us run our committee meetings and will be assistance to anyone coming in the meeting to speak. And should you have any technical issues, he is very resourceful in that area as well. So as mentioned, we have a number of hearings. The first hearing this morning will be LD 1373. And that is an act to keep all Maine students safe by restricting the use of seclusion and restraint in schools. That is being sponsored by Representative Millett, and she will actually lead us off this morning. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and esteemed colleagues of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rebecca Millett, and I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth. I am honored to present for your consideration LD 1373, an act to keep all Maine students safe by restricting the use of seclusion and restraint in schools. According to the most recent data from the United States Department of Education, Maine restrains more students per capita than any other state. That's right, we're number one in restraint, and secludes students at the second highest rate in the country. For 2019, Maine DOE reported that over 22,000 restraints or seclusions were used by Maine schools. In Maine, at least 90% of seclusions and restraints involve students with disabilities versus 78% nationally. In February of last year, the ACLU submitted a letter to Congress that stated, the effects of restraint and seclusion include substantial and disproportionate physical and emotional injuries and disruptive exclusions from the educational process. The use of unnecessary restraint and seclusion by federally funded schools, either directly or through contractual arrangements with private special education schools, has no pedagogical basis, discriminates against students with disabilities, and impairs the educational objectives of public schools with respect to children with disabilities. Often, restraint and seclusion is carried out because of inadequate teacher training, a desire to punish a student on the part of school personnel, or bias against students with disabilities, students of color, or those who fall in both categories. This is not how we should treat our children. They deserve better, end quote. Just this year, Maine's Attorney General, Aaron Frey, signed on with 17 other AGs in support of making it, quote, illegal for any school receiving federal funds to seclude children, and would ban mechanical, chemical, and supine restraint, as well as practices that restrict breathing, including prone restraint, end quote. The letter further states, isolated confinement and the restraint practices are inherently dangerous behavior interventions that have no therapeutic or educational value, may exacerbate existing mental health conditions, and can cause long-lasting emotional trauma. The Maine Department of Education has developed a strong technical assistance program to districts to implement approaches to social emotional learning and student support best practices. There are alternatives that are safer and more educationally appropriate for districts to utilize. These approaches help avoid escalating behavior and avoid a crisis in which adults feel the need to use restraint and seclusion. We have a much better understanding of how dysregulation, trauma, and sensitivities to things like light, sound, and touch can impact children's behavior. In instances when the student's behavior poses an imminent danger or serious physical injury to the student or other, this bill recognizes that physical restraint may be necessary and should be used with the least amount of force required to protect the student and or others, and end immediately when the danger subsides. But when this is not the case, the default should not be to use these last resort actions to the detriment of the child. It's time we take this issue seriously. Stop acting as though this is acceptable, normal procedure for children in special education programs, and keep all of our children safe. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions at this time? Thank you very much, Representative Millett. Seeing none, I'm going to move on. Our next person, I'm sorry, Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Representative Millett. Excuse me. What was the genesis of this bill? Was it parents or your own experience? What brought this forward?
Representative Farnsworth, the Honorable Farnsworth, submitted this bill last year. We passed it out of committee, and it was one of those bills that died when we adjourned early. And Representative Farnsworth requested that I submit it on his behalf. I supported this legislation. I believe in this legislation. And so I was very honored to be asked by him.
Okay, thank you. And what you mentioned alternatives. What are some of the alternatives that are available or would work in your situation?
Senator Woodson, I did do some research on this, but I suspect there are going to be others behind me that can speak much more informative from an informed basis than I could.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if Representative Millet wants to address this or if we could have it for work session, but my question is how many schools, what particular schools? I think I heard it was used as a common practice, and that has not been at all my experience. So I'd be interested in having more information about that.
Thank you, Representative Lyman, for that question. I think there may be some data and some folks that can address that who are following me. But one of the issues we do have is data collection on this is pretty spotty. And that's one of the genesis for this bill is we need to do a better job of that as well. Thank you. Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions at this time, the first group of folks will be speaking in support of LD 1373. So we go for, then opponents, and then neither for nor against. So next up, speaking for is the Honorable Richard Farnsworth. Good morning. That awkward transition moment. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I hope it's working.
It is.
It is. All right. It's certainly different from previous years of experience. So I will, and I'm not a technological genius, so as many of you already know. My name is Richard Farnsworth, and I live in Portland and am a member of the board of the Autism Society of Maine, but also was the sponsor of LD 1376 last year or 2 years ago when we started this journey down this road to basically see if there's a way in which we can totally eliminate seclusion and also restrict the use of restraint. Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and to my distinguished friends and new faces on the Education Committee. I want to make it very succinct. I think Representative Millett brought out a lot of the data. I already sent along some of the history to you in my testimony. I'll make this very brief to keep within the limits. We have identified a problem. We don't know, the problem is around the impact of restraint and seclusion on kids, especially around issues related to ACEs or adverse childhood experiences. And we want to make sure that we are able to reduce those risks as much as possible. We are also faced with the problem of we're unsure of the magnitude of the problem. As Representative Millett already mentioned, the reporting is spotty, even to the point where some of the covered entities don't report at all. And certainly that may be a matter of oversight, but by the same token, it also influences the quality of the data that we have to work from. If we are looking at trying to have a goal to eliminate seclusion and also restrict restraint, then we need to have much better data so that we know what the magnitude of the problem is. And then we can begin to develop whatever resources are needed in order to take care of that. Certainly if
30 seconds, Mr. Farnsworth.
Okay, thank you. So the bill begins the process by basically extending the requirement for data reporting so that we can begin to get the necessary information necessary to do this. Then we can take and develop the mechanisms to deal with it. Thank you. Did I make it?
You did, sir.
All right.
And was there anything else that you felt rushed that you needed to get out?
Well, I just think that the previous legislation, 1376, was a good piece. This basically contains most of the stuff, except that it removes the performance review process, which I really think is something that the department needs to take a serious look at in order to get a better idea of where the problems are. The original bill set up in negotiations with the department, which was also something I think very positive, that we set up an RTI system that had a pyramid which identified where the problems were and then focused in the resources that the department had in order to deal with the issues. Not to punish anybody, but to try and provide the necessary technical support in order to take and reduce the incidents that were occurring. So that has been sort of removed. We still have in there, the department is supposed to provide the technical support, but maybe the question would be, do they have the resources in order to do that effectively, given the nature of the problem, or which may be the nature of the problem?
Thank you, sir. We do have a couple of questions. The first is from Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Honorable Richard Farnsworth. So the bill's intent is to have the department do a study on the extent of restraint and seclusion. Is that correct?
It is basically to gather additional data on the incidence of restraint and seclusion that is occurring in the covered entities over which they have responsibility. They already have some of that data collected, but because it has been spotty, we need to take and improve the quality of the data, and that will be a part of the task for the department.
Okay, good. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. And Representative Sampson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, former Representative Farnsworth. So my question for you, sir, is what is the vehicle or what is the source of data collection that is occurring? And okay, I'll just ask that first.
Would you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
What's the source? What's the vehicle by which this data is being collected? Because both you and Representative Millett mentioned that the data is spotty. So where is it coming from? How is it being collected? And why, where are the holes? What needs to be filled here?
My understanding is that there are some problems around getting it from some of the special purpose schools. Also, some of the question is the quality of the data. So it's going to require probably some initiative on the part of the department to re-clarify with schools and the what they call covered entities exactly what they need, what the requirements are under the legislation, how the schools are supposed to do achieve this, and to and the requirements in terms of when they need to report, and so you have the frequency and that sort of thing. So it's going to probably require some additional education for the department to go out and work with the covered entities in order to get the data that they need, in order to make sure it's as accurate as possible.
Okay, can I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So I guess, and maybe actually, I'm assuming, Mr. Farnsworth, that you were working with Representative Millett. All the titles are changing.
Yes.
And I guess my question is, for the bill, if this is actually a study that we're going to be doing, and maybe we can talk about this at the work session, or if this is actually a resolve. So I just wanted to have some clarification on that.
I think the question whether or not it's a resolve is something that the committee will have to address. My thinking is that it is the implementation of a responsibility that the department already has. It's a question of amplifying the and broadening the collection of data and improving the quality.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Representative Lyman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the Honorable Mr. Farnsworth. I think my question is to you, but again, it may be for work session. Many schools in our state use the PBIS program, and the Tier 3 has very explicit details on what is happening at that level. Wouldn't you agree with that?
There are a number of various behavior management programs that are really quite effective. And I think it becomes a case of schools selecting one that have been proven to be effective, number one. Number two, that are within their price range, you might say. And then it is up to the schools that once they adopt the program, that it's implemented and then they evaluate the success. So but I agree that there are a number of different programs that are available. The question is, how do we take and make sure that we begin to get the results that we need to have?
Thank you. Can I follow up?
Yes.
So I guess I would ask that for our work session that we have some of that data. I know there's child study teams that are used and the PBIS Tier 3 work. And if I could think a little more, there's actually, as Honorable Farnsworth said, there's a lot of avenues that they do have a lot of data. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's important to note that this bill also includes not just special education kids, but the general education population, because there are situations that occur with the general education population.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification. Not seeing any other hands up.
Let me throw in one last thing. One of the really downsides of Zoom is that I can't present the goodies that I'm supposed to bring to you as testifying before the committee. So I'll have to figure out some way to work this out. Maybe I'll get a package up for the next time you meet as a full legislature.
Thank you very much. But I could always share the chair's addresses if that's helpful.
Well, I don't know that the check is in the mail. Right.
Sir, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. It's nice to see you and for me, meet you. But thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next up, folks, is Atlee Riley, and Atlee will be followed by Susan Quinn and Audrey Bartholomew.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Atlee Riley. I'm the managing attorney at Disability Rights Maine, which is Maine's protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities. I'm testifying in support of LD 1373 in all respects. Representative Millett did a good job explaining the nature of the problem. We have a real problem in Maine. We are restraining and secluding kids at rates that far exceed other states. At least 90% of those seclusion and restraints involve students with disabilities. In my testimony, you'll see a graph that looks at starting in 2013 and going through the present. And except for a drop from 2013 to 2014, we've been increasing every year. There was a slight dip last year, but schools were closed for several months. And there was actually an increase in the number of restraints from the previous year to last year. So even though we had a shortened year with students physically in school, we actually had an increase in the number of restraints last year. So I would imagine we were well on pace to actually increase again had schools been open. The regulations that we adopted in Maine in 2012 were designed to reduce the use of seclusion and restraint. And I don't know how we can conclude anything other than it's been a failure. And I was involved in that. After it was done, it came back before this committee, and there were some changes that were made, and that was kind of my introduction to the state of Maine and the legislative process here. And I have to be honest, I'm worried that in some ways, making sure that everything is, all these incident reports are done, and kind of we've normalized this intervention and this level of violence against children. And so I'm concerned that we really need to do something far different. These are supposed emergency interventions, but they're often used in the absence of any significant risk of injury or harm. They are regularly used to exert power over students and to control them. And very often the physical intervention itself, or simply the threat of it, just a student who thinks they might be restrained, will escalate the situation. And that is, after reviewing, unfortunately, thousands of incident reports from all over the state, you see time and time again, when does the real danger when is there a real danger of injury? After the physical intervention has started, or after there's a clear threat of it for the student. Sorry, 30 seconds already. Wow. Well, that has served to escalate the situation often. Our work on these issues has made clear that many seclusions and restraints go unreported. We've uncovered multiple instances of outright falsehoods in incident reports, seemingly designed to minimize the nature of seclusion and restraint for families. And I think we do have an opportunity, and in my testimony, there's some statements from now Commissioner Macon, but when she was then director of the Real School, a school that takes in, that educates a lot of students that have been difficult to educate in other places and doesn't use seclusion and restraint. And as Representative Millett mentioned, the Attorney General signed on to a national letter. I think we should take this opportunity to ban the use of seclusion in Maine, full stop. I hope that you do all the other things in this bill, but I really think that it's important that we take that step. There's no value in it. It's harmful and it needs to stop. And I have a lot more to say. So if anybody has any questions, I will try and do that. But I understand I'm out of time. So thank you very much.
I do have a question from Representative Dodge, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Riley, for being here this morning. Are there differences that you have perceived between the use that happens in a public school as opposed to a special purpose school? Is there something there that we should ask about or know about, please?
So the numbers, Disability Rights Maine reported on these things in detail in 2017 and again in 2019. And the links to those reports are on the first page of my testimony in the first footnote. And so you can go there and see a lot of graphs. What you'll see is that a significant number, the special purpose private schools educate about 0.5% or less of the students. I'm going off my head, so I may be wrong. A small number of students, and it's a huge percentage of the restraints. And so far in excess of the proportion. It doesn't mean that every school, every special purpose school does that. The rates are different from school to school. I know someone asked about the data. The data is available on the DOE website. There are some difficulties with reporting. You can kind of, in our 2019 report, we tried to explain some of where we thought the holes are. And just to clarify something, not really clarify, but to highlight something with regard to the data, it's not necessarily special purpose private schools, but some of the private schools, my understanding is the 60/40 schools have taken the position that because this is in a regulation and there was potentially questionable statutory authority to enact Chapter 33, that they don't have to report. And I think if you ask individuals that may testify from DOE, they'll be able to tell you which schools just outright refuse to report and which ones kind of may report one year and forget another year or whatever happens. So does that help? Does that answer your question?
Senator Woodson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Riley. You said that there are thousands of incidents. Have these, how are those incidents, once they're reported, how are they handled?
I can't really generalize. I will say that I think sometimes when these incidents take place, they're treated like the emergencies they are. And it's an all hands on deck approach, and a team gets together and we figure out how this doesn't happen again. And that's what should happen. But often it just becomes routine. I mean, I think there are a lot of students, there are small number of students that represent a lot of the seclusions and restraints. And so it almost becomes mechanized a little bit and accepted. So it's a broad spectrum, but there are situations where there is an emergency, people maybe didn't see it coming, a student is physically managed, and then the team really gets together and brings in support, and they develop a new plan and avoid these things going forward. So it really runs the spectrum.
So the intent of the bill, as I understand it, is to have a study by the DOE to look into the situation. And it sounds like you would prefer to go even further and eliminate all kinds of all restraints and seclusion.
Well, ideally, I would like to eliminate all restraint and seclusion. The way I read the bill is that the bill as written and as amended as proposed would ban the use of seclusion in Maine, adding it to a list of prohibited practices. We already prohibit seclusion in our residential facilities for youth, and several other states, and it's a growing number, have done so as well. With regard to restraint, I'm unaware of any state that's outright prohibited restraint, and this bill would not do that. What this bill would do would be to raise the threshold to some degree about when you could utilize restraint. There would have to be a substantial, I'm not looking at the language right now, but a substantial risk of injury, and that injury would need to be imminent. That risk would be imminent. It would also ban certain types of restraint that are known to restrict breathing and have caused death in other states. So those are the types of restrictions. It would not ban restraint, but it would ban seclusion as written, is my understanding.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
I had Representative Salisbury and then followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Riley. As someone who has not worked in a school specifically, can you give me examples? I'm trying to wrap my brain around seclusion and restraint. Can you give me an idea of what something like this might look like?
Honestly, it sometimes can be fairly horrific. With regard to seclusion, there could be 3 adults involved, one each holding one of the child's shoulders down on the ground, and one holding the child's legs and holding them in that position. I could submit, I didn't include it with my testimony, but a group in California did some good graphics showing kind of what the different types of restraint look like, which I found helpful at visualizing that. With regard to seclusion, it's very often what precipitates a seclusion is a restraint, because you have to get the student to the place where they're secluded. And very often seclusion, there'll be a restraint, and then the student will be placed into a room, and the door will be held shut from the outside. And the student may remain in there for quite some time. I've read incident reports where students just remain kicking the door and trying to get out and screaming. And it's really not my favorite thing to do in any respect, to go through stacks of these reports, but they can certainly be horrific. And if you ever want to see, well, many of you probably relate to this, but the families that the parents walk in to pick up their kid, they were told that there's an incident and you need to come to school to pick up Johnny. And then that's the first time that mom sees kind of what's going on when they walk in on a restraint. That really drives it home for families. And I've had to take many of those calls as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Brennan, please.
Thank you, Senator. And Mr. Riley, thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work you do. You partially answered my question, but if you could just elaborate a little bit more. In the summary of the amendment, it says very clearly, it prohibits the use of seclusion, chemical restraint, mechanical restraints, and certain physical restraints by students, by schools, and other entities. And then earlier in the bill, though, it makes a distinction between lawful and unlawful seclusion and restraint. So can you help me understand what is the difference between lawful and unlawful? But in the summary, it specifically says that these practices are banned.
Okay, so mechanical restraint and chemical restraint are already banned under the regulations, Chapter 33. This would just put them in statute. Seclusion would become a banned practice, joining those. And what's the difference between a lawful restraint and an unlawful restraint? One example would be a prone restraint. If this bill was passed as amended, as written currently, then a prone restraint would become an unlawful restraint, because that is a restraint that has been known to, it can restrict breathing and has led in other states to serious injury or death. So another example under this bill of an illegal restraint would be a restraint that was utilized in the absence of a serious risk of injury or harm. For example, to intervene with regard to property destruction that didn't implicate a serious risk of injury or harm. So it's does that help? Or I could keep talking, but maybe I got there.
well, no, but I think it is clear that what you're saying is the bill would ban seclusion, but then it gives a finer definition of when restraints could be used and not used, or quote, be lawful or unlawful. Is that correct?
Correct. Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any other hands up, in terms of questions, I just want to say thank you, sir, for your testimony. We appreciate you being here, and you have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
So next up will be Susan Quinn. Susan will be followed by Audrey Bartholomew and Kathy Dion.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Susan Quinn. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was going to get emotional. I'm guardian to my 6-year-old grandson. We live in the Portland School District, and I'm here today asking you to pass LD 1373, Maine's Keeping All Students Safe Act, because I'm concerned about the excessive use of restraint and seclusion in our schools. My grandson came to live with me when he was 2. He is a smart, funny, and curious little boy who loves to draw, build, and play outdoors. He is an avid reader, and his favorite subjects include dinosaurs and the Titanic. He also has challenges which stem from a significant history of trauma, and he struggles with post-traumatic stress disorder, adjustment disorder, ADHD, and sensory processing disorder. My grandson entered Portland schools as a kindergartner in 2019. He was enrolled in the Breathe program at Rose School, a program purportedly designed for children with behavioral challenges. At his kindergarten transition meeting, Portland staff convinced me that my grandson was, quote, a perfect candidate for the program. On his first day of kindergarten, he was 4 years old and weighed no more than 40 pounds. From September 2019 through COVID shutdown in March of 2020, he was restrained and secluded 37 times. That's 37 times in 111 school days. When my grandson told me that he had been dragged backwards into a seclusion room and held down by 2 adults, I asked a staff member to show me how he was being handled. I was given a diagram of the holds they were using, which I'd be happy to share with you if I have time at the end. The diagram confirmed what he said, and it made me sick to my stomach. I have been a strong advocate for him and shudder to think of what is happening to children who may not have that type of support. Last spring, his team suggested he may be better served in the Breathe Day treatment program. I agreed with the understanding that seclusion was undesirable and restraint was intolerable. Since September, he has been secluded more than a dozen times, and at the beginning of this year, restrained twice. At that time, I reminded staff that I would not be tolerant of this practice and told them to notify me before restraining him again so I could intervene. A short time later, he was restrained again, twice in one day.
30 seconds.
Restraint and seclusion are harmful and traumatizing practices that can have a lasting impact on the child and lead to increased negative behaviors. Both are evident in my grandson's case. He was physically injured, often bruised or cut, and emotionally damaged. He cries when incidents of restraint are discussed, and he has said that he feels unsafe at school. His kindergarten experience only served to compound his trauma. I implore you to pass LD 1373 to prevent further emotional and physical harm to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Any questions, folks, at this time? Seeing none, Ms. Quinn, we want to thank you for your testimony today, and
May I share this diagram before?
not at this time. You're not. No one can use any type of prompt in a testimony. I'm sorry for that.
No problem.
In any case, I wish you and your grandson well moving forward. You have a great day.
Thank you.
Folks, next up is Audrey Bartholomew, and Audrey will be followed by Kathy Dion and Nancy Cronin.
Senator, we don't currently have Audrey with us. Would you like to go to Kathy Dion?
Please, thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I'm not sure if you can see me or not.
Not yet. I'm not. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, those technical difficulties. Good morning, everyone. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brenner, members of the Education and Cultural Committee. My name is Kathy Dion. I am the Executive Director for the Autism Society of Maine. I also am a parent of a 27-year-old individual who has autism. And we did submit testimony, and it's coming in underneath Betsy Mahoney, but it is from the Autism Society of Maine. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I think you're going to hear some pretty powerful testimony this morning regarding the report from Disability Rights from 2019, which I highly recommend everybody take a really good look at to see where the numbers are here in Maine. We also are very much pleased with the Keeping All Students Safe Act with the federal government, and even our Maine Attorney General, Aaron Frey, who has signed on to that, should be a powerful statement saying that we want to prohibit some of these practices that are going on. The society has been in the state of Maine and serving Maine families for 45 years. So part of what we do here is we take in calls from families. We take in somewhere around 1,200 calls and 8,000 emails a year. Some of those calls come from parents, grandparents, and they don't even realize that the call that they're calling about is actually about seclusion. And a good example of that I wanted to share with the committee this morning was a grandmother who called me last Thursday. She called because she was concerned with what her 6-year-old grandson was saying to her. This grandmother's from the Damascotta area. She was describing her grandson telling her about a room that he gets put in a couple of times a day. The grandmother was thinking that this room was a kind of like a resource room. He was being pulled out perhaps maybe for some of his educational reasons, seminars to go over studies. What actually was happening was it was an ed tech that kind of told the grandmother that Indeed, he was being pulled out, but it was not to go into a resource room. He was being pulled out to what they were calling a quiet room. So when the grandmother asked to visit where this room was, it was a small room with no windows and a door, with a table and one chair in this room. And the child describes being asked to leave. I don't want to be in this room. Can I leave this room? Why am I in this room? And this is a 6-year-old, so not really quite understanding.
30 seconds.
The one thing that the grandmother did say is that he was being put in this room up to 5 times a day at 20 minutes each time. So even parents don't understand what's going on in the school districts. They were not told that this child was being put in this room. They didn't have any reporting on this. This is why this is very important, is that we get clarification for schools so that they can understand what's going on around seclusion. And without going further beyond my thing, I'm happy to answer any questions for anybody. Like I said, we do field an awful lot of calls from families. I have 4 other calls that I've taken in within the last month on similar issues. So again, thank you for your time this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. And Senator Woodson has a question.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Dion, for being here. Did the grandmother say if the child was alone, or was there another person in the room?
There was somebody on the outside of the door not allowing the child to leave every time he was trying to open the door. It was not locked or anything, but every time the child would try to open the door, there was somebody there standing in the way, not allowing the child out.
But not with him inside?
No, there was nobody inside with the child.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, folks? Not see any at this time, Ms. Dion. We want to thank you for your testimony. We appreciate that. And you have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Nancy Cronin. Nancy will be followed by Ross Green and Kerry Woodcock.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. It is very nice to see you again. I'm here to support this bill. Restraints and seclusion are an emergency. Crisis level practices that in Maine are being used on a routine basis. Restraint and seclusion harm and traumatize students. Every year, children who experience restraints also experience broken bones, damaged joints, and death. Restraint and seclusion also harms the student that witness these procedures as trusted teachers and adults violently use hands-on strategies to subdue another child. Professionals who perform the restraint and seclusion also experience not only moral harm, but also often physical injury from the event. Last session, this committee passed a bill to prevent violence in classrooms. A lot of the violence was happening because of restraint and seclusion. They were protecting teachers from getting hurt. This is the other side, which is the reason some of this stuff was happening. Frankly, we're in crisis. It's only a matter of time until a child dies. I'm not kidding. That happens a lot in our country about these practices. And Maine is restraining kids more than any other state in the nation. I don't understand why that is. And we're secluding higher than any other, second highest than any other state in the nation. And I don't understand why that is. How can we rationalize it? It feels cultural. Our science and nation knows better. Other states have eliminated seclusion. Other states are much better than us, and it's time for Maine to adopt practices, even if it means that professionals and our culture in our schools will have to change. Now, a word about, very quickly, a word about Representative Lyman's question. How many schools do this? I pulled Erin Frazier's testimony that you have, and she said that in 2020, 2,316 incidents of restraints happened in our schools, and that was down from 3,756 in 2017. However, in our special purpose schools, to 14,463 restraints, incidents of restraints happened in 2020. And that was up from 7,851 in 2017. Why has it doubled? This is going the wrong way. As far as, so we have an issue here. And part of what this bill will do, this is not a resolve, this is not a study. This bill provides meaningful guidance about when restraint is
30
allowed.
seconds.
It's very similar to what's in Chapter 33. It just codifies it. It puts it in statute. It also puts in statute that everybody, including special purpose private schools, need to report, which most schools are already doing this in incident reports, but some special purpose private schools said we don't need to. Now, I just told you like 17,000 restraints are happening there. So it's concerning that we're having an argument that some people don't need to report. And lastly, it eliminates seclusion. But what does this bill not do? It doesn't prevent anybody stopping somebody from hitting a child from hitting. That's an emergency. It doesn't prevent stopping a child from running into the traffic. That's an emergency. It doesn't prevent timeout. That's fine. And my last statement, so it doesn't prevent logical things of keeping kids safe. It prevents planned, archaic uses of restraint and seclusion. Senator Woodson and Senator Lyman, you both said something else very important. Senator Lyman, you talked about positive behavioral intervention supports. Yeah, totally. That does work. We are trying to say that that needs to happen more. That was a pilot study that occurred, and I think you're familiar with how positive that might be. Senator Woodson, positive behavioral intervention supports works really well. There's also other strategies such as UCARU. There are programs that have eliminated restraints and seclusions completely in institutions. I'll stop talking and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. I do have a question from Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Ms. Cronin, for being here. How does one handle a child that is extremely violent? I mean, how do you restrain that child successfully?
Well, successfully, we figure out what's about the behavior, and then we figure out how do we teach that child other behaviors, other things, so that they don't have to behave in such a way. And we measure it and make sure. Now, yes, occasionally, if that child is about to run out or is biting or hurting themselves, restraint might be necessary until we get to the place in which it's not. The problem that we're finding in this state is it's being written in behavior plans that we're going to restrain kids. We're planning to restrain, and that's ridiculous. We should be planning to teach other appropriate behaviors and restraining if we have to.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, before the child learns other mechanisms, behavior mechanisms, what happens if he's attacking the kids or adults or whatever? How do you deal with that?
Well, you stop them. That's an emergency. Nothing in this bill would stop that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lyman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Cronin. I guess my question, it concerned me when you brought up the idea of that it's used on a routine basis. And once again, I would want to have what the evidence is that would make you make that statement for it. That is not at all my experience. So, and I do appreciate your point of PBIS, and we've gone, I guess I'd like to have data about how we've gone way beyond that as a pilot program in our state of Maine. Thank you.
Let me clarify. What I said was being used on a routine basis was restraint and seclusion, especially in some special purpose programs. My evidence for that is the data. We have 8 years of data, and you see it steadily moving up. We have, since Chapter 33 was passed, that rule, people have been reporting on restraint and seclusion. Now, for general schools like the one in Jay and Fayette, we don't do it very much. Fayette doesn't do this practice at all. There are some schools that are doing it, not all. but there's a lot of special purpose programs that are doing this, and there are some schools that are doing it a lot. And I think what you'll find is the wonderful work with positive behavioral supports hasn't started happening there. That's the point. In fact, if you look at the data from the school districts that we know of, what you find is that the incidence of restraint seclusion has actually gone down. So the practices that you are talking about work really well. We need to make it happen in the entire state. But positive behavioral supports intervention, that tier 3 mechanism, that what you're talking about was a pilot program. It's not everywhere. It's time to make sure that every school district has the skills you have.
Thank you, Ms. Cronin. Seeing no other questions, I just want to thank you for being here today. We appreciate your testimony, and you have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Folks, next up is Ross Green, and Ross Green will be followed by Kerry Woodcock.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. And I'm starting my video. Not sure how that happened. Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Dr. Ross Green, child psychologist, Freeport, Maine, representing both myself and the Portland-based nonprofit Lives in the Balance. I also developed and executive produced a documentary film, The Kids We Lose, which documents the use of restraint and seclusion in American public schools, and was inspired by a Maine student in a special purpose school who was restrained and secluded 120 times in 3 months. I'm speaking in support of LD 1373. Testifying because I and my colleagues at Lives in the Balance have overseen the dramatic reduction and elimination of restraint and seclusion in schools, inpatient psychiatry units, and residential and juvenile detention facilities throughout North America, including here in Maine. Reducing reliance on these procedures requires the debunking of a few myths. Although restraint and seclusion are often referred to as crisis prevention strategies, they are not. They occur very late in a sequence of events that begins with an expectation a student is having difficulty meeting, usually an expectation that caregivers already know the student can't reliably meet. Kids, of course, communicate that they're having difficulty meeting expectations through their behavior, whether it's flight behavior or fight behavior. But if it's fight behavior, caregivers conclude that the child is becoming escalated and then deploy another strategy, de-escalation, that is also erroneously referred to as crisis prevention. It is not. Like restraint and seclusion, de-escalation recurs very late in the sequence. If it's late, it's not crisis prevention. Another myth is that educators lack the training to reduce their reliance on restraint and seclusion. The problem is not a lack of training. It's that we're training educators to believe that de-escalation and restraint and seclusion are crisis prevention strategies when they are clearly not. One final myth is that restraint and seclusion procedures are necessary to keep kids and caregivers safe, and that it's only used as a last resort. I am aware of no research, none, indicating that that's the case. In fact, it's when kids are being restrained and secluded that they and their caregivers are at greatest risk for being hurt. So eliminating the use of restraint and seclusion doesn't just help the kids, it helps educators too. So the challenge in Maine and in every other state that is committed to reducing and ultimately eliminating restraint and seclusion is to get past the myths and closely examine why these procedures are being used so often and why. There are many, many schools dealing with equally difficult kids that never use restraint and seclusion.
30 seconds.
What I've seen in school systems that have successfully accomplished the mission is first and foremost a commitment to reliably documenting and ultimately eliminating these procedures. In some, that process has had to begin with new policies that raise the threshold for the use of these procedures. That's the challenge for Maine. That's the reason I support LD 1373. It's good for our students. It's good for our educators. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions at this time, folks, of Dr. Green? Seeing none, sir, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here. You have a great day.
You too.
Up next is Kerry Woodcock, and Kerry Woodcock will be followed by Crystal Davis and Alan Cobo-Lewis.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, members of the Educational and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Carrie Woodcock. I'm the parent of 2 children with special needs and the Executive Director for Maine Parent Training, Maine Parent Federation. We're the federally funded Parent Training and Information Center, Family to Family Health Information Center, and statewide family network. We assist families with children with disabilities and special healthcare needs to navigate all systems of care, including school. I'm submitting this testimony in support of LD 1373. About a year and a half ago, I listened to testimony for LD 1370 and active address violent behavior in the classroom. Much to my disappointment, that day I listened to one special education teacher after another get up and speak about their students' behavior in the classroom and refer to that behavior as assault. I was deeply saddened that our educators felt that they had no other options but to stand up before this committee and use such damaging language to describe behavior, which is a manifestation of a student's disability, and unlike assault, does not have intent to harm. I am referencing this testimony because it speaks to the fact that our teachers, despite having access to restraint and seclusion, felt like they needed legislative action to address behavior in our classrooms. That is a clear statement from our teachers that restraint and seclusion as a tool to address behavior is not working. This experience brought light to me that we are not providing our teachers with the tools they need to proactively address classroom behavior. Also, tools which they do have oftentimes result in traumatic experiences for themselves and students. We hear a lot about making sure we have schools which are practicing trauma-informed care for students and staff. The practice of restraint and seclusion is not trauma-informed, but trauma-inducing. There's already been reference to Disability Rights Maine's report, so I won't reference that in my testimony today. You have the link. Restraint and seclusion is not working for our students and our teachers, and we need better tools to proactively address behavior. The purpose of this law is to work with our Department of Education to ensure that restraint is only being used in emergency situations, as is the language outlined in Chapter 33. Based on the data from 2017 and 2018, it shows that we had 20,000 occurrences of restraint and seclusion, and that would mean that we had 20,000 emergencies within our schools. That's a lot of emergencies. This law also asks for the department to ensure that all data on restraint and seclusion is being reported accurately. We've already talked about how special purpose private schools don't feel the need to report all their incidences, and some don't report at all. This law also asks the department to provide technical assistance to those districts who are exceeding the national averages, a position which already exists in Maine. My written testimony provides you with that position. Finally, this law would eliminate seclusion, the practice of taking a child who has become dysregulated, putting them alone in a small room with the door closed and not allowing them to leave. A child who needs the expertise and assistance of a calm adult is essentially locked in a room with nothing more than their own tools, of which they do not have, to find a way to regulate themselves. This practice has been referred to as cruel and trauma-inducing. I'd also like to reference a report which was sent out in 2000, 2007, 2014, and 2018 by the American Psychiatric Nurses Association. I provided you with that report as a link in my written statement. The conclusions of that report were, thus, APNA supports a sustained commitment to the reduction and ultimate elimination of seclusion and restraint, and advocates for continued research to support evidence-based practice for the prevention and management of behavioral emergencies. Furthermore, we recognize the need for and are committed to working together with physicians, clients, families, advocacy groups, other health providers, and our nursing colleagues in order to achieve the reality of eliminating the use of seclusion and restraint. If you're looking for evidence-based programming, we have 2 already in the state of Maine. You just heard from Dr. Ross Green, and I do sit as a stakeholder on the Positive Behavior Interventions and Supports pilot program currently in Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, folks? Ms. Woodcock, having seen none, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here today, and you have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up is Crystal Davis, and Crystal will be followed by Alan Cobo-Lewis and Kristen Mango.
Sorry about that.
Oh, we're good.
Hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Crystal Davis of Heartland, Maine. Thank you for taking the time to hear just a small fragment of how our family has been affected by these issues. I fully support this bill as a mother of 4 boys with special needs. All 4 of my children have varying degrees of autism, ADHD, and other individual diagnoses in addition. Life with special needs can be more challenging. Life with special needs can be more than challenging. A roller coaster of emotions, overwhelming sensory input, a sheer lack of understanding for the world around us. Our world is often black and white with very rigid beliefs. This is particularly true for our 12-year-old son, Xander. Xander is the most bright-eyed, caring little boy you will ever meet, with a passion for Pokemon, cooking, and empathy for others. He's currently a 6th grader in the Functional Life Skills program at Nokomis Regional Middle School in Newport, Maine. Xander is significantly delayed in all domains. Emotionally, he's still about 4 to 6 years old, and academically, he's working around kindergarten to 2nd grade levels, depending on the subject. Throughout the past 3 years that Xander has attended school through the district RSU 19 and his 4th grade year at Bangor Regional Program, he's been subjected to well over 50 seclusions and restraints. Those restraints and seclusions were limited timelines from the 2018 to 2019 school year, and from approximately October 2019 to March of 2020, when the pandemic closed schools. These seclusions and restraints were used as results of what the schools considered "quote unquote" unsafe behaviors, including verbal and physical aggression. This is more than 10 times the amount of restraints we've had to partake in at home. The problematic system within schools begins with a lack of training for staff, the lack of patience for children with special needs, and a general misunderstanding of how our children function. As a result of these restraints and seclusions and transports, my son suffered physical and emotional harm that led to my need to file a police report and report the abuse to the Department of Health and Human Services. The staff that work with our children, specifically in the special education classrooms, have historically been prompted to provoke these "quote unquote" unsafe behaviors. They're taught to make the kids "quote unquote" learn coping strategies through the behaviors. This is not acceptable by any means. In an event that took place on September 11, 2020, my amazing little boy used his words to voice a genuine concern to his ed tech. For 12 minutes, my son pleaded with the ed tech not to "quote unquote" ruin his belongings. The ed tech, Chip Littlefield, proceeded to write on my child's scissors with a permanent marker, regardless of the fact they were already properly labeled by me prior to school. So the autistic meltdown began. When they provoked him to the point of escalation and unsafe behaviors, when he couldn't control himself anymore, they restrained him and secluded him in a small room until my fiance and I arrived. As a result of the meltdown, Xander was suspended for 10 days. When I challenged the circumstances with the Director of Special Education, Liz Mayers, the Superintendent, Mike Hammer, then suspended him for another 45 days. When he was supposed to return to school in December, they filed due process and kept him out even longer. He was not able to successfully participate in any education or therapies he so desperately needs. When he finally returned to an abbreviated day last Monday, the schools use our children's behaviors as an excuse. These staff members are not properly trained to handle the situations they entice. Our children are being punished for having feelings and told they cannot express themselves.
Excuse me, Ms.
Or suffer
Davis.
the consequences without being held and shut.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. I'm sorry to interrupt. Are there any questions at this time of Ms. Davis? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, and I wish you and your sons well. You have a great day.
Thank you, Senator.
Next up, folks, we're going to have Alan Cobo-Lewis and Kristen Mango.
Thank you, Chairman Rafferty, Chairman Brennan, members of the committee. I'm Alan Cobo-Lewis from Orono, testifying for the bill. So I'm going to talk to you about some data and some history. Nationally and in Maine, most schools deploy restraint and seclusion at very low rates, frequently zero. See figure 1 of my testimony for Maine data. But some schools have extremely high rates. On these log axes, some of those high rates are very high, orders of magnitude higher than the average. This suggests to me that district and school policy and practice may drive rates, and schools can achieve very low rates, including zero rates. The vast majority of restraint and seclusion is in a few schools and applied to a few children, which may explain why Representative Lyman hasn't seen it very much. The figure in my testimony does not label individual school districts, but the data are available for review. They're on the DOE website. These effects are especially true for seclusion. Most schools don't seclude, but some seclude quite a bit. Special purpose programs generally have extremely high rates of restraint and seclusion. Most of the data points in the high end of that figure are special purpose schools, except that some special purpose schools don't use seclusion at all. Some Maine school districts do have restraint and seclusion rates approaching the same high rates common among special purpose schools. The high rate of restraint and seclusion in special purpose schools is why it's important to move the Chapter 33 regs into the statute, where they can unambiguously be applied to all special purpose schools, including the debriefing process that you have to do after what should be an emergency incident. Data indicate that restraint and seclusion rates are higher with younger children than with older children, as Ms. Quinn's testimony illustrates. Restraint and seclusion don't have a strong evidence base for effectiveness in actually changing behavior. There are evidence-based alternatives. See footnote 3 of my written testimony, which reviews PBIS and functional analysis that goes beyond the functional behavior assessment that exists in user chapter 101. I note that the department's written testimony says that research indicates the use of seclusion is not an effective means of reducing negative behavior and may lead to harm, but also caution against increasing restraint inadvertently by banning seclusion, at least without providing appropriate support to schools. I agree that schools should be trained to support evidence-based practice. Empirically, restraint and seclusion co-vary. They don't trade off against each other, as you can see in figure 2. So it's unlikely for restraints to go up if seclusion were banned. And now some history. You surely heard some testimony from school personnel and the organizations against this bill today. Changing practice is hard, but consider the following. In 1997, it was legal in Maine to seclude children in a locked box that could be as small as 3.5 by 5.5 feet. A bipartisan bill, representatives at that time, Representatives Plowman and Cathcart were the leads in that bill. LD 1542 in the 118th legislature was introduced to ban the box. And I think the House chair may remember that hearing, though it's a year before I moved to Maine. The testimony on that bill is linked to in my testimony. If you read it, it'll set your hair on fire. The MADSAC testified not to ban the box, even though they said we should not be abusing kids. This committee voted unanimously to start us on the path toward reducing the use of restraint and seclusion. This committee was unanimously on the right side of history, and MADSAC ultimately worked with the other stakeholders in addressing these issues. I suggest that you can be on the right side of history.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, folks, of Mr. Cobo-Lewis at this time? Seeing none, sir, I want to thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. You have a good day. Next up is Kristen Mango, and I believe Kristen will be the last person testifying in support of LD 1373.
Sorry. Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, Ms. Mango. There you go. Now we can see you.
Thank you. So my name is Kristen Mango, and I'm the mother of a 9-year-old boy who attended a public school in Bath from kindergarten through 2nd grade. And he has autism and combined type ADHD, which means he has the hyperactivity and the focus issue. And after attending a public school in Maine and being subjected to, restraint and seclusion, he now also suffers from anxiety disorder and He's currently being medicated for that still. He's homeschooled, so it's been a year since he's attended public school, and he's still being medicated for anxiety. He didn't go to school until kindergarten because before then, when he would have, when he would struggle, he would become nonverbal. He is verbal, but when he struggled, he would become nonverbal. So in kindergarten, he was able to verbalize through his challenging time, and he wanted to go to school to make friends. So we sent him to school. I took a tour of the school before sending him, and they never showed me the room that they were secluding him in. I was one of those mothers that Mr. Riley was referring to earlier, the one who didn't know about the nature of the seclusion until I was called to pick up my son and I discovered the room. Anyone looking at the room would assume that it was a janitor's closet. There was a small hallway leading down to the room, and it was just a small room with a small high window. And when I went to pick him up, he was alone, locked in the room. The teacher was outside, and he had been harming himself, banging his, before we discovered this incident, he had been self-harming after he started school. He was banging his head against the cinder block walls of the school and punching himself due to the anxiety. Our students in Maine deserve better. They are human children, not animals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mango. I'm sure that testimony was difficult. We appreciate hearing from you this morning. Any questions, folks, at this time of Ms. Mango? Seeing none, I hope for the best for your son, especially both of you moving forward. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much.
So the next group of folks are to be heard will be those that oppose LD 1373. The first up will be Nicole Denon. Nicole will be followed by Matthew Siegel and Holly Couturier.
I'm not seeing Nicole, Senator. Would you like to go to Matthew?
Please, thank you.
And sorry, Senator, one other thing. I forgot to update my spreadsheet. Dr. Couturier will actually be neither for nor against, so we can
okay, yeah.
we can move her down to that group. Sorry
Thank you.
about.
That's all right. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator. Would you like, is it my turn?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and other members of the Joint Committee. I'm Dr. Matthew Siegel. I'm the Vice President of Medical Affairs for the Developmental Disorders Service Line for Maine Behavioral Health Care, which is a member of Maine Health. I have over 15 years of experience in treating, researching, and publishing on school-based treatment of children with autism and other developmental disabilities who engage in serious, challenging behaviors. Most recently, I chaired a national summit on this topic for Autism Speaks, where we had careful consideration of the use of restraint and seclusion. So I'm addressing LD 1373 as amended, as it applies to youth with autism and other developmental disabilities who have been placed in special purpose private schools exactly because they have serious and often dangerous challenging behaviors. and they require an intensive school-based treatment program in order to access their education. I want to be clear about the population I'm speaking about. I'm not talking about all children in all public schools. I am talking about children placed in special purpose private schools, and some of these children, without intervention, will seek to slam their head into metal door frames repeatedly, gouge their own eyes until they bleed, pull a teacher's hair until there's a scalp separation, and other highly dangerous behaviors. This is why they've been referred to a special purpose school. And this is where we very planfully attempt to safely manage and reduce these behaviors using positive behavior supports and all the strategies that one should use so that this child has some chance to access their education. Our organization has 3 of these school-based treatment programs, and it's the specific policy, written policy and goal of the organization to only utilize restraint or seclusion as a last resort after all the other interventions that one ought to use have been utilized, and that's what we do. And it is only used as a safety measure to prevent imminent risk of harm to the child or other people. However, Maine Behavioral Health Care is very concerned that the proposed bill, as amended, will make the risk of harm to children in these situations greater, not less. The bill is duplicative of the existing Department of Education Chapter 33 rule that governs the use of restraint and seclusion in schools and requires reporting. And our schools, and I would hope others, do report those statistics. That rule was developed through a lengthy stakeholder process, very carefully, and already carefully defines restraint and seclusion. It identifies the very limited circumstances under which it can be used. It specifies stringent monitoring and notification requirements, and actually requires more reporting than is proposed in this bill. Without the careful considerations that went into Chapter 33, this bill, unfortunately, is a bit of a sledgehammer and creates confusion and increases risk by excluding certain things, including others. The primary difference and problem with this bill versus Chapter 33 is the elimination of the option of using seclusion. No one wants to utilize seclusion or restraint. It's an option of last resort, but there are instances where using seclusion is actually safer than using physical restraint. Some youth are very difficult to physically restrain due to their size or strength, and they do not de-escalate. So in summary, this bill, while well-intentioned, is unnecessary and actually will increase the risk of harm to children and staff in school settings. I urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on this bill and instead rely on the careful and existing regulations that were developed in Chapter 33 of the Department of Education. I'd be happy to take your questions.
Thank you. I have Representative McRae. Thank you, sir. You might want to take the first couple of seconds just to introduce yourself. I think we missed you at the start of our hearing. So,
very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative David McRae. I represent the good people of District 148 up in the central part of Aroostook County, and I'm coming to you live from Fort Fairfield, Maine, my hometown. Anyway, thank you very much. Now, I hope I haven't forgotten my question. Dr. Siegel, thank you for being here. It's much appreciated by all of us, I'm sure. In previous testimony this morning, we have heard that Maine is at least near the top in restraint and seclusion activity or incidents, and that should concern everybody. Okay, I'm sure it does. Okay. What do you say? Why do you think that that's valid, or is there some rationale why you think it would be appropriate that we be at that spot? Are we that bad? That's what I'm concerned about.
Thank you for that question, Representative. I think there are several elements to that. The first is, even though statements have been made that reporting is spotty, that is not our experience. The rules we currently operate under are so stringent that frankly, I feel that we over-report. We report every touch and contact with a child. And so what are reported as restraints, I'm not surprised that Maine has very high numbers. So I think there is a reporting and data issue here. I also think it's important, as we've heard several times today, to think about special purpose schools where children are sent to specifically because of these challenges versus all other public school settings. And I think we're taking a very broad brush approach here with this bill. This is an area of great nuance, risk, and danger, and I think needs very careful consideration. And while Chapter 33 is not perfect, there was quite the process that went into that. And so I think to answer your question, that is part of the issue. And I think what I would say is that rather than encourage, everyone wants to encourage the reduction of the use of these procedures, everyone. None of us who serve children want to do any of this. What we should do is encourage the use of positive behavior supports, incentivize that, pay for behavior analysts, pay for behavioral support in schools, rather than eliminate safety options. That's what we should be seeking. And I will just, last thing I'll say is, the statement was made earlier that this bill doesn't prevent any action to safely manage an aggressive episode or self-injurious episode, and that's simply not correct. There are many provisions of this bill that greatly concern many of the providers that we will not be able to safely manage children, including, just as an example, there is a provision in there that says you cannot restrain a child for any reason if it will block their communication. So that means you cannot restrain a child, any child who uses a communication device, no matter what they are doing to themselves. So that's just one small example of the many nuances that exist that this bill does not take into consideration.
Yes. A brief follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Dr. Siegel, you mentioned that Maine perhaps over-reports because of every little touch and every little thing, and that may well be the case. But why would that be any different in Maine than any other state?
Because there's a very good question. There's wide variability in the rules around this issue across the country. And the requirements for reporting. So there's just a great deal of variability in this area.
Okay, I appreciate the thoroughness of your answer. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions at this time. So, sir, I want to thank you for your testimony. We appreciate you being here today. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Siegel, we should have Elizabeth Cameron.
It is, Senator. I've found where Nicole is. It turns out that she was registered under Lori Machuca's name. So I wasn't sure if you wanted to circle back to Nicole, and then we could, once we move through the list in regular order.
Sure. And I will give you a heads up, Representative Brennan. I think I'm getting closer to the taxation hearing. So.
Good for, do you have to leave now, Senator, or?
I think I'll, after this next
Okay.
testimony.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the committee. My name is Nicole Denon, and I am a social worker and the training director at the Collaborative School, and I'm accompanied by our executive director. We're testifying together, Lori Mahafka. We've submitted written testimony regarding LD 1373, so we won't go over all of that testimony, but we'll try to hit the highlights. Our program, the Collaborative School, is really based on creating physically and emotionally safe environments for children and family to heal. Our students are some of the most difficult in the state, having severe trauma histories, and they come to us from a range of about 60 miles in all direction. We utilize a really high staff to student ratio, therapeutic milieu, embedded psychiatric, psychological, social work, OT, speech language services to address trauma and the children who have other related DSM-5 diagnoses. Additionally, we have regular consultation from leading attachment and trauma experts to support best practices and reduce restraint. These resources are enhanced by our commitment to providing a high level of training in prevention and de-escalation. We have 2 staff members, I am one of them, who are certified in therapeutic crisis intervention, which is what we found to be the best de-escalation and restraint program. It's from Cornell University. They regularly update their training to be best practices, and most recently have added a lot about trauma-informed approaches. Our TCI program requires annual training, a 4-day, 28-hour training to begin with, and 12 refresher hours a year. And of course, written documentation of all restraints that are communicated to our sending districts and to parents for their review. Our philosophy and our culture is to participate in implementing restraint only when necessary in dangerous situations, and to debrief these situations with children so that they feel safe and understand what was going on. We do not use seclusion. It is not our philosophy to leave upset youngsters alone in a room by themselves without being able to leave. And despite all of this training and consultation, we do have, because of the extremely vulnerable population we serve, times when they require a higher level of support, which involve restraint for the safety of all. We also do not use the prone restraint, but TCI teaches both of those restraints in a manner that is as safe as possible. All of us want to reduce and eliminate the use of restraint, but at times we find that our children require this. Specific concerns, we are concerned that the injuries to students and staff could increase because we would not have the option of using supine restraint as taught by TCI. Our options would be more police involvement. Police are not mandated to follow Chapter 33 and can use whatever their training dictates, including handcuffing children and restraining them in any manner that they feel is based on their training. Additionally, we are concerned that this may overwhelm ER departments. There's often psychiatric boarding in these facilities where parents languish for 4 to 5 days and then may not get a bed. This would increase. Our bed supply is very short. It would also, we find that children, when they're not treated at one level, often increase to a higher level of acuity, which would require extensive hospital stays or even residential for kids that would not need that otherwise. In addition, we think that there's a likely possibility of over medication, chemical restraint to deal with this. It would also make, frankly, working conditions in private special purpose schools less desirable, and we already have a shortage of staff in that area. Our staff have caring relationships with our students, and when restraint is used in the context of this manner, it can provide a sense of safety and security. It can also change the child's sense of self from a bad kid to a child that just needed a strategy to keep them safe. When we talk about what was upsetting them, show empathy and make a plan for them to go back to the classroom, they feel that they have accomplished something. Additionally, if we have to send kids home with parents who are overwhelmed in unsafe situations, we worry that that will increase the lack of safety, and it also whisks them away from the treatment that they are here for in the beginning if they are sent home either by police or by parents.
Just a reminder that your time is up.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. I didn't hear that. So Lori can do her 3 minutes.
Is that okay for me to go next? because I signed up to testify as well.
Senator Rafferty.
Sorry, I'm muted apparently myself. Sorry about that. Yes.
Hi, good morning, Senator Rafferty and Representative Brennan and other members of the committee. I'm the executive director at the Collaborative School, and I am a licensed clinical social worker. And what I wanted to talk about, well, first maybe is to refute a little bit of the people who are saying that they think this is a good idea, is that restraints are done with anger or to exert power. Restraints in our setting are done simultaneously. These children don't have the skills to manage the stress, maybe from their own trauma. And so we're simultaneously keeping them safe, occasionally if they need restraint, at the same time that we are also teaching them strategies to manage these sort of pain-based, overwhelming feelings that they have. We are licensed by both the Department of Education and DHHS, and they require annual reporting. It never would cross my mind that we wouldn't report the number of restraints. So we report them annually. Internally, myself, Nicole, and our clinical director, who is a psychologist, we review restraints on a quarterly basis as a clinical team. And I also report the numbers of restraints to our board of directors, which includes parents, educators, and clinicians. Like Nicole said, we have a full-time OT on staff. We have a therapeutic dog that we use also for times of de-escalation. We do walk plans. We have individualized behavior intervention plans. We use consultants in the community so that we don't become insular, like we have all the answers. We use all kinds of consultants in the community when we have a particularly difficult situation. We do movement and sensory intervention plans with kids. And as I said, we have a psychologist that is here full time, and we have a psychiatrist that also works with our kids and families. Our hope, is my time up?
Well, 30 seconds.
Okay. Our hope would be that there would be some distinction for programs. There would be some amount of training. I don't know if there would be some sort of a certification process. Of course, if you have a restraint, it always should include debriefing. That's when the healing occurs with the student to help him have a new narrative about who he is. This isn't because you're a bad child. This was a difficult moment. We had to keep you safe. Now how are we gonna, get back into the classroom? You don't want these kids whisked off by their parents or their police. It's sort of like saying, wait until dad comes home. No, we're gonna deal with them in a very caring, safe manner. And then we're gonna just go on with the day like this was just a moment. I have a lot of other things, but can I just say, I would love to extend our program for anyone to come and have a tour, ask any questions, see the classroom, etc.
Thank you very much for that invitation as well as your testimony. I do have a question from Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Nicole and Lori, for being here. I didn't catch, where is your school based?
It's in New Gloucester.
In New Gloucester, okay. And where do your clients come from?
Our clients come from, we don't have a catchment area, but I can tell you that we have kids that come from Mexico and Rumford. So after coming about an hour and 15 minutes in all directions, it doesn't make sense for them to, transportation wise. So we have kids pretty much, an hour plus in all directions that come to us.
I would say
Okay.
Mexico, Rumford to Chelsea. We've had kids from Augusta. We have kids from Wells and like the Lake Regions area.
And is this a day program?
Yes.
It is.
Day
And why are they sent there? Why are these clients sent there? From the public schools?
Yes, they're sent from the public schools, and it's because they have exhausted all of the programs and resources in the public school to manage and educate these kids. And so they are sent out. Parents usually can visit a couple of different schools with their child to pick the school, the special purpose school that they think would fit best for their family or work best for their family.
And they come having massive school failure because it's just the least restrictive environment requirements, which make a lot of sense in a lot of ways, but they've had to fail every single thing. So when they come to us, they're often very dysregulated because school has not been a place that they have felt any level of success, unfortunately.
I think about it like going to work every day, and every day you don't do a very good job, but you have to keep going back. So it takes some time for these kids to trust and help their behaviors be more regulated, themselves more regulated.
And how many students do you have, and what is the age range?
We have students K to 12, and we have typically around 45 students. So we have 4 multi-age classrooms. And the younger kids, we have only 10 kids with our littlest, K to 4. And then we have up to 16 in our high school.
Okay, thank you so much for that information.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and apologies to everyone to just being able to jump in now. I did have other bills and meetings this morning. But I did want to ask, just listening to your testimony and reading the language of the bill, it does look like the bill allows, if the child is in danger, to be able to use restraint, not seclusion, but it does look like there is that exemption for, exactly the situations you're discussing. So I'm wondering if your opposition still stands with that consideration.
Well, it was just a little bit confusing, I guess, the bill, because we have to follow Chapter 33. And if a student has 3 restraints in a school year, you have to have an IEP meeting and discuss, and you have to have a behavior intervention plan. So we're already doing Chapter 33, so we were not sure if this was going to, how this was going to impact us.
And I think if I read the language of the bill correctly, and hopefully maybe I didn't, it appeared we don't use prone and we don't use seclusion, but we do use we do use supine restraint. And my reading of the bill was that supine was not allowed. And those are the restraints that are taught with the Cornell program, in addition to small child restraint. I don't have to go into the other ones, but if a child is larger than a little peanut, and even a little peanut who's really struggling, supine restraint is the one that we find is the safest. And if I'm correct, it sounds like that would not be allowed under the bill.
So the way I'm reading it, Mr. Chair, if I can have a quick follow-up, it does look like Chapter 33 would change. So I think my question would be just to sort of follow up with that, if it's not banning use of the supine restraints when the child is in danger for these extreme situations, and does make the amendments to Chapter 33, that seems like it's getting more at the heart of not necessarily getting in the way of your educational methods and being able to care for these kiddos. Just wondering if you would agree with that.
Are you saying that we have what's necessary under Chapter 33?
Yeah, it just seems like it just limits the amount of times that it can be used to really just protecting the student. And so I think that's one thing, I guess, for the work session, Ms. Rissler, just drilling down to what those changes are. But
and I would just say that I disagree that that de-escalation, it's when you start the de-escalation work and regulation with students work. You don't start doing de-escalation strategies when they're halfway through like the crisis cycle. Because we all know when we're all revved up, we're not thinking that clearly. So we're using regulating strategies and de-escalation all day long. Because for most of these kids, that's what's required.
And sometimes because of their level of dysregulation, it is not, this is embedded in our program, but it can go like that to a punch, to a hit, to a bite, even with all of those embedded resources we have focused on.
And it just seems like it leaves you really like, you know, you have a kid, you know, lunging for another kid. And I do worry about how professionals in private special purpose schools, sometimes there's this feeling like they're doing something wrong. And I hope that that's also part of the discussion, because we're really clear with our staff that these are the circumstances, and we do a ton of training throughout the school year. And these guys work, you know, get bit, hit, you know, punched, and all is an effort to help the student be able to return and be a student in the classroom, and successful.
Thank you.
Thank you both. I have a question from Representative Lyman as well, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank both of you for being here. And I appreciate the conversation you had about the way children are embraced in this process. I think it was Dr. Siegel that mentioned the breadth of this approach with this bill. And I think I'm interested in your opinion about that, because as I've been listening to the testimony, that's something that's hitting me on, you know, we're hearing very different situations from your school setting to a public school setting to a variety of settings that these children are within. So could you speak to that at all? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that is really...
Excuse me, I'm going to ask that one of you do so, please. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's a really big concern that we have. If I just tell the quickest, we had a student here for an intake. We didn't know him, and he was completely out of control with a foster parent and a DHS worker. And we intervened, myself and the psychologist, just trying to we ended up in a restraint with him. And we knew that the foster mother was really against restraint. And he's in Supine, and we're saying, sorry, sweetie, you don't even know us. And you came to this school. And when we were done and met with the foster parent, she said, I have no issue with you restraining this child. I have never heard it done that way. If you do restraints in the context of caring relationships and understand that debriefing and talking and repair with the student after is the adult's responsibility, then this is part of the healing process. It simply can't be taken out, just like, you know, a child of your own running into the middle of a roadway. You can't take that out and still, I feel, have the kid know, I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe, and I'll smile at you 10 minutes later when we get back into the classroom.
And chapter 33 addresses all that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And chapter 33 addresses all of this.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'd like to thank you both for your testimony. We appreciate you being here.
Is there any possibility that we could be on a work group, or we'd just be happy to be any part going forward, if it would be helpful?
Well, we will have a work session, and you can tune into that. But we don't have a work group going at this time.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So Sam, I'm kind of probably off track a little bit in that we had some changes here. So
Sorry, Senator. I think it's Elizabeth Cameron.
Thank you very much. And Representative Brennan, I'm going to be stepping away briefly, I think. I'm not sure how long.
All right, Senator, well, good luck in taxation, and we'll look forward to your return. So, Sam, at this point, do we have Ms. Cameron?
Yes, hello.
Yes, Representative.
Okay.
Hello. Hi,
Oh, there she is. Okay. Welcome, Ms. Cameron. Thank you for being with us today, and the floor is yours.
All right, thank you so much, and good afternoon. You know, Senator Rafferty had to step away, but thank you, Representative Brennan, and all of the esteemed members of the Joint Committee for listening to my testimony today. I'd like to just touch on a few of the points that have already been made by my colleagues who are joining me in the call to oppose this current LD 1373. One of the points that I'd like to make is something that we've talked about a bit throughout this morning's hearing, and that's the source of data on the incidence of restraint and seclusion in Maine. To begin with, I should tell you a little bit about myself. I am a licensed psychologist. I'm a board certified behavior analyst at the doctoral level, and I'm also the behavioral services department head for the Margaret Murphy Centers for Children. We are a special purpose private school that provides services to students across the state of Maine. We have locations in the Randolph area, as well as Saco, and then several in Lewiston, Auburn. We, like many of our special purpose private school companions, report everything. We find that it is incredibly important to us to adhere to Chapter 33, which is has very strict requirements for reporting and debriefing with students. And that's something that we take very, very seriously, whether the restraint occurs for 3 seconds or over a minute, or seclusion. Going back, looking at the Disability Rights 2017 report on restraint and seclusion data in the state of Maine, I would just like to point out that the authors at that time noted that the available data was incomplete, unreliable, and could not be used to identify trends or draw conclusions. I think all of us share, as I've heard throughout the morning, an appreciation for accurate data when we are making decisions, especially decisions that will affect the lives of students in Maine. I want to draw add a little bit more context as well to the incidence data for special purpose private schools when they're compared to public schools. As some of my colleagues have already mentioned, special purpose private schools exist for a specific reason: to provide services for individuals whose home schools or districts have determined that they're not able to do so in a less restrictive setting. The populations of students that we serve are inherently different than the population one would find in a general public school setting. And thus the incidence of restraint and seclusion will of course be higher in a setting like a special purpose private school. When 30 seconds, okay. I just want to point out as well, as Dr. Siegel mentioned, that we provide services to students who engage in self-injurious behavior. Restraint may be needed to prevent potential lifelong complications. Lastly, I would like to just point out that traumatic histories and less restrictive options, as well as an individual's right to access effective treatment, is always considered when we make determinations about restraint or seclusion. We routinely conduct functional behavioral assessments, including functional analyses, and our staff who work alongside our clinicians, who are some of the highest, most qualified behavioral scientists in the state of Maine, tirelessly put the needs of our students first. I just want to say thank you to all of them as we are in the second day of our Teacher and Educator Appreciation Week as well. They bring compassion and commitment to their roles. Thank you.
Ms. Cameron, thank you very much for being here. We do have a question from Senator Whitsom.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan, and thank you, Ms. Cameron, for being here. Unfortunately, when you were introducing yourself, you broke up. I didn't catch the name of the institution you work with.
Yes, I'm the Behavioral Services Department Head, and I work with the Margaret Murphy Centers for Children.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Cameron? Seeing none, thank you very much. And we will now move. Sam, the next person I had up was Michelle Hathaway.
Yes, Representative.
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Hathaway. Thank you for being with us, and you now have the floor.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate the members of the committee taking time to listen in for a few minutes. I feel a little discombobbled as I sift through notes and largely changing my testimony only to include and address some of the key issues that have been raised today. I think first and foremost, it's really imperative to understand that this isn't a request for a study. This is in fact a bill that drastically impacts the nature of interventions that are afforded within all school programs in the state of Maine for all children birth to age 22 at this time in general education settings, CDS special purpose private school settings, and special purpose private school settings. There's also an important distinction to be made that a special purpose private school, which has been listed multiple times today, is overseen and approved year to year by the Department of Education. Following Chapter 33 is actually not an option for us, nor has it been treated as an option. Private schools have elected to not report data. They are not authorized, licensed, or approved by the Department of Education. That is a significant difference. In the state of Maine, for a student with an IEP because of a disability to be referred to a special purpose private school, the special purpose private school does in fact to agree to follow and abide by all of the rules within Chapter 33 and in Chapter 101. That is critical for your understanding. It is not an option. The students that get referred to special purpose private schools are referred because of their significant behavioral need. In order to be referred for an out-of-district placement, we are considered a most restrictive option for a child. It must go through an IEP process that must also include extensive evaluation and review of the student's needs. It is not taken lightly. It is an expensive option for school districts to pursue and is done so because of the nature and needs of the individual student. I have listened time and time again to the assertion that the data being reported by special purpose private schools is extremely high and therefore should be extremely concerning. The data of the incidents is in fact high because we have agreed as a special purpose private school system to accept the students in Maine with the highest level of behavioral need and challenge. Our students come to us for the K-12 programming at the age of 5 through 22 years of age. When we talk about students and children, we are talking about adult-sized individuals who often have decades of learned history that includes aggression, severe self-injurious behavior that leads to terrible injuries to the student themselves. When we have students who have enrolled in our program, we have students who have blinded themselves, who have detached retinas, who have cauliflower ears from years of scar tissue from hitting themselves, who've experienced broken bones and stitches. The interventions that we're using are based on the science of applied behavioral analysis and are in fact research and evidence-based to afford students with the right to effective treatments. Those are the systems and techniques we employ, and those are the things that are at risk with the passing of this bill. I open you to questions, please.
Thank you, and I'm sorry that I didn't give you a 30-second update. I was focused on what you were saying.
That's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hathaway. And there is a question from Senator Whitson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ms. Hathaway. You lost me somewhere. You were talking about DOE recognizes certain schools, but these other schools are not under their purview. I mean, I'm not even sure what you said. Can you refresh my memory if you know what I'm talking about?
Of course. The Margaret Murphy Centers for Children, as well as several of the schools that have spoken today, are special purpose private schools, which means that we have applied to the Department of Education to meet and have demonstrated our ability to meet all of the Department of Education regulations. in addition to DHHS regulations. However, a private school that isn't a special purpose private school, a private school could just open its doors like any preschool or childcare center. They don't have to agree to follow all of the rules and regulations that are in place. They're not seeking oversight or permission from the Department of Education to run a program, and they're not receiving funding to provide services for children with IEPs.
So how many of these private schools are there in Maine?
There are private schools throughout the state of Maine. Academies, oftentimes the academies, private schools, those academies are up and running, and by and large, those schools aren't engaging in restraint procedures because they discharge students, right? So typically a private school wouldn't agree to keep a child with extreme behavioral need.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Hathaway? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. And we will now move on to, I have Nicholas Graham. Is that correct, Sam?
Yes, Representative.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Graham, and you have the floor.
Morning, representatives. My name is Nicholas Graham. I'm a special ed teacher at Western Foothills Regional Program up in the Rumford area. We work with kids who have severe behavioral and emotional needs. My background's actually mental health and human services. I've been working with kids with special needs for 25 years, since I was about 16 years old. I was previously a trauma-informed trainer, and I think somewhere out there you can still find my Trauma in the Classroom webinar available in the state of Maine. And I recently just learned about this, so I apologize if I'm a little unorganized. I was actually checking up on the protocol surrounding seclusion with my supervisor, and I want to make sure that we were following them, and this all came up, and so here I am. So the first thing I want to make very clear, okay, is that seclusion is not fun for anyone. It is emotionally draining. I would rather be punched, kicked, hit, spit on. I would rather do pretty much anything than seclude a student other than restrain them. Okay. And that's not to say that seclusion can't be used in a destructive manner, because it can. Unskilled or burned out staff or untrained staff or just plain bad staff are going to use interventions in ways that aren't healthy. That's why they're bad staff. But they're going to use any intervention in not a good way. It's not an issue with the intervention. The intervention, in my opinion, the intervention is not only needed, but it's extremely useful. We've heard several times that Maine's #1 in the country for restraints. I know Mr. Riley had stated that the risk of physical injury increases with physical interventions. And I think restraint is the worst thing that we could possibly do to a student. It impacts our working relationships in about as negative a way as anything I can imagine. It is the worst thing, and it is, thankfully, the final step in interventions. If everything else fails, restraint. But what hasn't been talked about is that seclusion is the direct intervention to prevent restraints. So it's preemptive response to my students becoming physically aggressive. It prevents restraints from happening because it allows us to intervene before restraints are needed, because before physical aggression happens. I work with my students every day. I can see them becoming more and more agitated, more and more dysregulated. And there are a lot of things that I can do to try to help intervene before then and help get them re-regulated. And we have lots of options. I have a sensory room and we have an OT room and we have lots of things available, but sometimes it doesn't work. And so I can sit there on my hands and I can watch them continue to escalate until they get physically aggressive, at which point I could restrain them. Under this bill, I would have to wait. I can see them. It's like a car crash. And I know I can intervene. And I can't intervene because they're not at this point physically aggressive. I have to wait for them to get to the point where they're a danger to themselves, whether they're banging their head, whether they're hitting another student, whether they're biting one of my staff. Seclusion allows me to intervene at the last possible minute. Okay, and there is a discussion about what seclusion looks like. What's that? 30 seconds?
Nope, that was 30 seconds ago. Now it's time.
Okay.
Well, Mr. Graham, if you could just wrap up, that'd be great.
Sure. No, I just wanted to say that my seclusion, my area of isolation is directly across from my classroom. It's 10 steps away, and I check on my students regularly and my staff regularly. And since I've been sitting here, one of my newest students who hasn't had much time here to learn has requested to go to self-isolate 4 times. Requested just to go and be by himself because he could feel himself becoming more and more escalated. And that's something that he's learned in the short amount of time that he is here. Seclusion is not fun, but it prevents restraints, and it is a last resort, but it is an important one.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Thank you for being here. And at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now move to, we've exhausted, I think, all the people that are speaking against the bill. Is that correct, Sam?
I think so, Representative. It looks like I put Matthew Siegel on there twice. The way
Okay,
you heard.
now we're moving to neither for nor against.
Yes, Representative.
And we have 3 people, Ms. Coutier, Ms. Adams, and Ms. Morris. Are those the 3?
That's who I see,
Okay.
Representative.
So at this point, we will go to Dr. Coutier. Good afternoon.
How are you? I know Senator Rafferty is not here. Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Joint Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. The MPA Legislative Committee is neither for nor against LD 1373 as amended. While all measures are taking place to support students who may need additional support, there are times when a student's actions are violent and they potentially could cause physical harm to themselves or others. During these dangerous times, it is necessary for a trained educator to physically restrain a student until he or she calms down and is safe. And we do think that the amended language addresses this concern. We still have a significant concern, though, regarding the definition of seclusion. Currently, if a student must be removed from a classroom and be placed into a safe space with an adult, this is not seclusion. The student would not necessarily be alone. Should LD 1373 pass, even if an adult is in the room with the student, if the student feels like they cannot leave that space, this would now be considered a seclusion. This would potentially limit the use of cool down, reflection rooms, quiet rooms. Schools call them different things. And these are strategies that can be effective, as you heard in the previous testimony, a strategy that can be effective in calming a student down. For these reasons, the MPA is neither for nor against LD 1373. I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your comments. Are there any questions of members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I'm sure I don't know if we're going to see you later today, but I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Next up, we have Jill Adams with MASDEC speaking neither for nor against.
Sorry, Representative. I did miss 2 people that were against. Would you like to go back to them before we finish the neithers, or should we do the neithers and then?
Are they speaking?
Against both of them or opposition?
So let's finish out the list and then we'll go back.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Oh, I'm here.
Hello, Ms. Adams.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good
Wow,
afternoon.
it's been a
and-
long morning, huh?
And you have the floor now.
Thank you. Representative Brennan and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee, my name is Jill Adams, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Administrators of Services for Children with Disabilities, MADSAC. MADSAC is a membership association for the special education administrators across the state of Maine, and I am not going to read you my testimony. I do want to say we appreciate that Representative Millet's amendment that this would cover all students if it were added to Title 20A. We don't really think it needs to be added because we have Chapter 33, which actually, if you read documentation that has been around out there, Chapter 33 is considered a very good restraint and seclusion rules compared to other states. It's very tight. We have a lot of pieces to it and a lot of process. I will say that when everybody is talking about the all of the data, that if you actually go to the department's website and look at the data there on restraint and seclusion, that actually Maine has gotten better and better about making sure that their data is in there. I would say that the special purpose private schools for the first couple of years didn't realize that they needed to put that data in there. So that data is now there. So that's one of the reasons we keep getting more and more restraint and seclusion episodes or incidents in the data. So I think schools are doing a better job of that. We also are very careful about what we call restraints and seclusions. Anything that comes anywhere near it has an incident report and has to be reported. Are we perfect? No. I would say I am confused, a little confused as to a change of the definitions for restraint, for seclusion, for chemical restraint. It looks like those came from the federal bills that have been introduced in both the House and the Senate. They were both introduced, I believe, in November of 2020, neither of which they have done anything with at this point in time. And we've had several bills from 2012 on federally that have gone in that have to do with restraint and seclusion, none of which have passed so far. So those are changes. I think every time you change a definition, unless there's a real need to, it confuses the folks out there that have to actually report on those incidents because they have to rethink what incident needs to be reported. So that's my concern around the change of definitions at this time. MADSAC does have a concern around the prohibition of seclusion. There are districts out there that use seclusion. And as you've heard, there are some special purpose private schools that do use it and some that do not. I have a comment here from a special education administrator on seclusion. We use seclusion with our children who have trauma backgrounds to avoid any hands-on, and it is only if they are in imminent danger to self or others. Whenever we have to use either, we are providing staff with brief refreshers and problem solve as a school team. Those are a process that should be happening out there. What we really need to do, I think, and MADSAC thinks, is we want to beg you to look at number 6, which is technical assistance in the bill. That's what needs to happen out there in the field. There needs to be more training. There needs to be more options for interventions, evidence-based interventions for school districts. Now, we have introduced social emotional learning. This should be a piece of that. But my question is whether the department has enough manpower or whether the schools have enough manpower to make sure all of that is in place for those students. I do want to take time or a minute to thank the special purpose private schools who have come and testified today. They take some of our most difficult students, and there is some real turnaround with those students when they come back to our schools. That's what we want to happen. We don't want those students to stay in the special purpose private schools. We want them to work through whatever's happening with them and come back to the public school.
Ms. Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Adams. We appreciate your comments. And I see that Representative Sampson has a question for you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Good to see you. So my question is, I was reading your testimony from the last time when Representative Farnsworth put this bill in, and your position has changed. And I know you just explained some of the differences. Does that encompass all the reasons why your position has changed, or is there anything else?
I would say this bill is very different, I think, than Representative Farnsworth's, because Representative Farnsworth bill and the amendment to that bill that was passed did not include the prohibition of seclusion. I went back over that because it came up that it looked the same. That bill was very different than this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Adams. And we'll now move to Caitlin Morris from the Alliance for Addiction for Mental Health Services, who is speaking neither for nor against.
Caitlin, can you start your video?
There we go. Welcome, Ms. Morris. Thank you for being with us, and you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan. I'll greet Representative Salisbury as well. I'm Caitlin Morse. I'm a Westbrook resident. I'm the Policy Associate of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. On behalf of the Alliance, I am here to speak neither for nor against LD 1373. I am here to share some concerns in particular regarding the current wording of this bill. The Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services opposes using seclusion or restraint as a disciplinary method in schools. We do, however, understand that there are times when a fully trained educator or assistant must use some methods of restraint or separation to support the safety of a student who is acting in a way that could be dangerous to themselves or to others. There are guidelines and protocols to adhere to, making this a supportive situation and not a traumatic one. We support enhanced reporting and keeping track of the use of these methods to assure that these methods are not being overly relied upon and not being used as disciplinary measures. However, the language in this bill is far too vague for our membership to support it. While positive behavioral intervention and supportive behavior management techniques makes it easier for students to communicate effectively, every student deserves to be safe and protected while in school. There are times when a student's actions could cause physical harm to themselves or to others. Sometimes a careful yet short restraint may be necessary. Members of the Alliance are committed to providing a high level of training in prevention and de-escalation of dangerous behaviors, including therapeutic crisis intervention and other therapeutic methods of careful restraint. There are other times when simply removing a student for a cool down time with an educator or assistant present can also be a useful method of diffusing a situation that could become dangerous. This could be interpreted as seclusion under this bill, even though the student is not alone. These are some of the most difficult moments a teacher or assistant experience in their work in keeping track of and learning from student behavior. To understand what did and did not work is necessary. Finding out what works for an individual student to meet their needs and keep them safe and supported, discussing it and making a plan for how it will be used in the classroom setting. These should be discussed in an individualized education plan or IEP meeting. All parties should be aware of what the plan entails. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, have a good day. Thank you. And
Thank you.
Sam, we'll now go back. There were two people that you said were speaking in support of the bill?
Opposition
In
representative.
opposition, I'm sorry, in opposition to the bill. And who are those two people?
So we have Eileen King, and then we have
Okay.
Mark. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Mark. Duren or Guren? Not sure how to say it.
Okay. All right. Great. So let's go to Miss King.
And Eileen, can you raise your hand, please, in the waiting room?
Again, the next two speakers will be speaking in opposition to the bill. And good afternoon, Ms. King.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to LD 1373, because we believe the bill is unnecessary, as we are very committed to following Chapter 33. Standards around restraint and seclusion are found in the Department of Education Rule Chapter 33, a rule that was updated in 2013 with substantial input from a working group that included MSMA on behalf of school boards and superintendents, the Maine Disability Rights Center, Maine Education Association, Maine Administrators Services for Children with Disabilities, and the Maine Principals Association. Because of the collaborative work we did, the Education Committee gave its unanimous support to the rule change, and it passed the House and Senate with unanimous votes on both bodies. Much of what's being requested in the latest iteration of LD 1373 is in that rule, which is a testament to the good work that was done by the group and the DOE. We support better training in the field around restraint and seclusion, and we welcome the help of the Department of Education and its Maine Safety Center to make that happen. We also can use our direct communication with superintendents in the monthly meetings of the 9 regional superintendent groups in the state to get the word out about about the training and discern what is working and what is not. Existing rule, Section 10, cumulative reporting, also calls for building level reporting on restraint and seclusion and reporting those numbers up to the DOE. We look to the department to tell us how that can be done more efficiently and effectively. Other concerns with the amendment, which we do thank Representative Millett for the amendment, but what was omitted is highly concerning, was the high level of documentation that's required in Chapter 33. There's an 18-step incident report that schools are required to submit and then provide to parents. There's a required debriefing of staff to plan, to discuss what's happened and to plan what they could have done differently, to plan what needs to happen and how they can better support a student so it doesn't happen again. There's a cumulative reporting at the building level and at the DOE. And finally, there's no local complaint process. So the parents in Chapter 33, they have a venue in which they can actually have a complaint process should they need to share some of their concerns about a restraint and seclusion. So those parts of 33 that's very important to us as educators are not in the amendment, and that is concerning to us. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. Are there any questions for Ms. King? And sorry, I don't know if we got you out of order or you got out of order, but what, Sam?
That was me. I'm sorry. That was me.
It's okay.
Well, it was not intentional.
No worries. Thank you.
So, we're sorry, and thank you for bearing with us, and thank you for your comments. And I don't see any questions from members of the committee, so thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you again sometime soon.
Yeah, you will.
Next, we had Mark Gurin, who is speaking. Who's speaking in opposition to the bill. Welcome, Mr. Gurin. And again, I'm sorry we may have gotten you out of order, but thank you for being here. Thank you. Please proceed.
All right, good morning, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Mark Guerin from Rockport. I'm the clinical director at Atlantic Academy in Camden. It's a special purpose private school, and I'm here to speak in opposition to LD 1373. I am a BCBA and have over 3 decades of relevant experience in behavior analysis. I've co-authored ABA articles and a chapter on crisis management in the ID population. Though I don't speak for QBS any longer, I am one of the authors of Safety Care. Here at Atlantic Academy, we rely on evidence-based methods, including ACT and RFT procedures. We use a heavy dose of validation with our students, most of whom are emotional and behaviorally disordered individuals, as well as more traditional functional-based procedures, such as functional communication training. We follow all DOE regulations, including Chapter 33, strictly. Next, I'd like to respectfully refer to the recent AMEBA, or Association of Maine Behavior Analysis position paper, which I support as it addresses the bill point by point. I will also try not to cover the same points that the other witnesses against LD 1373 have, including all the safeguards mentioned previously, and of course the need for careful stepwise treatment by qualified professionals who work with students who exhibit the most dangerous and persistent behavior. I believe that the measures forbidden by LD 1373 will remove necessary tools for safe management of the most extreme and harmful behavior. LD 1373 essentially eliminates blocking and physical prompting to remain in a safe area as a functional tool by defining illegal seclusion as a space from which the student feels that they cannot leave. This would mean that a student who may be manageable by blocking and prompting otherwise must be allowed to leave the room to find potential weapons and other targets for their aggression, including other students and bystanders outside the space, or a restraint would have to be applied. Similarly, by criminalizing the use of more stable and therefore safer floor holds, LD 1373 creates a set of problems that many schools will find intractable. In just the last year, I've encountered some situations in which students have acquired weapons, metal fence posts, shards of glass, or razor blades in order to harm themselves or to assault staff. In a recent case, the supine hold was absolutely required to sufficiently immobilize a large student such that they could not harm themselves or others while staff removed a razor blade from their hand, all as they waited for the police and emergency personnel to arrive to transport the student to the hospital. Without the supine hold, severe injury to staff and student were imminent. I could give endless examples in which the rules described in this bill will become problematic, but my time is short. LD 1373 will do harm to students by, 1, limiting access to normal educational setting and to special purpose treatment programs, as we will have to tighten our admissions criteria. It will lead to greater frequencies of restraint because only less effective methods will be available and because seclusion will no longer be available. Greater costs will be incurred as schools are unable to safely have students remain in public school settings, and those costs will be passed along to taxpayers. It will require that students engage the police as the primary controlling agents in many situations, if not most situations. I'd like to suggest that professionals, that is practitioners who are committed to treating challenging behavior, be allowed to substantially participate in development of the rules governing restraint and seclusion going forward. Suggest also to place a greater emphasis on training the best possible preventative measures to staff, and then provide ongoing professional oversight for the staff so that the people who know the students well can work with them better. I would also suggest that the legislature consider a tiered approach that would allow the use of more restrictive measures under the correct clinical supervision. Maybe it doesn't, you can't have it just so that everybody can do all the procedures. LD 1373 will not likely reduce restraint, as Chapter 33 did not, and may increase the frequency of ineffective restraint. It will change the location of restraints and seclusion, as well as the persons implementing them. Final point. A final point on previous questions regarding reporting. In my experience in schools in which I've consulted, and of course here at Atlantic Academy, Chapter 33 rules regarding reporting are adhered to strictly. Thank you. I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Again, sorry to get you out of order, but thank you for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, Thank you very much. And Sam, does that conclude all the testimony on the bill?
That
Okay.
should be everybody, Representative.
So I would ask members of the committee if they have any questions for not questions, but information requests for Ms. Risler for the work session on the bill. Okay, Representative Salisbury.
I think someone else, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think someone else asked, but just some of the information around the data, like what the requirements around, excuse me, the data and how that's collected, like what is considered seclusion, what's considered restraint, things like that. I was trying to navigate that on the DOA website, but that would be helpful.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
All right. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on Representative Salisbury's data request, anything that we could get that might show the differences between states and reporting requirements between states and whether or not we should be comparing would be helpful. And again, even between institutions within Maine, who some are very specialized, others are more general public schools, and any data comparisons and analysis would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments or requests for Ms. Risler for the work session? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 1373, and obviously there will be a work session that will be scheduled in the future. So the question that we have right now, we do have, I guess, Representative Stover with us. We are running quite a bit behind. And I guess the question is, do we want to start with this bill and then break or? Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with this bill. And Representative Stover, thank you for being with us. We will open the public hearing on LD 1444. And we have Representative Stover to present the bill. So you have the floor and you can proceed.
Good afternoon, Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Holly Stover and I serve as representative for House District 89, encompassing the towns of Boothbay, Boothbay Harbor, Southport, Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1444, an act to prohibit cyberbullying of school employees by students. The availability and access to computers and the internet has changed our lives in ways we could not have imagined 2 decades ago. It has created efficiencies and pathways for us to reach out anywhere and at any time. We use our computers in every area of our personal and professional lives. The use of computers in public schools for students is a common practice used by teachers and parents. We certainly could not have provided education during the pandemic without the use of internet-based remote learning for students in Maine. However, for all the benefits students and school employees have experienced through the use of computers in school, the use of computers has created incidents of cyberbullying against students. LD 1444 seeks to address a lesser known problem of school employees who are cyberbullied by students. This is often done through anonymous means and without any accountability for hurtful and professional damaging attacks towards the school employee, often a teacher. I was approached by teachers who work in AOS 98, where I live. A teacher was targeted by an unidentified student. The student created false claims of inappropriately and truthfully what would have been considered criminal activity on the part of the educator. This was not resolved and there was no effective way to vindicate the teacher, or in this instance, clear the teacher of false allegations of criminal wrongdoing. Therefore, there was no consequence for the student for committing what would have been a crime. LD 1444 would provide the authority to address bullying crimes against school employees. LD 1444 as introduced has some problems that will need to be addressed. I have worked with the Maine Prosecutors Association, and they have consulted with others. I would like to propose an amendment for LD 1444 to be amended into the existing statute under Title 20, Section 6554, prohibition on bullying in public schools. I request that we have an opportunity to work with the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs and others in the work session to create a better mechanism to address the increasing number of incidents of cyberbullying of school employees by students. Thank you for the opportunity to present LD 1444 and to work to protect school employees against incidents of cyberbullying. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Stover. Good to see you. And are there any questions from members of the committee for Representative Stover? Senator Daughtry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Representative Stover. Quick question on your amendment. Would this take out the portion that creates a new crime by putting it into existing statute under 20?
It would still constitute a crime for people who are no longer minors, but it would put it in the cyberbullying statute where students are also covered. So it would be encompassed in school, sort of the larger umbrella of school-based cyberbullying.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of Representative Stover? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us. And we will now go, there are no proponents of the bill that I see listed. Sam, is that correct?
Yes, Representative.
Okay, so we'll now go to opponents of the bill. And I have Tina Nadeau. Welcome, Ms. Nadeau. Thank you for being with us. And we're ready for your comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Brennan. I am new to this committee. My name is Tina Nadeau. I'm a criminal defense attorney in Portland, and I'm actually in Madawaska right now visiting my mom. So I'm kind of freestyling this iPad thing, but I used to be a teacher in Mississippi, and I'm currently also the executive director of the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. So I just wanted to make a few comments about the proposed criminalization. And I'm not going to read my testimony because I know we've all been here for quite some time, but the first thing is that this proposed crime is already a crime under the harassment statute. So I know CLAC hasn't weighed in on this, but typically with the Criminal Law Advisory Committee, any bill, any proposed crime that is more specific than the general crime is rejected because the intended criminalized behavior already falls under a general provision. Additionally, school employees can pursue protection from harassment orders against students, and they can certainly avail themselves of that process. In some of the proposals, I'm not going to go through all of them, I think there is some question about whether or not they would violate the First Amendment. Also, this is a proposed juvenile crime as it currently reads, and I haven't seen the amendment by Ms. Stover, but anyone who's over the age of 18 would not be prosecuted, could not be prosecuted under the section, which doesn't really make sense. It criminalizes children and not anyone over the age of majority. Schools, as we know, as we've heard, have a variety of disciplinary interventions for students, all the way up to expulsion for the most egregious conduct. Adding the criminal law to that is just excessive. Finally, there's a suggestion in the bill that probation should be imposed, even if there's no quote unquote guilty finding. That kind of flies in the face of the criminal and juvenile code. Can't really do that. So the real problem with putting probation as the remedy is that any violation of probation could result in a commitment to Long Creek. And we definitely want to keep students away from Long Creek in their schools, in their communities. So there are a lot of concerns with this bill. Again, we sympathize, especially I sympathize as a former teacher, with the intent, but the execution of this bill would be very problematic, from our opinion.
Thank you very much for your comments. And are there any questions for Ms. Nadeau from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we will now move to Steve Bailey from Maine School Board Management Association. And Mr. Bailey, welcome and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan, and also Senator Rafferty and Senator Daughtry. Good to see you, as well as the rest of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Steve Bailey. I'm Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association. I'm here today testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association, as well as the Maine School Superintendents Association, in opposition to LD 1444. I would add at the beginning of my testimony that we are interested in the amendment that was offered recently. The rest of my testimony will be directed toward the initial bill as we had read it. We believe that cyberbullying, which is defined and prohibited in public schools as part of the bullying statute, 20A, subsection 6554, is reprehensible. What we can't support in this bill is elevating it to a crime when it is targeted at school staff and in general, establishing a precedent that says we need legal protection from our students. We are the adults in the building, charged with educating and keeping safe the students in our care. That is not always easy, and as administrators, we need to be aware and proactive if teachers are fearful of some students. This bill, however, would put language into statute that creates an us versus them atmosphere, which is not helpful to anyone. There are avenues available to staff who feel threatened by students, including going to the building principal or superintendent. And if the offending student can be identified, there needs to be intervention that should start with notifying, talking to the student and their parents or guardians, and taking other appropriate actions. There was always the option of calling in the school resource officer or local police to affirm that cyberbullying is not acceptable, but we should think long and hard before criminalizing our students. We would need to review the amendment more carefully. Would like to consider its impact, especially from the testimony that was just heard just prior to me, as well as we would like to be available for the work session. Thank you, and I would take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. Are there any questions for the committee for Mr. Bailey? Seeing none, we will hopefully see you at work session.
Thank you.
Take care. Next up, we have Christine Tebow from the Maine Prosecutors Association. Welcome, Ms. Tebow. Good to see you.
Nice to see you, Representative.
Today. And please proceed.
Thank you, Representative Brennan, Senator Daughtry. My name is Christine Tebow. I am a juvenile prosecutor in Cumberland County, and I'm speaking with you this afternoon on behalf of the Maine Prosecutors Association. We are opposed to LD 1444 as it's currently drafted for many of the reasons that you've heard from Attorney Nadeau. The bill as drafted would create a uniquely criminal behavior for juveniles only, and there's no other area in law that targets juveniles as offenders. So we definitely do not want to keep the element of criminality in this bill. There are also some other technical flaws that Attorney Nadeau pointed out regarding probation. And as she pointed out, much of the behavior that sought to be addressed in LD 1444 is currently prohibited by existing statutes, specifically harassment by telephone or electronic communication device, harassment in general, and invasion of computer privacy. As mentioned, the current statute, Title 28, 6554, does prohibit bullying toward other students. We would support and we'd be happy to work with the sponsor and the committee toward drafting language that would expand that to prohibit bullying of school employees as well, as long as the recourse is simply at a school level. We don't want to bring these kids into the juvenile justice system. We believe the schools are well equipped to deal with these behaviors. And in fact, we would propose expanding the definition of alternative discipline to include restorative practices as well. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I'm happy to work with the sponsor and with the committee toward drafting language that the Maine prosecutors can support.
Thank you very much for your comments, and thanks for being here today, and thanks for your offer to work with us. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, we thank you again, Ms. Tebow, for being here.
Thank you.
We will now move on to testimony neither for nor against. And we have Ms. Coutier from the Maine Principals Association.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again.
Yes, you as well. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Dr. Holly Couturier, and I'm the Executive Director for the Maine Principal Association's Professional Division, representing more than 800 pre-K to 12 principals and assistant principals of public and private schools in Maine. The MPA Legislative Committee is neither for nor against LD 1444. Cyberbullying presents a dangerous threat for students and adults alike. We support the concept of the bill, but we believe that if an educator is being cyberbullied by a student, that this is a matter to be reported to the police. The other concern that we have for the bill is the penalty for the students committing the cyberbullying is the same for elementary and secondary students. We believe that if this happens with a student who is at the elementary level, that this experience should have a consequence, but not be considered a juvenile crime. We would use this as a teachable moment for the students so that they can recognize the seriousness of their actions. For these reasons, MPA is neither for nor against LD 1444, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments and being with us again today. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you again, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Oh.
Not today, but sometime in the future. Next, we have Eileen King. I'm sorry. No, next we have Grace Levitt from the Maine Education Association, speaking neither for nor against. Welcome, Ms. Levitt. Good to see you this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan, and good afternoon, members of the Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name's Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High School, serving as president of the Maine Education Association and our nearly 24,000 members. I'm speaking on behalf of our members neither for nor against LD 1444. MEA is absolutely opposed to bullying of anybody by anyone. We know, as I'm sure you also know, that the harmful effects are numerous and potentially severe, affecting not only the emotional and mental health of the victim, but also their physical health, as well as impacting their academics. Bullying even has a harmful effect on the perpetrator. Cyberbullying is especially harmful and pervasive, and adults are not immune to the effects by any means, especially when the cyberbullying is ongoing. As annoying and disturbing as the old crank phone calls once were, cyberbullying is infinitely worse. At best, it can undermine an educator's ability to perform well as they work to educate students. And at worst, it can cause such damage to their reputation by spreading vicious lies that it may even drive them from the profession. I've had conversations with educators who have been victims of such acts. Their frustration is great to the point of considering a change in careers. Yet making such behavior by a student a juvenile crime does not seem the best way to deal with this. We definitely need to keep working to not only have appropriate consequences that bring an end to bullying of all kinds, and we certainly also must keep working to establish and promote school climates where bullying is prevented and no one commits such acts. Another bill before your committee, which MEA supports, LD 880, an act to protect school employees from workplace bullying, addresses the issue of bullying in a more encompassing and appropriate way. MEA is certainly for ending and especially preventing all bullying, but we do not support creating a juvenile crime as this bill calls for. And I suspect, given what I heard from Representative Stover, that a possible amendment to this bill would be something that we could support. So I look forward to seeing how that would go forward. Thank you for your time. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for being here and your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, good afternoon.
Thank you.
Take care.
You too.
Did that exhaust the list of comments for this public hearing, Sam?
Yes, Representative.
It does. So at this point, I'll ask members of the committee if they have any questions or comments for Ms. Risler for the work session, any information that you would like her to bring or gather for the work session. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 1444. And given that we're getting close to the end, I think we ought to just go ahead and push through with the next two bills. We don't have, we just have a handful of people signed up for those bills. So I think rather than taking a break, if we just persevere for a little bit more, we will be done. So Sam, we'll go next to LD 1502. And do we have Representative Gramlich?
Representative Gramlich reached out earlier in the day. I think she also texted you, but she said that she'd be happy to have somebody from the committee read her testimony because she had to go to a meeting at 1 o'clock and it would be impossible for her to get away from it.
Okay. Does Senator Daughtry?
I say I can volunteer as tribute if I can pull up the link.
All right. We welcome you're willing to volunteer. So we'll open the public hearing on LD 1502 with Senator Daughtry.
I just have to pull up her testimony real quick. It's not as quick on the draw as I thought I was. Loading.
And we will.
Okay, hold on. Okay, got it.
Go right ahead.
Still loading. I clicked on it. Oh, come on. Of course, my computer, after volunteering to do this, is not bringing it up. Okay, here we go. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished colleagues of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I am not Lori Gramlich, but Lori is the representative for House District 13, which is the town of Old Orchard Beach. And she is pleased to present LD 1502, an act to clarify safety issues in schools with respect to health-related states of emergency. And she says, this past year has been unlike any other we have seen in our lifetimes. The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted all of us in ways we never could have fathomed possible. Presenting this testimony on Zoom is just one example of how we all have to adjust. As faculty at the University of Southern Maine, I have seen firsthand how remote learning has impacted our adult learners. My sister, who is a school nurse, has also shared the hardships of remote learning and keeping younger children safe in elementary and middle schools. Additionally, my interactions within my own school district to ensure students and staff continue to have the tools they need to be safe and healthy has led me to present this proposed legislation to you. There have been discrepancies and inconsistencies in how districts across the state interpret definitions of deep cleaning versus sanitizing as related to CDC directives. One of the objectives of LD 1502 is to ensure consistency across the state as we implement directives from the Maine CDC to adhere with public health directives so that all schools and facilities are cleaned and sterilized in a manner determined adequate by our leading public health experts. Certainly, these directives are responses based on the global pandemic that has impacted all of us. However, this pandemic has identified the inconsistencies across the state as school districts have made good faith efforts in interpreting these directives. Another important issue revealed because of this pandemic is the fact that many of our schools do not have adequate and up-to-date ventilation systems. The effects of indoor air quality are not necessarily related to infection and contagions as we have seen with this pandemic. However, we know that air quality is an important issue as related to our schools and has been elevated because of the pandemic and requires our attention. Adequate ventilation in schools minimizes exposure to airborne pollutants, including airborne virus particles such as COVID-19, but further ensuring proper ventilation with outside air can help reduce the concentration of airborne contaminants, including viruses indoors. LD 1502 would also ensure that a ventilation system in a school or facility used or occupied by school administrative unit staff or students is adequate to protect the staff or students as determined by the Maine CDC. Consistent air quality standards across our school districts will play a fundamental role in ensuring children and staff have clean, well-ventilated air that will not only protect them from not only viral contagions such as COVID, but also provide a safer environment overall. I have attached for your reference news articles regarding educators' reactions to safety standards during the pandemic. I urge you to vote to pass for LD 1502 and would be happy to try to answer any questions for you. Thank you. I would state that I will not be answering any questions for Lori, but on her testimony, she has included quite a few different articles for her bill.
Great. Senator Daughtry, thank you very much. You did a great job. And it was a great impromptu presentation. So thank you. We appreciate that. And we won't ask any questions of you. And instead, we will move to Grace Levitt from Maine Education, who's speaking in favor of the bill. And then we have one person against and one person neither for nor against.
Hello again.
Welcome again.
And still good afternoon, and hello, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and again, members of the Education Committee. My name is still Grace Levitt, a Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High School to represent the MEA and our 24,000 members. And I'm speaking on behalf of our members in support of LD 1502. I wish this bill were not needed. I wish the legislation called for in this bill would not be needed in the future. I wish I could be guaranteed we never again would be confronted with a global pandemic or widespread health crisis. But we all know the saying about wishes. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. We cannot rely on wishes, especially when we are talking about keeping our students safe and providing what the adults who support and teach our students need for them to also be safe, and for also keeping our communities as safe as possible. The MEA and the many educators we represent greatly appreciated that the Maine Department of Education and Maine Centers for Disease Control delineated the 6 safety requirements that needed to be implemented in order for schools to have in-person instruction this year. Adherence to these requirements were key in keeping our schools in Maine open relatively safely throughout the pandemic, even as other states went to full-time remote instruction for most of the year across the country. True, there were limitations and there were disruptions, but our schools adapted and remained open while following the 6 requirements. I say this, and the vast majority of districts have done a phenomenal job of following these requirements with great care. However, there have been reports of instances where some requirements were followed less strictly, less carefully than others, maybe unintentionally or perhaps not, causing not only frustration and distrust, but also extreme stress in some cases, and perhaps even contributing, who knows, to cases of COVID. For months, we took reports of infractions and followed through, first encouraging members to speak to their administrators in hopes of the problems being readily addressed. If that didn't happen, MEA reached out to other education organizations or the Department of Ed to be sure districts were reminded of the 6 safety requirements. Members who witnessed infractions were also encouraged to report this on the Department of Economic and Community Development tip line. However, there was no communication back to let people know if they had been heard. Things have been pretty quiet on that front for a while, but it's uncertain if it is due to complete adherence to the requirements or to a sense of futility. We can only hope it is the former. And even now, especially since some have pushed against the distancing requirements, there are reports of various ways to measure the distances. Some ways that have been used seem to have students closer than others. Had there been a requirement for reporting on what is being done to follow the safety measures and how well this is going, likely much of the worry and stress would have been greatly reduced. Educators, and of course, everybody else, all of us, we're exhausted from this past year and 2 months. We hear weekly about educators who not only do not have the wherewithal to staff the summer programs that are being designed to help address unfinished learning, but also of the number of educators who are considering leaving the profession or have already decided to do so. It's a huge concern. Nobody wants to add more work to any educator at any level, and while LD 1502 would require that of superintendents, it would also go a long way towards helping ensure accountability that keeps students and staff and communities as safe as possible, by providing more transparency regarding how districts are following protocols and requirements that are necessary during a health crisis. We urge your support of LD 1502. I thank you again for your time, and I'm certainly glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for your comments. And are there any questions for members of the committee for Ms. Levette? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you again. Take care.
We will now move on to those people or persons speaking in opposition to LD 1502. And we have Dr. Coutier, who's with us again today.
I actually don't see Dr. Couturier with us right now, Representative.
You don't?
Nope.
Okay. Well, in that case, we'll go to Eileen King, who's speaking neither for nor against. Welcome again, Ms. King.
Good afternoon. Whoops. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members of the Educational Cultural Affairs Committee. I'm Eileen King, Deputy Executive Director of Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and Maine School Superintendents Association regarding LD 1502. The school superintendents were opposed to the bill because we do not understand its intention, nor do we believe there's a need for the law, and the school boards were neither for nor against. Maine school superintendents have worked from the start of the pandemic to keep students safe and have done that job admirably based on the low number of cases that can be attributed to school spread. We worked with the Department of Education and were participants in a group that helped develop the plan, the framework for reopening to keep students safe and reopen schools after the initial shutdown in March last year. That plan called for compliance with requirements around physical distancing, wearing a mask except when eating, proper hand washing, and protective equipment for those staff who cannot keep distance from a student because of the student's needs. They have complied with those requirements and are the reason we have had low transmission rates in schools. Case counts in any given community largely have been attributed to community spread, not spread in schools. We also believe no mandate is needed to have administrators provide reports to the CDC or their school boards. The protocol already in place when there is a school outbreak is to communicate to the CDC through the school nurse. Superintendents also have and would continue to communicate regularly with their school boards around COVID cases, guidance, and action taken to keep schools safe. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. King, for your comments. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. King.
Good afternoon.
I do appreciate the significant amount of work that everybody did with this pandemic, and know that everyone at the table was really trying to keep everybody safe and healthy. But my question to you is it possible that there are some districts that perhaps did not fully follow the guidance that was issued as a result of that work?
I don't know of any district that went out of their way not to follow the guidance. I think one of the things that happened, Representative, is that Grace Levitt and I, if we heard of a complaint, we would talk to each other, and she would either pick up the phone and call her people, or I'd pick up the phone and call my people to say, this is what we're hearing. And sometimes something would happen in a staff room where staff weren't wearing their masks, or a custodian was not wearing a mask, or they thought because they're in a classroom, they didn't have to wear a mask, or because they're in an office, they didn't have to wear a mask. So there are times when there were inconsistencies and the rules were not followed to the letter of the law. Some of the inconsistencies also had to do with the physical plant. So where one school could do some things a certain way, another school couldn't because they didn't have the width of the hallways, or they didn't have the number of classrooms, or they didn't have the exits and entrances needed to keep everyone safe. So were there oops and missteps? Yes, there were. But did we absolutely reach out every single time to address anything we heard? We did every single time. And there are sometimes a superintendent would say, I didn't know that it happened, I'll look into it. And then it was taken care of.
Thank you. Any other questions for members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. King.
Thank you.
And Sam, does that conclude our people that want to testify at this public hearing?
Yes, Representative, and I still don't see Dr. Couturier, so maybe she got pulled away to another meeting.
All right, so just very quickly, do members of the committee have any questions or requests for information for Ms. Risler for the work session? Seeing none, we will.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm
Yes.
having a hard time getting to my right buttons. Yeah, if possible, I'd like to know from the department or any other stakeholders about the number of incidences that were experienced in regards to what this bill is trying to address for the work session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Millett. Anybody else? And I'm assuming that Ms. Risler heard that and got that. So you did. Okay. So we will close the public hearing on LD 1502. And we will now go to the public hearing on LD 1512. And then obviously after we're done with this, we will take a break before we go to work session later this afternoon. So again, we'll open the public hearing on LD 1512 and Representative Gear, good to see you. Welcome. And you can proceed. You're muted. You're muted. You're
Good
muted.
to see you.
Yep.
Good to see you too as well, Representative Brennan, and thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and members, esteemed colleagues of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. I am Representative Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport, and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk. And I live in Kennebunkport. And I'm here today to present to you LD 1512. Many students in Maine face bias and harassment in their schools, but hesitate to report it for fear of retaliation or suffering negative social impacts. When incidents are reported, schools have widely varying levels of experience and expertise in handling them effectively. Damage to the school community can be deep and difficult to heal. When students feel intimidated or hesitant to report incidents or a district is not responding well, students and families often feel like they have nowhere to turn. Available resources focus more on legal remedies, or they can be perceived that way. For example, the Maine Human Rights Commission or the Attorney General. If a situation is severe enough to warrant a lawsuit, it can take years for the case to be heard and remedies considered. And often, families don't want to go the legal route, or it's not a system that they are comfortable with. This can especially be the case with immigrant families or with any population that feels vulnerable or at risk. Parents don't want to have to go to court to feel that their concerns are being addressed, their children are safe, and the community is taking real action to address bias and harassment in the schools. This past year in Portland, we saw what happened when anonymous reporting surfaced comments made on social media. Numerous complaints were then made, an investigation was launched, and the findings led to important actions by the district. In the report that I'm quoting here from the Portland Press Herald article, Superintendent Botana told the board that the investigation's key findings include that the district does not have a safe reporting system for students, and that as an institution, the district has a spotty record of following through on claims that are brought forward. Those two lessons are interdependent, he said. The extent to which the lived experience of reporters, those reporting incidences, is that there is a lack of clear follow-up, and that leads to a lack of trust in the system. It also leads to a culture where claims get legs in the public lore and are never brought to closure. I would put to you that this story can be told about many, many districts in Maine. And I've included the link in the testimony to the Portland Press Herald story, which also includes the link to the report that was presented to the Portland Public School Board. The report also recommended an ombudsperson to serve as a check on the system, provide staff training, and school-level restorative dialogues. While some districts may be able to afford an independent ombudsperson, most simply lack the resources for such a dedicated resource. In addition, an ombudsperson hired by a district likely lacks the very independence needed to be perceived as an honest broker. So that has led to this bill, which presents to you today the Office of the Education Ombudsperson. You'll note that in the text of the bill, the revisor's office continues to use the term ombudsman. I think that's probably because it's a term that's known. I would prefer, and I think all of the folks that are testifying on this bill would prefer that we use a less sexist version of that term. So I use ombudsperson throughout. LD 1512 would create a statewide education ombudsperson for Maine. You can think of the education ombudsperson as the public advocate for students and families, just like we have the public advocate for utilities. The office would promote understanding of the rights of students and the policies and responsibilities of schools. The ombudsperson would receive concerns and complaints and respond with a problem-solving and mediation focus and legal referrals where warranted, and would work with districts to improve their capacity for handling and preventing bias and harassment. In researching this bill, I was fortunate to come across a number of programs. So the following states and cities have some type of education ombudsperson. The Washington State Governor's Office of the Education Ombuds, and now you notice another term which I like there, the ombuds. They have a 14-year program, a track record there, and that was actually largely the model for LD 1512. Washington, D.C. has a similar program, and then New Jersey and Maryland both have programs that are special education ombudspersons specifically. So we have some great examples out there, and there's some real benefits that we can really identify, certainly in talking with those folks, and also in thinking that what this office can provide for Maine. As Maine's population continues to diversify, an investment in an education ombudsperson's office would help families and districts across the state. A statewide ombudsperson would help Maine students and families to access a confidential and independent resource to help with situations of bias and harassment. Feel that families had a place to turn when situations in their district are not being adequately addressed or improving. And they'll be able to obtain information on their rights and options and take concrete action to help improve and strengthen their own school communities. From the perspective of the school districts, the ombudsperson could help to uncover complaints, just as we saw in Portland, that might otherwise remain hidden. And that's information that is so important to superintendents and administrators to make good decisions for their districts. They'll be able to access expert mediation services and support in working with students and families and use alternatives to costly litigation. They'll continuously improve their capacity at promoting and creating a culture of belonging and quickly addressing times when the community falls short. And then they'll be able to address situations of bias and harassment so that harm can be acknowledged and remedied and more families stay in Maine. And here I just wanted to share a personal story. Last year, during the Black Lives Matter protests here in Kennebunk, a woman came up to the podium and to speak. And she's an African-American woman, not someone who I had previously known. And she told the story. She pointed behind her to where our Little League fields are. And there's a playground back there. And she said, I lived in Kennebunkport. I lived in Kennebunk a number of years ago. And my hands and my money helped to build that playground. I was a very active community person. And she said, we left. We moved to Connecticut to a more diverse community because I was tired of my kids coming home from school, crying, upset about the latest word they had been called, the latest incident of harassment. She, as many others have in many communities across Maine, tried to do the right thing, tried to bring these things forward, did not have action taken. So she left. And this is happening in many, many situations. People are leaving communities because they don't feel safe. They don't feel their children are safe, and they're just sick and tired of it. And we need to acknowledge it and accept it. In addition, the Maine Department of Education would benefit from a statewide ombudsperson and having access to aggregated state statewide data. This is an issue that I think is really important because we currently have different kinds of survey data, and we're getting very different conflicting information from that. This would create a statewide database of identified data so that there's no privacy concerns, but that would enable the Department of Education to target its resources best by geography, on specific training and education programs, and in other key investments looking forward. And for Maine as a whole, the education ombudsperson would help in continuously building a culture of belonging, which is a key component of our state's ability to grow, attract new people, and for all of us to enjoy safe, rich, and fulfilling lives. And I'm just going to pause there. And we have a wonderful group of folks who have come out to testify on this bill. Many of them are working and cannot be with us here live. So I did want to just call your attention to some of the testimony. We have a couple of folks that are testifying live, and looking forward to hearing from them. But I did want to just call out some of the written testimony that is, and really encourage you to just take some time and read it. First, we have testimony from Jeffrey Slack. And he and his family have experienced this issue very directly, actually in our district here in RSU 21. And his family chose to move out of Kennebunk, and it was a wonderful family that we lost in our community. And it was after Jeff's wife did experience harassment and retaliation in our district. And we spent a lot of money to investigate that incident and find out what happened. And it took a long time to resolve. And Jeff and Rosa and their family feel that an ombudsperson role could have really helped mediate the situation and not lead to such a long and drawn out process that we went through. So I encourage you to read that. Also, Marwa Hassanian from Bangor. She is a school board member up in Bangor, and her family has also experienced things, and she has witnessed this, and I encourage you to read her testimony. She details that there. Also, Linda Morrison from Kennebunk provided testimony, and she is a clinical psychologist professor at UNE. She's also a member of our community. She has been very active in leading our DEI efforts over the last number of months, and they presented a great report last night. And the point, a really key point that she makes is that in all of the work that she's done, she has found a significant disconnect between the number of bullying incidences that are reported to the state and the number of students who report being bullied annually on the MIHAS data, I forget what that survey acronym is, on the survey data. And both students and parents do not feel that our schools enforce the rules fairly. And she says, quote, and yet at least in my district, we do not collect the demographic data relative to complainants or alleged offenders to indicate whether we do or do not handle the complaints fairly. So there's a strong sense that we need to do more on this. I also would like to call your attention to the testimony of Superintendent Javier Botana of Portland. He has provided his perspective and is very supportive of the bill, and really kind of walks through the situation that happened in Portland and how much they learned and benefited from it in that experience in Portland. And he points out that in Portland, they do have in their budget the role of the ombudsperson for the Portland School District, but also notes that many districts around the state would not be able to afford that kind of a dedicated resource. And so I really do thank him for his support. He was very helpful. He's been very helpful throughout the drafting of the bill. And I think as someone who brings a very specific set of experiences and expertise to this issue. So I appreciate Superintendent Botana's testimony and would again call your attention to it. And then finally, I did want to speak to, we do have testimony in detail from Carrie Bassas, and she is Dr. Carrie Bassas, I should say, and she is the director of the Washington State Governor's Office of the Education Ombuds. So she has some direct experience that she details in terms of how their program was established, the areas of their work, which include conflict resolution, training and outreach, and policy leadership. And it was just great to hear about their experience. There are, thinking about the Washington State program, their population is about 6 times the size of ours. So they're a much larger state, and their program is well established. And was great to speak with her and learn about how they're approaching this issue and all the lessons that they've learned over the years. So I think we're in a great position right now to think about such a resource for Maine, and that is the purpose of LD 1512. And so I encourage your support and an urgent ought to pass vote on the bill. Thank you, and I am available here for any questions.
Thank you, Representative Gear. Are there any questions for the representative on the bill? Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Gear, for this this bill. Just a question. I was wondering if you had the opportunity to speak to the Department of Education, and what were their feelings about this proposal or adding this position? Do you have a feeling for that?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Salisbury. That's an excellent question. I did speak with the Department of Education, and they have provided testimony as well. I think that this is, I think, an issue that they see a need for. I think that they have developed a set of training and resources. So there certainly are materials available on the website, on the DOE website. So I think they're definitely, are paying close attention to this issue and trying and providing resources to districts. I think the challenge that we face in Maine is this issue about how we provide to our local school districts and with the way that we approach the school districts in Maine to create this kind of a supportive resource in a way that they're going to respond well to. And I think that's the key thing that we want to be thinking through moving forward.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the committee? Representative Gear, I have one. In section 2, it calls for the creation of a commission to study reporting and a response system. Could it be possible, or would it be possible that that commission might come up with recommendations other than having an ombudsperson?
Thank you for that question, Representative Brennan. That's an interesting point. In my research, and in my personal experience as well on this issue, one of the things when we were going through all of our challenges, probably not 5 years ago in the RSU, is that there was nowhere to turn. We could not identify resources that were independent and external to our district to help us work through these challenges, other than going to the Human Rights Commission and kind of filing a lawsuit and waiting a number of years. So, I think that the role of that office could be really, really helpful. Certainly from my perspective, I think there are a lot of places that role could sit, and it could fit into the current set of resources that are available that are more legal in nature, I think. But I think that the outreach that office could do would be really important. I think that when you think about the commission and the connection that I was looking to make certainly was we want to be able to empower that resource, that ombudsperson, with the tools of a restorative justice approach. So you might be working on an issue in a particular district with a particular set of people and find that, gee, the thing that's really missing in this instance is some mediation between the parties involved. In another instance, you might find that that's happening, but there hasn't been good restorative practice for the whole school community. And I think all of us are probably well aware of how damaging these kinds of things are for the school community. Everyone knows in our schools when these things happen. Everyone sees whether or not they're responded to and actually resolved in a helpful way. And everyone knows how these things can fester and really cause damage across the community. So in that instance, maybe it's a restorative community practice that's needed. So what I was shooting for in the bill was that kind of a move to see, do we have those kinds of resources available to the ombudsperson to bring to bear in a particular district? All that said, I think that when you think about what the commission could find, certainly there are existing training modules and resources that are available. And I think that would be the role of the commission to kind of take stock. What do we have available? What is missing? What do we need? And what would be part of that? So, so I think that certainly, the commission could find whether or not there's a strong need for that role. But I really do think it would be very helpful in many of these instances that we've heard about.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for the representative? Seeing none, we will now go to public comment and those speaking in favor of the bill. And the first person we have is Rachel Phipps.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes, I've been here since 10 a.m. You guys work hard.
I guess you probably know all of us by now.
Yes, exactly. My name is Rachel Phipps. I'm a resident of Kennebunk. So thank you to Senator Chair Coach and Representative Gear and all of you at the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I am a former school board director for RSU 21, the district representing Kennebunk, Portland, Arundel. It's already been mentioned today. I am here to urge you to pass 1512 because of my personal experience in my home school district. 5 years ago, a group of white students paraded a Confederate flag in the classroom of a Black teacher at Kennebunk High School. These same students, a year before, had harassed a Black middle school student with the same flag. 4 years later, the district had spent well over $250,000 on legal fees responding to a Maine Human Rights Commission complaint, a district-initiated independent investigation that found evidence of race-based harassment and retaliation by the administration, and multiple high-level resignations. I'm sure some of you remember these headlines. For me, the saddest part of this long story was losing an excellent educator when she left our district to work in a more inclusive and welcoming community. The young student and her family also felt the need to relocate to feel safe. If this proposed office of the Education Ombuds existed, I feel certain that we could have avoided many of these consequences that were extremely costly and harmful for our entire community, not to mention the teacher who experienced the harassment and retaliation in an ongoing way, and a student and family who had to leave our community. As well, in our particular case, the teacher's legal complaint was against our administration. She had nowhere to turn outside of the highest level of our administration and was left with no choice but to engage legal services. This office would provide a critical avenue outside of the court system for dealing with issues like this. It would have been beneficial to all parties to have avoided the protracted legal battle. The legal case provided no increase in knowledge, no increase in skills, no increase in understanding, whereas support and guidance from an educational ombuds could have provided all of these things, as well as providing mediation and negotiation services to resolve these incidents in a mutually satisfactory manner. Our district has learned an enormous amount about how to write policy and appropriately respond to acts of harassment and discrimination. But this information and expertise was hard fought and expensive, and it should be available to all school districts in the state as provided by this legislation.
30 seconds.
Proposed legislation. It'd be also of great benefit to have a commission to study the creation of diversity, equity, and inclusion reporting and response system, compile at the state level incidents of bias, harassment, and discrimination in our public schools. And lastly, as a citizen, I've used the other ombuds offices that our state government provides and found them to be incredibly useful and helpful as a citizen in our state, such as that for the public access. So I would really encourage passage of this bill.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. Phipps. And are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Phipps, for being here, spending your good part of your day with this lovely committee. So my question, as a member of a school board, you having been a member of the school board, mean, I live right nearby, so I'm very familiar with what happened there. And I also, well, I'll just leave it at that. But my question to you is does it make sense to be looking at passing a law when the local school boards, they all have an ability to interact with one another? All the school boards around the state have the, with the Maine School Board Association, have an opportunity to interact with one another. Is it not possible for the local school boards to be most nimble to address these situations as they come up, rather than looking at another law? How do you see a law actually being more beneficial than what you all can do at the local level?
Well, the law is for a statewide, I mean, the proposed legislation, right, would be for a statewide office for an ombuds, which would provide the kind of knowledge and information that we did not have access to as a local school board. And I'd have to say, the local school board ended up being a significant barrier. The functioning of the school board was a significant barrier in actually resolving this issue. And we really needed outside support. And there was no, I actually, as a school board member, reached out and looked for it. I looked to actually hire my own personal attorney as a school board member, and was found one and was told it was $300 an hour for me as a volunteer school board member if I wanted to get some support around my role in this as a school board member. So I would have been very grateful to have had a resource at the state level that I could have taken my concerns around the process and conduct of what was happening around these harassment and discrimination charges and complaints against our school district.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your insight.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Phipps? Seeing none, thank you very much. And again, we apologize for you being with us for the length of time you did. And hopefully next time we'll be a little bit more prompt in getting to you.
Thank you very much for all your work. Appreciate it.
We are next, we'll go to Loretta McDonald, who's speaking in favor of the bill. Welcome, Ms. McDonald, and you can proceed. You're on mute.
Thank you, sorry. Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Education and Cultural Affairs. I, Loretta McDonald, am here to support LD 1512. I'm a resident of Kennebunkport and a school board representative in Regional School Unit 21. The views I express today are my own and in no way represent the board I serve. I have had the good fortune to educate 4 children in Maine public schools, including 2 through the University of Maine and 2 at Maine Maritime Academy. I'm an advocate of safe and welcoming schools for students and staff. Much of the time, this is the norm for student, parent, and employee in Maine schools. However, when it is not, the mechanism to seek help and support is unclear and frustrating. I share this firsthand experience with you today as I view it as a student safety threat. Our district had a teacher using a school internet account on school social media with an alias. It was a man pretending to be a woman, and he was friending minor students on Facebook. The superintendent and school board did not address the issue when it was brought to their attention, even though it violated several current school board policies and, frankly, common sense. The local police department said it could not intervene as a crime had not been committed. This situation would have been the exact opportunity that an ombudsperson being created would support. Ironically, one of the most helpful resources at the time was the Freedom of Access ombudsperson here in Augusta. I strongly urge you to unanimously support LD 1512 to promote safe and welcoming schools by providing a neutral third party as a resource to students, parents, and staff. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. Are there any questions of the committee for Ms. McDonald? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us. And we next have Mr. Bailey from Maine School Board Management speaking neither for nor against.
And Representative, we actually, John Kaczynski was a late sign up in favor of the bill. Did you want to do that before the neither?
Well, is Mr. Bailey here?
Yes, both are.
Yeah, well, let's just go with Mr. Bailey and then we'll go back to Mr. Kaczynski. Mr. Bailey?
Yes, good afternoon, Representative Brennan and Senator Rafferty and members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. It gives me pleasure again to be here this afternoon. I am Stephen Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine Schools Superintendents Association regarding LD 1512. School superintendents were opposed to the bill and school boards were neither for nor against. Our concern around LD 1512 is not about the intent, but rather its approach, which is top-down, legislatively driven. That is a serious concern because public schools, by their very nature, need to be responsive to the students, parents, and communities they serve while following state education law. School board members represent those interests. We often compare their role to that of legislators who are voted in by their constituents to represent them in Augusta. We doubt any legislator here thinks an ombudsman or an ombudsperson would be a better advocate for the people back home than they are. Yet this bill would create the Office of the Education Ombudsperson for the entire state, who could not possibly represent the interests of all schools at the local level. It also would be duplicative at the state level with the Department of Education and its commissioner. Meeting the needs of all schools and students is a difficult job and requires experts in the many areas affected by education law. That expertise is provided by the DOE in what has become a very collaborative process. The bill also calls for the Department of Education to establish a commission to study diversity, equity, and inclusion in public schools and assist districts in supporting those who feel disenfranchised. The MSBA and MSSA have developed the Cultural Competence Institute to allow school board members and superintendents to meet monthly to talk about creating a culture of inclusion for students and staff, recruit, hire, and retain faculty of color, and develop policy around these goals. A second session is being planned so we can offer the program to more school leaders another year. I'd be glad to take any questions. I do encourage from the Superintendents Association opposition to the bill. School boards, as I mentioned, were neither for nor against.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. Are there any questions for Mr. Bailey from members of the committee? Just quickly, the committee that you mentioned that had been meeting, that's a committee within Maine School Board, School Management?
That's actually, it's been representatives from about 17 to 20 different districts across the state. This is superintendents, school board members, principals, school staff, and it's been meeting monthly since September. Its last session is next Monday night, May 10th, and it will initiate again next year.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we will now go back to those people speaking in favor of the bill. And Sam, I had John Kaczynski, and was there anybody else?
Yes, Representative Talbot Ross also would like to testify in favor of the bill.
Okay, so first we'll go with Mr. Kaczynski. Good afternoon and welcome, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Representative Brennan, Senator Rafferty, and other esteemed members of the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is John Kaczynski, and I'm here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 1512. Appreciate the sponsor bringing this bill forward. In recent months, as you've heard today, students in some communities have come forward to detail the bias, discrimination, harassment, and racism they have faced while attending public schools in Maine. This has come both from students and educators. In some cases, the press has covered these stories, and I'm not going to go into them today. A simple Google search will find many of these cases, but the facts are right in front of us. According to the Maine Center for Economic Policy, Black students in Maine are 2.4 times more likely to be suspended, yet white students are 1.6 times more likely to be enrolled in AP courses. This is just one of many data points to explain the powerful problem of implicit bias, discrimination, and perhaps racism in our schools. And the stories of the students and families impacted are the most powerful. This is not a Kennebunk problem. It's not a Portland problem. It's not an Auburn problem. It's not a Bangor problem. It's a problem throughout Maine that MEA is committed to addressing. I wasn't going to bring up stories today, but I do want to bring up one. And I think this was covered in the press. We recently lost an excellent teacher in Down East Maine. About this time last year, she found a noose in her classroom that was reported in the press. These are the kinds of stories that are happening. We hear of others. It does us no good to sort of air those publicly, but we think an ombudsperson is an important component to providing families and educators and students a different tool, a new tool for helping to address these situations when they occur. Former Superintendent Betsy Webb said schools in general, and certainly the Bangor School Department, have been too silent. We cannot be silent anymore. We have to talk about these things. We have to listen to our students, our employees, and our families. We agree. That's why the MEA has prioritized racial equity. That's why important bills before you, such as LD 633, would require educators to have more training in implicit bias and racial equity, because we agree with former Superintendent Webb. LD 1512 is an important bill for ensuring our schools are the safe and secure places we need them to be for all students. In the cases that have come to light in recent months, as you've heard today, students, families, even school board members have said they were unsure where to turn when situations come up. In other cases, their concerns may have been ignored or swept under the proverbial rug. And we must recognize the uncomfortable situation some families are in, as you heard today, when they attempt to address racial discrimination and bias. The overwhelming majority of administrators and school board members are white. Is it any wonder why some families may not feel comfortable raising these issues up and concerns of racism and discrimination? This bill will provide families and students another option to seek resolutions to bias and discrimination. We always encourage folks to use the local dispute resolution mechanisms, to talk to their school board members without relying on the Human Rights Commission or other legal avenues. If we're at that stage, it's too late. We waited too long. This ombudsperson could and should be a solutions-oriented position, focused on supporting families of color and working with administrators and school leaders to address real or perceived concerns of racism, discrimination, and bias. Whatever drawbacks there may be, pale in comparison to the real impact this position could have for families of color and educators of color. We also support the component of 1512, calling for a commission to better understand the breadth and depth of racism, bias, and discrimination in our schools. For these reasons and many more, we support 1512, and we hope the committee will vote all to pass on this important legislation. Thank you for your time, your service to the people of Maine, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Kuczynski. Are there any questions for Mr. Kuczynski? Thank you. Seeing none.
Thank you.
We will now move to Representative Talbot Ross, who will be speaking in favor of the bill.
So thank you very much, Senator Rafferty, Representative Brennan, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross. I represent House District 40, which comprises the Peninsula neighborhoods here in Portland. I'm not going to repeat all that has been said, particularly very eloquently by your previous speaker just now. I do want to just make sure that I express sincere appreciation to Representative Geer for bringing this bill forward. I am strongly in support of it, and want to recognize the work that she did prior for several months now in working with the Department of Education, talking to community members, constituents, and folks who really have a lived experience that would inform this type of policy. So I want to thank her for her leadership and her hard work on that. A couple of things I'll just note that are particularly impressive about this proposed bill is making clear what the qualifications of coordinator for the Office of Education Ombudsman are, and really appreciate her making sure that the ability to do community outreach and a proven track record in working with the community is included in the qualifications right up front, and the ability to do dispute resolution and understanding all of the different techniques, culturally appropriate techniques in order to do so. Very appreciative of the consultation component of the bill, in which both parents of English learners and the Permanent Commission, the Maine Human Rights Commission, statewide organization that advocates for students with disabilities, all of that combined has an energy to it that is currently missing from the landscape. Having that kind of intersectional approach to thinking about dispute resolutions that involve very sensitive areas around race and discrimination and harassment, but that intersectional approach, having all of those lived experiences in consultation is much needed and is absent from what we are currently providing in the system. Furthermore, having a lead to provide parents and families with the resources that they need and the tools that they need right on the ground in real time is equally missing from the landscape, and we desperately need it. I absolutely am supportive of all the work that our school boards are doing, as referenced by Representative Sampson. We could not be prouder of our school boards and the leadership at the Department of Education, and all that are involved in trying to hold up our kids, hold up our students, hold up our families, for every learner in Maine to be successful. But this is a desperately needed addition to that system. And I really hope that, I did not catch the name of the, I think a previous speaker talked that this was duplicate of already a group that includes superintendents and stakeholders within education. The real difference here is that this feels like it is right on the ground, accessible to so many folks, and would concentrate really on making sure that our students and our families have a really safe and healthy environment in which to learn and grow. So I urge you to support LD 1512. And again, I want to thank the sponsor for her leadership in recognizing the need for this in our current system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Gear, and we will certainly let you know when the work session is on the bill. And I will, Representative Dodge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the work session, might we be enlightened about the pathways or the blockades of complaints at this time? For example, chain of command,
Yep.
Principal, superintendent, school board, where would things go in current investigations, please, so that we might see where the barriers exist, and this bill would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, and I will trust that Ms. Ritzler heard your request. Any other requests from members of the committee? Seeing none, we will close the public hearing on LD 1512. And I believe that Senator Rafferty has an announcement.
Thank you very much, Representative Brennan. And it's nice to get back to education after being in taxation. In any case, no, I think we're, if we could take a break, I know that was at your recommendation, and I'm sure that we could all use one. So what if we reconvene at 2:30?
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
reminder to shut down your microphones as well as your video, perhaps. It's up to you.
Paul, Representative Stearns, are you going to do something exciting? Can we watch?
Are you just contemplating?
Are you stunned?
Your mother.
And Tim's on too.
I was laughing because I was watching, I was gonna walk away, but I was watching Representative Stearns. I just wanted to make sure he didn't show up with his shorts on or something. I know we're still on the air. I'm just joking, everyone.
I really don't need a break. I've taken several breaks.
You know, that's what I was thinking.
I had to get up and walk around a little bit, so, but yeah, it's a long morning, eh? Yeah.
Certainly was.
I don't see the afternoon going real quickly, but we shall see.
This is probably all public. They can, the
It
whole
is.
public can see
It
us.
is. Yes.
The
It's
live
still
mic.
streaming. So, I have a selectman meeting at 5:30. I'm hoping we get out by then. So.
Yeah, sometimes government legislation takes a long time.
Yes.
Yep. Especially in Maine. The good thing about Maine is everybody has their voice heard. You know, so, yeah.
For 3 minutes at least.
Well, that's right. Yeah. I have trouble when I leave these Zoom meetings and then somehow my messages from Sam, I can never find them again. I don't know why. I mean, I look in trash, I look in spam. I don't know what I do to them. So I can never find the link again.
They evaporate.
Yes.
Yes.
They go into
the China cybersphere.
Yes.
To be encrypted or decrypted or something forever and ever and ever.
Well, I'm going to go finish my physical therapy.
Walk the dog.
Walk the dog.
I think that's probably where Senator Rafferty is chasing his dog around the neighborhood.
There's my guy.
Oh, he doesn't look like he wants to be walked right now.
He and I have the same level of aspiration.
All right. I'll see you in a little bit. Tim, I honestly thought it was just your picture up there, and then you moved on me. You almost scared me. I was
Sometimes I do sit really still.
like, wow, he's got his picture, and then all of a sudden you started moving. I was like, oh boy. Sam, did you bike in today? Do you bike in every day? Is that how you-
I didn't bike in today, Representative. I was really tired. I didn't sleep well at all last night. So when I'm like extra fatigued, just like if you're out on the road, I don't like to chance it on a bike either.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but no, normally like this weather would be perfect. I mean, I love when it's like low mid 50s. You hardly even break a sweat, and I just live in downtown Gardner, so it's only a 6-mile ride right on the rail trail there.
Oh, that's not bad. No, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it takes about 20 minutes. There's no kids or little dogs, at least on the morning part. But then in the evening, I got to be a little bit more careful, more obstacles.
You got to watch out if you bike down and came up over by the Rafferty house. It's pretty renowned for the dog escaping and
Oh, yeah, no, dogs are my biggest fear, at least on the bike. Oh gosh, I got to call real quick.
I heard you again there, Representative Roach, talking about my dog.
All right, Senator Rafferty, I could not resist make fun of my
Well, I think he looks upon my putting him out as a potential for the great escape, you know.
Yeah, I meant to add birds. Oop. I'm talking to my wife, sorry. Yeah. Does he just run to the neighbors? Thank God he doesn't get out too far, I guess, huh?
Well, he's out all the time. I mean, he would stay. I think he'd prefer to be out all night. You know, he's just likes being out. But we have a couple of young kids next door, and as soon as he hears their voice, he's just darts right over there. You know, it's amazing.
You must have a pretty big fence to keep him, or is it a one of those trained?
No, I actually, he's been very good on voice command. Like right now, he's just sitting in the yard and he'll sit there.
Really?
But he hears their voice. That's his attraction. He just looks at it as, hey, I got someone to play with, you know, besides me. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 work sessions.
I always think Representative Dodge has a jar full of lint candy behind her, and then I realized I think it's just Christmas or some kind of decoration. I thought it was lint. I thought she had tons of lint balls behind her.
Everyone's popping up now. Good afternoon.
Tim, did you say you think these are lint balls? They're Christmas ornaments.
I realized it after. I was disappointed. I gotta admit, I thought they were lint chocolate. I was like, oh, she does pretty well up there.
That's funny. No, those are Christmas ornaments in my grandmother's punch bowl.
All right.
Just so sweet.
Yeah.
But I do have chocolate too, if you'd like some.
I had a feeling that might come out.
If he doesn't, I know I will, so.
Shall I bring chocolate to our next session? Is that next week, I think, next Thursday?
Well, I said to somebody the other day, having not been in these meetings in the State House, I'm fairly happy. I've lost a lot of weight over the last couple of years, and it sounds like I'll gain it all back with everybody saying, oh, I'll bring this, I'll have this. I was like, oh, God.
Yeah. And even as hard as you try to avoid or just take just a taste of a treat, the fact that you're sitting and just being sedentary for like 8 or 9 hours a day, middle-aged women can't, or old women can't compensate for that enough.
None of us can.
You got to do my method, which is when you're in pause sessions in the State House, you just keep doing loops amongst all the stairs, up and down and up and down, because there's a lot of waiting.
But that's bad on my right knee. My knee can't take that anymore.
I must say, if we're gonna have samples of anything, I think I might prefer Maddie's samples without getting to them than anyone else.
Deal. We'll find a way.
Representative Crockett, I don't mean this. I like yours too. But
Well, at least mine, at least at this point, are legal in the State House.
Yeah.
And there are all the places we can go for sampling, like an extracurricular field trip.
Right. That's right.
You guys maybe aren't on the Facebook chain. There's a field trip coming up to Old Orchard Beach, I think.
Oh.
I'll hook you up.
That July 4th weekend?
No.
Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we'll give Representative Brennan a couple of minutes. One. One, two. We ready to get started? Senator Daughtry.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to preemptively state that I do have another bill in 2 meetings. So once again, I'll be in and out. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew.
No, this seems like we've been doing it right along, but the last 2 weeks, it's just seems like it's been accelerated in terms of jumping around. But if you have to leave, we know that you'll be back. So folks, I'd like to get started then and welcome everyone to the afternoon session of the Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. My name is Joe Rafferty and I represent Senate District 34. This afternoon we are having work sessions relative to at least 5 LDs, which I'll get to momentarily. But just keep in mind that this is in fact a work session, a little bit different than the hearings we had this morning. So the folks that are visibly present on your screen will be in, but there may be times when we ask or call upon for some assistance from folks that are in the audience. And in doing so, there may be some downtime as far as transition goes. But I just want to please remind everyone that regardless of the format, if you're on screen, that you are live and you can be seen as well as heard if your mic is live. And for those of you, as I said, that are coming in, we'd ask that you would please have your name visible on your screen, even though generally we'll call you probably in by name or specifically, but in any case, that is helpful. At this time, what I'd like to do is just give folks a second to reintroduce themselves. We probably have a little bit different audience than we did earlier today. And, but that said, I do not see, I don't, but I'll start with Senator Daughtry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Maddie Daughtry, and I represent the Senate District 24, which are the communities of Brunswick, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, Freeport, and Pownell.
Thank you. And Senator Woodsum, please.
Dave Woodsum, District 33, York County.
Thank you. I see that my co-chair has arrived. Representative Brennan, if you'd take a second, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
Thank you, sir. And Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Ed Crockett, District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Thelma.
Thank you. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Jan Dodge from Belfast, House District 97, North Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Representative Lyman.
Good afternoon, Sheila Lyman, District 74, J, Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative McRae.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The proverbial chicken with his head cut off. This is the first meeting that I have been right on time in a while. I'm Dave McRae. I represent the good people of District 148 up here in the county. I live in Fort Perryville. Good afternoon, everybody.
And welcome back, sir. We'll try to make you feel at home again.
I'm here for the duration.
Representative Millette.
Good afternoon. I'm Rebecca Millette. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth.
Thank you. Representative Roach.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Representative Tim Roach from District 7, which lately has been almost like I feel like I live in Seattle, but I'm actually in Wells, Maine.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Thank you. Representative Sampson.
Good afternoon. I'm Representative Heidi Sampson, representing House District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsons.
Thank you. And Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119 in Piscataquis County.
Thank you, folks. We also, with us this afternoon, will be Hillary Risler. Hillary is our committee analyst. She'll be helping us and leading us through the impact, explanation of the impact of each bill. And we are also assisted with by our clerk, Sam Baker. And appreciate both of them. They do a tremendous amount of work, and it's all great work for our committee. So that said, I'd like to open this afternoon's work session with LD 1323, which is an act to maximize service to students by adopting conditional allowances for participation by families of school board members in school activities. And if I'll give you the floor, Hillary.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. All right, so as Senator Rafferty mentioned, this is LD 1323. And so under current law, a member of a school board or spouse of a member may not be an employee in a public school within the jurisdiction of the school board to which the member is elected, and may not serve as a volunteer when that volunteer has primary responsibility for a curricular, co-curricular, or extracurricular program or activity and reports directly to the superintendent, principal, athletic director, or other school administrator within the jurisdiction of the school board. Volunteer activities of a school board member or member's spouse, other than roles that are prohibited, may be prescribed by policies developed and approved by the school board of the SAU. And I included a link there to that statute. So this bill would do the following. It amends the definition of an employee to provide that it means a person who receives ongoing monetary payment or benefits for personal services performed by the SAU, rather than a person who receives monetary payment or benefits no matter the amount paid or hours worked. It adds a definition of a stipend employee, which means a person who receives limited monetary payment or benefits through a series or payments in a lump sum for personal service performed in advisory, mentoring, or coaching capacity. It provides that the spouse of a school board member may serve as a stipend employee on a contractual basis when that action is in the best interest of students, and a summation of potential conflicts of interest is documented, and an a priori mitigations are described in the signed contract, and that the spouse of a school board member may serve as a volunteer. It also provides that for both stipend employees and volunteer positions, the school administrative unit must have a written policy on nepotism that includes hiring practices for school sanctioned stipend positions, which must provide for all qualified applicants with a fair and equal opportunity to be elected on merit, with priority consideration being the best interests of the students, and which does not include unnecessary restrictions based solely on family association. The SAU's nepotism policy must discourage favoritism and political patronage and consider the needs of the school system. The committee heard testimony at the public hearing by proponents of the bill that the goal of the bill is to eliminate what in some cases is a needless discrimination, prohibiting family members of school board members from receiving stipend positions such as coaches and advisors. That the bill is not meant to erode well-written, specifically targeted conflict of interest laws, but allow for situations where the service of a family member of a school board member serves the best interests of students. And you did hear from one of the proponents of the bill specifically as to his experience, where due to the current law, his wife ultimately resigned from the school board so that he could continue coaching. And there are many examples of other elected officials whose spouses also serve in government positions, and while conflicts of interest may arise, they can be appropriately addressed, and direct management of school staff is not under the purview of the school board. You also heard from opponents of the bill who testified that the bill will substantially erode the longstanding school board conflict of interest law, impair public confidence in the integrity of school officials, and lead to intractable private and public disputes. That keeping a hard line between favoritism and nepotism and school politics is best for all involved. While what this bill introduces might work well when things are going right, it could cause issues when things go awry. And that the bill could create conflicts of interest, but also the appearance of conflicts of interest, which can be just as damaging to public trust and is not in the best interest of the students. You did not hear any testimony in the neither for nor against. So one quick issue for consideration that I wanted to raise and a clarification on the intent is whether this was intended to apply to all school boards and require all school boards to adopt these nepotism policies, or whether the intent was that if a school board wants to hire a spouse of a school board member or as a stipend employee or a volunteer, that these that then they would have to adopt these policies or provisions, and that these policies and provisions would govern. And the big question and why I ask is because depending on how the committee moves forward, I may have some slight drafting suggestions to make it clear what the intent is there, as well as if you're talking about requiring all school boards to adopt these policies and have these provisions govern, there is a potential for a state mandate. Whereas if they only have to adopt these policies if they want to hire the spouse of a school board member as a volunteer or stipend employee, then it would not necessarily be a mandate. So we don't have a preliminary fiscal impact statement at this time, and I think that clarification that I just raised would certainly impact that preliminary fiscal impact statement depending on the potential state mandate issue. So that is all I have for you at this time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I had myself muted there for a second. I see hand up in terms of questions. I also see Representative Babbage is here, and in a moment I'm going to give him an opportunity to respond to Ms. Rizla's question for a clarification. But Representative Salisbury, question please.
I can also defer because my question is about what Hillary was just saying. Can you tell me a little bit more? You said if all school boards, if they would only, I don't understand quite what you meant, I guess I should say.
Sure. So If this was something that was required of all school boards, that they all needed to adopt these nepotism policies, that could be something that could be considered an expansion or modification of activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures. I'm not saying that it is a state mandate if that's the direction. I'm just saying that it could be flagged as a potential state mandate by our fiscal office. On the other hand, if it's a voluntary or permissive, so for example, if a school board wants to be able to hire a spouse as a stipend employee or a volunteer, then they would have to adopt a policy that would not be likely to be considered a mandate because it's a school board choosing to follow that path. Is that a little bit clearer?
So basically, so as opposed to mandating, saying like, this is the new policy, that if this is just out there for everybody, as opposed to letting them decide, like if they want to. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
And Hillary, and maybe just because I know our local, I mean, we have an existing nepotism policy. Is that not common practice of most school boards?
I don't know the answer to that. I would defer to, the Maine School Board Association or even perhaps a sponsor if he's done some research on that. I don't know that necessarily. What I would say is if this law were to go into effect and to apply to all school boards, then school boards, even if they have a policy, would probably need to go back and look at those policies to ensure that they meet the statutory requirements. And so they'd have to go back and probably revise them to ensure they met the new requirements of the law.
Thank you. Representative McRae?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know. I'm just going to say something and ask for your reaction. A number of years ago, every time our school board adopted a policy, I was sent a copy of it as the union rep, et cetera, et cetera. And then there was a year or two that Maine School Management, or I guess Maine School Management, sent out. I bet Representative Stearns can probably remember this because it was back in his era also, where there were dozens, if not more, recommended policies. And my point is, or my question is, if that were the case, if these had much of a financial impact, with the number that were coming through as recommended, if that had a lot of financial impact, it seems as though that would have broken the district. So that's just a comment on the mandate issue here, that's all. It's not pro or con on the bill. So any reaction, Hillary?
The only thing I would say is that there's certainly, from a legal perspective, a difference between those policies that are recommended or highly recommended from an association and the actual constitutional requirement that
Right.
if a local unit of government is required by law to expand or modify their activities, that's where the potential state mandate comes in from the constitutional perspective.
Yeah, I think I understood that. I just was commenting on the fact that it couldn't have been too cost prohibitive because they adopted every one of them, I swear. So anyway, thank you.
Representative Babbage, did you have, you want to add anything in terms of clarification?
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty. Excuse me, haven't spoken in a little while. I need one of those Lindt chocolates Mr. Representative Roche was talking about. My mouth started to water immediately when you said that. Regarding the nepotism policy, actually, I was under the impression that schools, as a matter of, regular practice, adopted these. I would think it would be helpful to the superintendent to have that direction and have it approved by the school board, which relieves him of some decision-making responsibilities. But the way I've written the bill doesn't mandate that you create one. It says that the school's nepotism policy must reflect that there shall not be favoritism or political patronage and that the interests of the students take priority. I do think that sometimes local officials and no reflection on the former local officials that are present local officials that may be on the committee. But I know, for instance, of a town manager who did not mind the state at all making decisions because it took it off his plate and made it a lot easier for him to navigate with some direction without having to take the grief of both sides, duking it out in his community. But I think, administrators often have to decide whether to hire the spouse of a current employee or things of that sort. I mean, I think that comes with the responsibility of being, the best paid class in the educational field. And so really what I see this about, and I want you to appreciate that I've evolved a lot since this issue was first brought to me, because I am a strong conflict of interest person. And I was not at all receptive to allowing school board members themselves to take positions in the system. And I actually also was not receptive to having a school board spouse have a full-time position in the system. But when it comes to relationships, I mean, I was, as I explored this issue, we do prohibit a spouse, despite it being in the best interest of students, to hire him or her. And I'm not sure that makes sense to me. I know the Maine School Management person who testified, they have a model policy that includes extended family, nieces and nephews and in-laws. And I'm thinking, what did they do wrong? I think administrators can make that substantive judgment as to, I mean, if they have to tell the spouse of a school board member, I'm sorry, but you're one of the 4 applicants we did not go with. We went with candidate C. That's part of the job. If it's in the best interest of the students, which is, so in my mind, section 2 of the bill, which is after the definitions, basically says prohibiting the spouse or the best interest of the students. Which way do we go? And then section 2A is the part about volunteering. And if you pass just 2A, I think that would be a positive step forward. But I'm thinking that actually putting the best interest of students as a priority, especially when the model policy that's being passed around is being adopted by a lot of schools, perhaps without a lot of discussion, thinking that there's not any injustices involved here. The guilt by association thing, we all live individual lives, and I think best interest of the students is not a bad criterion to base it on. But I do understand this is not necessarily an easy decision. So I appreciate you taking the time to consider this. I really do. I'd be glad to answer any questions if you need more.
Thank you. I do have questions and hands up. Representative Millette, followed by Representative Stearns and Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't have a question, but I'm looking at some information that was submitted for this bill that shows how other states are approaching this issue. And there certainly seems to be a fair number that do allow a family member to serve or a spouse of a board member to serve, as long as they're restricted from voting on anything that involves the spouse with any sort of pecuniary interest. I butchered that word. Anyway, and so I'm wondering what prevents us from being specific in that. Like, why are we dancing around this issue? Why don't we just say that the spouse is allowed to serve as long as the related party does not vote in regards to issues that involve the spouse in terms of, I would say, employment and or pecuniary interest. Because I could see how this conflict of interest could involve more than just money. There could be some disagreements on performance, and I don't think it's appropriate for a spouse member to be voting on any sort of performance issue. Typically, that doesn't happen. That's not within the purview of a school board. But I think it makes sense just to be very clear in statute that that is not allowed. So there's no misunderstanding in districts across the state of Maine. So that's where I'm thinking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have Representative Stearns, Senator Woodsum, and Representative Salisbury and Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a very difficult one for me. The two pieces on one side that really catch my interest are best interest of students and the business of the state telling a local board what they can and cannot do. However, weighing the whole thing out, unlike Representative Babbage, I come down just slightly on the other side of the fence for a couple of reasons. One, I've lived it. It is very difficult to describe how far-reaching those decisions go into the fabric of a community. And whenever someone is hired, fired, I know Representative Babbage gave that example of, the school board member recusing themselves. And really it's the superintendent or the athletic director that's making that decision. But is that decision going to be affected by later on that year when the school board does evaluate the superintendent? There are these hidden pressures involved that are difficult to fathom, I think, unless you've been in those shoes. Every single decision is closely scrutinized, and there are members of the community who would feel, no matter what, oh, that was a done deal. That was and again, is that all wrong if it was the right thing for kids? I think this is something that would work out great when it did. And when I think there was a good reason it was put in statute in the first place, rather than just a model policy. There was a firm statute. Again, like Representative McCray said, for the locals to perhaps hang their hat on and say, well, we can't do it. Here's the state law. So I babbled on long enough, but I fall just on the other side. But it's a heck of an idea.
Thank you. I have Senator Woodsum, Representative Salisbury, and Representative Roach.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Representative Babbage, for being here. I have a tendency to agree with Representative Stearns, but I think it would help us if you could make a distinction. It's going to be all, or it's going to be option N. I definitely would be against changing it so that all school boards would have to do this. I might be willing to go along if it was optional. But I like what Representative Millett also said. Should any discussion or vote come up, that the family member on a school board would not be involved in the decision. So that's just some thoughts for discussion.
Thank you. I have Representative Salisbury, Representative Roach, followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I agree with what Representative Stearns is saying, because I too have lived this being on the school committee. And no matter how much we think that someone could be recuse themselves and step away from something, the perception is there. And I'm worried about the fact of, I would be more inclined to support the volunteer part, because I can see that being beneficial, but I worry about, even if it's a stipend position, the perception. I would hate to be the athletic director who has 2 candidates equally qualified, and one of them is married to somebody on the school committee. Forget it. There's a no-win situation. You hire them because they seem like they're the right candidate. Their perception is you did it because they're married to somebody on the school committee, even if that never came into the discussion. You don't hire them, it's because, I feel like it's a no-win situation, and I worry about that. Whereas with a volunteer situation, maybe the impact of that might not be as much. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Representative Roach, Representative Millet, and Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I look at this from a little bit of different perspective at times. I am a co-sponsor on the bill, and I think it's what we need to look at too. Is another part of the picture is the shortage of coaches, stipend people in all schools, and especially at a lower level, like a junior high level, including a high school level. And when you have a quality person, and I don't know the full story behind one of the stories that Representative Badge told about Kennebunk, but if you have a very qualified person willing to volunteer or to coach or whatever, and he's not allowed because his wife or husband is on the school board, it really puts you at a tough position as a school district. I think, I get what I rarely disagree with Representative Stearns, but I actually I do all the time. But I think that we have to look at that picture too, because it does happen. Like for instance, right now in my school at the junior high level, we were begging for coaches, paid coaches. Not, believe me, no coach gets paid a lot. For what they do, it's a very small stipend. A junior high coach basically gets somewhere between $1,500 and $2,000. I mean, we're not talking like this position's like this all important mighty position that is being controlled by a school board member, and we can't find anyone. And so if you had that person that maybe wanted to, and just happened that there was the school board's husband and wife, you got to say no to them. I really struggle with that piece. I think there's another side to this. I love the idea that you can't vote. It's very similar to what I do as a selectman. It's a weird position for me. I'm a selectman, I'm a school employee, and I'm now a state rep. So there was at one time thoughts that you couldn't vote on the money being put forward for the school because I'm a school board, and the lawyers ruled that out. But I just think it can be done. This idea can be done without much real angst, I think, in my opinion.
I think I had Representative Millet, Representative McCray, and Representative Brennan.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. To Representative, oh gosh, now I can't remember who brought it up, but Representative Salisbury brought up about the perception that's not taken care of even when you recuse yourself. And I would say I'm not 100% buying that. I mean, as Representative Roach just mentioned, as a selectman, he gets to recuse himself. As a representative, I also need to recuse myself from certain votes. And that is just standard operating procedure for elected positions. And I think that school boards and superintendents can make very clear during, before, after the meeting that individual not, and then I think I would maybe even extend it, the recusal, not just from the vote, but for board discussions, right? Like that person just should not be involved in any of the discussions that are happening around it. So I think that if you include that language, get rid of the mandating of policy that wasn't in statute before. It doesn't need to be in there now. Main statute would take care of that issue. I think I would be more comfortable. I mean, I definitely understand Representative Salisbury's concern. I have seen potential situations as well in my communities. For the most part, I think they're handled very well, but it's important to put those guardrails on. And I think if we put that in statute, we could do that.
Thank you. Representative McRae, followed by Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 or 4 things here that I'd like to throw out. I'm going to come back to the first time that Representative Millett spoke, and I like the idea of when it comes to disciplinary or whatever, maybe even the hiring, that a person on the school board recuse themselves if it is a family member, et cetera. I'm a little bit concerned about, when you have lines like most beneficial to all students and best qualified, those are very subjective things and really hard to say, oh, you went around on that one and we don't agree. They were not, so we run right back into that. So I kind of like some prohibition about some parts of this. I'm also not sure whether we're sticking with stipended and voluntary positions. I think it's a big difference between those and teaching staff or guidance directors or what have you. So I'm not sure where that was going, but those are all things that I have noted here that I would like to know, before we settle on something here, where we're going on all of those. Thank you.
Thank you. I had Representative Brennan and followed by Representative Stearns. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Senator, and Representative Babbage, thanks for bringing this to us. Not an easy decision. And I think I have to echo some of the things that Representative Salisbury said. It's very, very hard at the local level and local government to draw these bright red lines between interest, conflict of interest, and personnel issues. And I just don't think, or I think it'd be very difficult to draw some of those bright lines at the local level by simply saying people would have to recuse themselves from voting on something where there was a direct financial interest. So I could support the volunteer part and allowing that to occur as an incremental step forward. But I'd be hesitant to take a giant step and allow for somebody to be on a school committee and then have a spouse that also had a paid position within that school district. And having served in local government, I will agree with Representative Salisbury, the perception of conflict of interest can be almost as damaging as the actual conflict of interest if it does occur. So I think we should move cautiously here because the potential for missteps, I think, are great.
Thank you, sir. And I think that I have the order right. Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Millett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my experience, the volunteer position, which is kind of an oxymoron in my world, they present as many or more challenges than a paid stipended position, which there's always a contract involved. And then administration has an avenue, if you will, to dismiss somebody, or they have to live up to the terms of the contract. When we have a long-standing position, say an assistant lacrosse coach, who's a volunteer, maybe selected by the head coach, I want to bring this person on to help out. Great, again, when it works, but when those don't work, the animosity that's involved with how come that person gets to volunteer, nobody advertised it, how did that happen? That presents often as many or more problems as a paid position. And my understanding is currently that a board member's spouse could volunteer for an interim, for instance, to be at the bake sale or to help out in the booster shack once or twice, that kind of thing, as long as it's not similar to regular employment. But I caution against the difference between a volunteer position and a paid.
Thank you. Representative Millette?
Thank you. I had put my hand up in regards to the somehow implication that folks that are paid a stipend for their work as a coach or a mentor in some sort of after school program are somehow getting the big bucks. I consider folks who are stipended pretty much volunteers as well. We know that the kind of grief that they put up with and the hours they put in, if you were to divide that salary by the hours, that it's similar to ours. So, I don't think that really plays, for me, that's not what's at play here. And I really do hear what Representative Stearns is saying. I do. It's the folks that are giving of their multiple hours of their personal time are pretty passionate folk and tends to bring up everybody else's passions as well. But I don't know. I guess I'm a big boat. We hear testimony from Maine School management and others all the time that they advise and guide their districts and help them with their policies. And I'm confident that if we were to make this adjustment, that they would be very clear as to what would be expected of school board members in particular situations. And worst case scenario, if things just blow up, I think we all recognize that our job is we don't write things in stone here. We pass bills every year that can undo pretty quickly whatever it is that we've done. So I'm leaning on the opposite side now of Representative Stearns and Representative Brennan. Sorry.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Thank you, sir. Seems like we're treading a lot of water here. I'm asking, I was hoping Representative Babbage would come out with a clear-cut statement on which way he wanted to go, but I'm going to encourage Representative Brennan to make a motion on the way he's thinking. That's just a suggestion, if we're ready for one.
We are not yet, sir, but we're getting closer. There are a couple of hands up. The first is actually Representative Babbage and then Representative Stearns, and I have my own up.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Rafferty. I appreciate all of these heartfelt concerns, and I think they're all relevant and justified to a degree. I do think that administrators have to make in the hiring process difficult decisions, I think, every time. If a spouse of an employee applies for a job, there could be criticism on each way in that kind of situation, but that's not illegal. So I'm trying to not disadvantage both the school system or all of the school system, the kids and the applicant, because the school board or the hirer is prevented from basing the issue on merit and the best interests of the students. By what? By a state prohibition. So that's so I'm actually for more flexibility than saying the state says you can't do this, period. But if you look in the bill, there are two paragraphs, one about the stipends and one about the volunteers. And the very last phrase of both paragraphs was actually what I was trying to get at when I originally wrote the bill. And that is, why are we extending the prohibition in reality even beyond the spouse and condemning families for the public service of one of their own? And so, so I didn't want it to go to extended family and all of that, or the prohibition of a spouse be used as an excuse to even expand upon that in a local nepotism policy to go to extended families. If you remove that language and does not include unnecessary restrictions based solely on family association from both of those paragraphs, if you remove that and just merely said merit and student interest takes priority, then perhaps that's more of a middle ground. I'm not sure, but I certainly would be amenable to something like that.
Thank you, sir. Representative Stearns, followed by Senator Rafferty, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Millet's comments about things are not necessarily set in stone and time changes things, that is spot on. And I'm wondering if whoever makes the motion on this might consider a 3-year sunset to give it some time, and school officials over a 3-year period with all of the situations that we have going on could then come back to the legislature and say, you know what, this is working out pretty well for the most part, or, oh my, we need the protection. So I would throw that out as just a suggestion that might be helpful on this matter.
Thank you. And Representative Salisbury.
Thanks for another opportunity to speak about this. I'm just really concerned. I've said that a couple times today, but this was brought forward because of one incident. Really, because of one thing that happened. So for all of these years, having this nepotism and conflict of interest policy, I haven't heard, it's never come around in my general vicinity saying that this was an issue. We really lost a great fill in the blank because they were married to someone on the school committee. So I'm just concerned that we're making this we're opening up a big chasm potentially over one incident. I know that there is a shortage of coaches and volunteers and things like that, but I just don't think this is the way to answer it. And as it stands right now, I can't support this.
Thank you. And I know for myself, I can speak to the fact that one of the reasons I ran for legislature was because I couldn't serve in my local school board. I'm still coaching and my wife's still teaching. So it's kind of, strange things. But in any case, I don't see anything in this bill that forces a school board to hire anyone. I mean, I think that I believe every policy, every school board has their own sets of policies. Some are mandated, some are just through their own experiences over the years. So there's no place that says that you have to. If a local school board, I think, would always have the option of having a no hire due to nepotism rule. I mean, that's totally their prerogative. But I think that the potential to hire or allow stipend holders, which I know there's a shortage of, and volunteers There is also a shortage of, but I do know in terms of coaching, I don't know outside of coaching, I do know that anyone that volunteers has to go through the same vetting process as a paid coach in terms of background checks, fingerprinting, all the first aid, all the necessary training that the MPA requires. That's required of volunteer coaches. So I mean, to be at a very minimum, I would like to see us at least allow volunteers, but I'm kind of in support of stipend holders as well. But Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a great discussion, very interesting. And I'll be honest, I've actually, I think within the last 30 minutes have gone from all in to all out with respect to what the best route is. And it was interesting because to Representative Salisbury's point, I've been sitting here going, are we making a mountain out of an anthill with respect to how many actual incidents have occurred? And, I'm guessing there's probably far more where it's been, no problem at all. So like the good senator just said, if we can find a middle ground and a compromise to move this forward, I think that would be in the best interest of all.
Thank you, sir. Hands up. Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. So in an effort to move an anthill, I'll make a motion ought to pass as amended on 1323 and restrict it or not restrict it, but ought to pass allowing volunteers to be able to participate or have a role in certain activities in local school districts, even if their spouse serves on the school committee. So it'd be basically adopting 2A. And I meant to preface my comments with this, but I'm going to put it on the other side. I also worked in a community a number of years ago. It was not Portland, but the city manager, his son served on the city council, and the city council voted to fire the city manager. And the son was in the position of either voting to fire his father or fire the city manager or to retain him. And that situation divided that town for well over a year because there was just clear that nobody had done anything illegally in terms of being on the city council or serving as city manager, but the conflict was tremendous. And I just think we should do everything we can at local level to avoid those type of overt conflicts and be able to have clear distinctions between who's serving in decision-making and policy-making positions and then people that are employed at the same time.
Could I ask for a clarification? Could you restate your?
It was ought to pass on 1323, basically adopting 2A, which is it would remove the provision or allow volunteers to hold positions even if they have a spouse that's on the school committee.
Okay, I don't have 2A in front of me, but is this an option for the school board or district to do, or is it mandated that all school boards would have that?
The school boards would have that option.
Okay.
Yep.
I second.
So a motion was made by Representative Brennan ought to pass as amended. It was seconded by Senator Woodsum. And I still see some hands up. Sorry, Representative Millette, followed by Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm looking at 2A, and there is prescriptive language as written where the SAU's policy must discourage favoritism. That is, so if I go before that, volunteer activities of a member school board may be prescribed by policies developed and approved by the school board at the school administrative unit. So indeed, the additional language that follows becomes a mandate. I would discourage us from including that.
I just amended that, though. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. I'm sorry.
You actually said you would pass section 2A. And so I'm just being clear that in section 2A, there is a mandated policy requirement that we perhaps may want to reconsider. And then I think it would be useful to also consider Representative Stern's suggestion of a sunset clause as well.
Thank you. And just for clarification, Representative Millette, are you referring to the underlined script at the bottom of page 2?
No, it's on the bottom of page 1, paragraph 2A.
I'm counting the cover page. All right. So it's,
okay, well, sorry.
yeah, that's all right. No, so it's under 2A.
It's the last sentence. I think it's one of the longest sentences I've seen. It's all underlined, and
Right.
it says must discourage. So that would need to, and I think that probably we could rely on Ms. Risler to finesse that, to have it flow from the original language that says that there may be a policy, and then that policy may include, then I think we can get around that issue. And then I would appreciate also a consideration of a friendly amendment of the sunset clause.
Thank you. I see hands up for questions, but I'm going to go to Hillary first because she's going to need clarification, I believe.
So, well, first, I just wanted to ask if it would be helpful for the committee for me to pull that language up on the screen, or does everyone feel they have it now? Pull it up?
I think you better pull it. I see some thumbs up.
All right, so here's the section of the bill here. And this is section 2-A, specific to volunteers. And so it sounds like the intent of the amendment is to keep the crossing out of a member spouse. So you'd keep the prohibition on a member of a school board acting as an employee. This would just permit a member's spouse from serving as a volunteer, in that you would just need to tweak this language that's underlined here down at lines 39 to 43 to provide that a school administrative unit may adopt a policy on nepotism that, as Representative Millette said, may include the following provisions. So that's my understanding of the amendment so far.
That's the same as me. Representative Brennan, is that different than?
My response to that was simply that when Senator Woodson asked me if it was May, that was my intent, that it would not require a school district, but that they would have they could, if they wanted to, adopt permissive language. So it was May.
I believe, thank you. You all said Hillary?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's Representative Sampson, Representative Salisbury, and Representative Roach in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to just echo Representative Millette's comments regarding the sunset clause as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury and Representative Roach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify with Representative Brennan at the top of the bill that was submitted. There's also a change at the top about employee, and there's some wording that's struck out there about no matter the amount of paid or hours worked, and then some information about stipend. Are you intention is to leave that in or no?
That was not my intent. I was really focused on the second part about volunteers.
All right, I'm fully on board with that then.
Thank you. Representative Roach?
I was wondering if two things. I'd really rather pass this whole bill with the sunset clause rather than this motion personally. But if the motion, Representative Brennan, would you include stipend positions in that? I mean, we just had everybody testified that stipend positions are basically volunteer positions anyway.
Again, that was not my intent to include stipend because that is a payment of some sort for a work that is performed, and it is a contractual arrangement of some sort.
So my understanding is that the motion would be for volunteers. This would be permissible for volunteers.
Right.
Currently, as stated, and the hasn't been made yet, but there was a request for an amendment including a sunset clause. You all set with that, Representative Roach?
Yeah, could I just ask a procedural question? Once this motion is voted on, that's it? So, but can I make a motion right now to say, I'd like to pass the bill as is with an amendment to a sunset clause, or do I have to wait for the motion to vote?
We have to, a motion has been made. So we have to deal with the motion that's been made first.
Okay.
Thank you. I think it's Representative Millette followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Representative Roach, what I would say is that it would be great if we could get the committee into a unanimous position and let this play out and see if indeed the world doesn't end and there aren't huge kerfuffles that result from it. And if that's the case, then folks that are continuing to work on this committee can bring forward legislation in a year's time, 2 years' time. It's up, it's up to the folks that are in the legislature to look to expand this beyond. So I would actually just ask the sponsor if Representative Brennan, if he would accept a friendly amendment to put a 3-year sunset clause on.
3-year sunset clause on this?
Yes.
That's fine.
Thank you. Senator Woodson.
Yes. So I was under the impression, I didn't catch just the volunteer part of this in the motion. The whole bill came before us basically for a stipend position that was in conflict. So if the stipend position is not a part of this bill, I'm going to withdraw my second, if that's possible.
I think it is, and then it would just be a question if somebody else chose to second the motion.
I'm willing to second the motion, Mr. Chair.
I saw a hand up. Representative McRae finally beat you to the punch, I think, Representative Dodge. Thank you both. And Representative McRae, your hand is up. Did you want to offer another comment?
No, that was just a second.
Thank you, Representative Roach.
No, thank you again, Chair. I guess I agree with Representative Millette. I'd like to see us all on the same page on this. So I'm going to say, wouldn't it be great for someone to come onto our side and offer up that stipend? It's not, I mean, you're asking me to go on one side without giving me anything. Again, as most of us in education know, the stipend position is basically a volunteer position. It's basically saying, it's kind of like being a selectman. I get like $600 and it's basically gas money. That's what it is. So I drive back and forth to the town hall. It's not like I'm a paid position. I just don't think it's that much. It's certainly not worth someone's career to play favoritism on a stipend position. I just don't believe it. So I'd like to ask that Representative Brennan maybe rethink it if he could, and in the spirit of compromise, from what I understand.
Representative Crockett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Roach just got me thinking, stipend positions, my understanding of them, and of course I do not work in the schools, are basically coaching positions. How far and why does it extend beyond that for a stipend position?
There are numerous non-athletic stipends that exist. There could be things like National Honor Society, marching band. There could be a club supervisor of some sort. There's a lot of things that go on that there are some stipends for. So there are athletics, probably the most visible, but there are a lot of non-athletic stipends that are present in a school.
May I follow?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say it's basically based on extracurricular activities and no teacher-based positions? Got a couple shaking heads, so that's.
Well, a teacher is paid in terms of teaching. A teacher may hold a stipend position in addition to their teaching. Like I taught phys ed, I've held numerous stipend positions beyond that requirement, that in fact, the enticement was the pay, I guess, at that time. I hope that clarifies. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For some teachers, the extracurricular is actually a co-curricular because the activity is an outgrowth. For example, usually the music teacher is also the jazz band advisor, if you will. You wouldn't have an English teacher coaching jazz band because that, do you understand? It usually is in a silo.
Representative Roach.
And just in fairness, Representative Crockett, it also could be a teacher, could be a department chair, and there might be a little more a stipend position in that, or something like that, that a teacher would be a stipend position, extra because they're doing something extra that way too. So there is something in teaching, that could have that, but you would have already been hired. It wouldn't affect this bill, in my opinion.
That's right. Seeing no other questions, I'm just going to go back to Representative Brennan for clarification on his motion, so we're all on the same page.
Okay. I move ought to pass on 1323. That would, I hesitate a little bit to say adopt section 2 of the bill because we added some tweaks to the language to make it more permissive. But it basically would allow a person to participate in a volunteer position, even if they had a spouse or family member that served on the school board or school committee. So it's basically adopting the second part of the bill. Just to be clear with Representative Roach and Senator Woodson, it would not include at this point a stipend position, because I think it's also possible to have a stipend position and not have any other role within the school other than that stipend position. So I think that's where problems could end up occurring. So Ms. Risler, did I miss anything, or does that reflect the intent of my motion?
The only thing that I think that was raised was the sunset clause.
I'm sorry, we can include the sunset clause as well. Yes. So it'd be a 3-year sunset.
Thank you. And any other questions? So, Mr. Baker, if you, Representative Stearns, right before I called for a vote.
I was just going to ask Representative Brennan, I believe there was some language up above too that might have needed to be cleaned up, and maybe not.
I didn't intend to include that.
We just need to make it clear. That was what I asked you earlier about, that we don't
Right.
want that wording
No.
up in there. So it would stay
No.
the same, right?
Nothing relative to a stipend
Right.
position that exists above, which is section 2. It looks like lines 14 down to 26 and anything above that, it looks like.
No, if you keep going up to the top, I don't mean to jump in, Senator Rafferty, but keep scrolling up to the top of the page.
Right, so if we eliminated 1 through 26, and Representative Brennan is speaking to 27 through 43 lines.
And obviously, we'll pay close attention to this during language review.
Thank you. Yes, Hillary.
So my understanding is that sections 1 and 2 of the bill are distinguishing between employees and the new definition of stipend employee. If the motion is not including anything in reference to the stipend employee, none of that would be part of the amendment. It would only be section 4 of the bill amended to make it permissive rather than mandatory in regards to the policy.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
All set?
And the 3-year sunset.
Right.
No other questions. Sam, I'm going to ask that you call a roll, please.
Senator. All right, Senator Rafferty.
Yes, ought to pass as amended.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson.
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan.
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette.
No.
Representative Millette votes no. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge.
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett.
Baby steps, yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury.
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns.
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson.
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman.
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach.
No.
Representative Roach votes no. Okay, Senator, so it is 6-6 on the motion.
Representative Brennan.
The question would be whether or not the 6-6, we still have, there would be 2 people still to vote.
One person, I think.
One.
I'm sorry, 1 person would be the sender.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Millette.
Right, I was just going to bring that up. So there's no report that's a majority report until the senator votes.
Right.
So stand by, everybody.
Also, let me just quick jump in. Certainly, once we get the absentee vote, we can let the committee know. However, from those on the opposing side of the motion, is that going to be 1 report or will that be multiple reports?
That's what I had my hand up to do. My report would be ought not to pass, but there may be other reports.
Senator Woodson.
Thank you. I would suggest it ought to pass by adding the stipend position. Basically the same bill as we voted on, but adding a stipend position.
As a separate minority report.
Yes.
Thank you. Hillary,
Senator Whitsom, for that report, would you also include the 3-year sunset?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
And would you also make the adoption of the policy permissive rather than mandatory?
Yes.
Just to be clear, Representative Stearns has a minority report ought not to pass. Is he alone in that report? And Senator Woodson has a report ought to pass with the stipends. And is he alone in that report?
I'm with Woodson.
thank you.
I'm with Woodson.
I am with Woodson.
So I believe it's
It needs to be clear which reports people are on.
Good point.
4, I believe. Is that Lyman, Roach, Sampson, and Woodson?
And me.
Yeah, I think. Oh, I'm sorry. And yeah, thank you. Didn't see your hand up. So that's 5, and then the 1 is, thank you. Hillary, your hand is still up?
Yes, so just to clarify, based on that, at this point, there is a majority report of the ought to pass as amended pursuant to Representative Brennan's amendment, and there are 2 minority reports. The first minority report would be Senator Woodson's motion, which includes a stipend employee, the 3-year sunset clause, and permissive policy, joined by Representative Millett, Representative Sampson, Representative Lyman, and Representative Roche. And then Representative Stearns has a separate minority report of ought not to pass.
Correct.
Correct.
I will close the workshop relative to LD 1323. Representative Babbage.
I just wanted to thank you. This is a difficult question I put before you, and I really appreciate you giving it the time that you have. You all didn't end up in the place I wanted you to, but I knew it was going to be a difficult discussion to begin with, so I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
I think the outcome is indicative of the difficulty.
Right. Right.
Moving on, I think our next up scheduled was 1329. And so I will open the work session on LD 1329, which is an act to establish a career advancement navigation initiative in the Department of Education to lower barriers to career advancement. Ms. Risler.
All right, helps if I unmute before I try to share my screen. All right, so this is LD 1329, and this bill establishes the Career Advancement and Navigation Initiative within the Department of Education to provide educational and career guidance, support, and services to help underemployed and unemployed individuals acquire additional education, skills, licensure, or other preparation needed to participate to their fullest potential in the workforce. It requires the office within the Department of Education that coordinates adult education programs and services to administer the initiative through specialists, and I did put an asterisk there, I'll get to that in a moment, and collect and analyze data about participants. The Department of Education specialists are tasked with collaborating with public agencies, including the Department of Education, Department of Labor, DPFR, DECD, and DHHS to develop the programs, partnering with private sector entities, including those identified by Department of Labor as paying high wages or having high workforce demand, creating partnerships with state and local government agencies or other organizations that provide employment and workforce services related to needs like occupational licensing and credentialing, and providing direct services and assistance to participants, such as guidance and assistance accessing appropriate education and training, assessment, career planning, and case management services, assistance for participants with limited English proficiency or are foreign educated or trained, and referring participants to legal aid services to address legal barriers to workforce participation and employment. In the first 2 years, the bill indicates that the initiative must begin by serving the adult education hubs associated in the following counties: Kennebec, Androscoggin and Oxford, Lincoln, Knox, Saginaw, Waldo, and York, with a focus on where the need is greatest. In the third and subsequent years, the initiative may be expanded to meet the needs of the state. The bill requires a Commissioner of Education to adopt routine technical rules and to submit a report to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs no later than November 4th, 2022 regarding the initiative. So I included the little asterisk because the sponsor, Representative Talbot Ross, had included a friendly amendment with her testimony to clarify that the specialists would be employed by the SAUs and funded by the Department of Education, not employed by the Department of Education. So proponents of the bill testify that Maine has a shrinking workforce and Maine's adult education programs are well positioned to help grow the economy and benefit adult education students and their families, which are an underutilized resource. The bill aims to foster collaboration between adult education programs, state agencies, and the private sector in order to identify and meet workforce needs. The bill creates a thoughtful, collaborative, low barrier workforce development resource, including for first generation immigrants who face significant barriers, such as limited English, unfamiliarity with the US work culture, lack of connections, and recognition of credentials or experience abroad, or skills that aren't a match for available jobs. Also, Maine has seen a growth of immigrants in the last 10 years, but needs to grow infrastructure, and that the bill will help address underemployment problems in the new Mainers population and encourage them to stay in Maine. That the bill will help match employer needs with student skills and better coordinate the needs from region to region. The committee did not hear any testimony in opposition, neither for nor against, during the public hearing. I mentioned briefly the sponsor's friendly amendment. The committee also asked for some more information on adult education programs, including their relationships with CTEs and manufacturing business, and whether adult education programs have been able to get any access to some of the federal funds. I believe I saw both Shirley Wright and Beth Stickney in the attendees list, who would be here to talk a bit more about the adult education programs. There was also a committee request for the preliminary fiscal impact statement, and I do have that for you as well. The preliminary impact statement indicates that the Department of Education will require ongoing general fund appropriations totaling $104,252 in fiscal year 2021-22 and $119,120 in fiscal year 2022-23 for the costs associated with establishing and implementing the initiative. Of this amount, the adult education program will require ongoing general fund appropriations of $101,749 in fiscal year 21-22 and $116,617 in fiscal year 22-23 for one regional education representative position and related to all other costs. And it also included that the school finance and operations program would require a general fund appropriation of $2,503 beginning in fiscal year 2021-22 for ongoing technology costs. Additional costs related to the other departments mentioned in the bill, the agencies, to develop plans or set of plans to carry out the purposes of the initiative can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources.
Thank you, Hillary. Do we have any questions of Hillary at this time? All right, none. Any discussion?
Senator, I just,
yes,
just one quick question. The proposed amendment to make it clear that these navigators would be working for the school district, but funded by the Department of Education. And that's largely because adult education programs are creatures of the local school district.
I would defer to the sponsor to answer that question.
Oh, okay. Representative Talbot Ross, the proposed amendment or suggested is just to clarify that these navigator positions, that they would be employed by the local school district, assuming within the adult education program that they're cited, but the funding for that position would come from the Department of Education, not from the local school district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's an important clarification.
Yeah, there is another clarification if the Chair will allow me to make one.
Yes.
The fiscal note assumes that there's one position available, that it funds one position, one regional position. And so I will point out that the bill actually is a pilot to fund 4 of the hubs at approximately $100,000 each. So the fiscal note is not reflective of the bill. We are trying to create out of those 4 hubs on-site positions for each one. And so I would never try to complicate a fiscal note any more than it is, particularly to increase it, but I don't think that the fiscal note is accurate. There is no one regional position. And I do think Shirley Wright is here, and Beth Stickney. If you'd like some more specific information around that, I know Shirley can offer that, but it is off. We're trying to, ideally, we wanted to fund all 9 hubs because the state is in desperate need of investment in our adult education programs. We've got a 10-year economic development plan that talks about adding 75,000 workers by 2029. We've got, I think you'll see testimony by the Maine Chamber of Commerce that came in that said, this aligns with the Maine Spark initiative to make sure that by 2025, 60% of Mainers will have some high school or credential. We can't get to any of those places with our aging workforce if we're not going to invest in the low barrier access to education, which our adult education programs provide all around this state. So ideally, with I will say the amount of money that's coming into this state right now, ideally, this bill should be $900,000 and to get some infusion into our adult education system, invest in people and low barrier access to education and workforce development. But we're only piloting 4 to see how well this career navigation initiative goes, and then ideally come back to see if there's any desire to get to fund those other hubs. This is a system that's got a 72% success rate. So we're investing in people right where we need to meet them. And I hope that you all see that.
Well, thank you for the clarification. And Hillary, you've got the 4 hubs clear.
Yeah, so I think the issue is that the fiscal note is based on the original bill, and I think based on that clarification, the committee would want to make very clear that the intent is that one specialist would be assigned to each of those 4 hubs.
Thank you
Exactly. Thank you
very much. Senator Woodson, please, followed by Representative Crockett.
Thank you, sir. So, Hillary, Ms. Talbot Ross, I think when I first read the bill, I was thinking it was going to be one paid stipend within the department to oversee this. So it's 4 and one person in each hub. Does that include another person in the department also at a paid stipend?
Mr. Chair, is it okay to respond?
Well, I was reading you.
Yeah, either way.
I believe it's just the 4 stipends, sir.
Okay, all right. And I certainly agree with the sponsor that adult ed is totally, I think it's underutilized. And it needs to be addressed at some point here. So thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Representative Crockett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. More just a procedural question here. Do we move forward with this work session, assuming that the fiscal note's going to be around 400,000, or do we need confirmation of that before we, get into the meats of this discussion?
Representative Brennan.
Just to, I think answer Representative Crockett's question.
Yeah.
As long as we understand when we vote that it's 4 full-time positions, then they will develop the fiscal note based on that. And I think we can proceed. Fiscal notes come at various stages and times. And we could amend the bill that would affect the fiscal note as well. So I think it's really up to the committee to decide what we want to do, and then the fiscal note can follow.
Thank you, sir, for that clarification. Senator Woodson?
Yes, thank you again. Question for Hillary. I can't remember all the bills we've addressed here or coming up, but are there other bills that have a similar purpose that we have voted on or are about to vote on, similar to this bill here?
So, I mean, I'd say off the top of my head, I don't think I could answer that completely. We did have some conversation around the adult education programs in regards to memorandum of understanding with the CTEs and the community college system. To answer that definitively, I would need to go back and look at all the bills to make sure, but I don't believe that anything this comprehensive has been in this committee this session. That I can definitely say. There may be others that affect some adult education programs, but nothing quite like this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this piece of legislation, like many of the pieces of legislation that have come to this committee and other committees, really recognize the need, the immediacy for us to improve our workforce and the plight of the people of Maine who are looking to be employed, not just to make a few dollars, but to make a living, to really get by. And I understand that. With that said, I'm wondering, kind of alluding, Senator Woodson alluded to it. I wonder what the critical mass for new legislation might be. And I believe that the adult ed programs across the state vary greatly in their ability to do these kinds of things. Some are very geared toward employment and tuned right in, while others have been over the years more of a electives, those kinds of things. They haven't been tuned in as well to employment and preparation, those kinds of things. I'd prefer, I think, rather than to have 4 administrative positions or 9 administrative positions, money's going directly into each adult education program. I think they know what they need to do. They don't have the funds to do it, some of them.
Any additional questions, folks? Representative Talbot, followed by Representative Millette. Representative Millette with a question?
No, not a question, just a thought in response to Representative Stearns. You know, I view this as actually direct infusion into our adult education programs. As we know, education is a highly personnel heavy activity, and we need people on the ground to be working with our folks. It's not really about textbooks. It's about people. It's about expertise. It's about guidance and support. And the original pilot program has been up and running and has been proven to be very impactful and successful. And I am really excited about seeing this expanding out beyond Cumberland County into other counties in Maine that need this kind of support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, folks, discussion? Representative Brennan, followed by Representative Stearns.
Mr. Chair, I was going to make a motion I assume that Representative Stearns was going to second it, and that's why he had his hand up.
Actually, sir, I was going to ask if we might invite Shirley Wright into the room too.
So I will defer my motion.
That was my thought.
We could do that as assuming she's available, Sam, and thank you. Representative Stearns, did you have a specific question?
No, but I'm wondering if Ms. Wright could. I know her from working closely with her in years past, and I know that she has a handle on adult ed and workforce needs as well, probably as anybody in Maine. I'm just wondering if she could give us an overview, her insights on what this might look like, and any pros or cons.
Thank you. Ms. Wright, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for letting me join. Listening to some of your comments and concerns, I think just a little bit of background might be helpful. This bill is looking at those adults that are hardest to serve. So when we prep those adults for education and then employment, sometimes we have to do more customization of the actual learning and those work or soft skills, and then make sure that those match with the employers in the area. And I think a good example of that, when I talked to the adult education director in Biddeford, she talked about prepping some of her people new to Maine from other countries for manufacturing jobs. And in their countries, the importance of safety was not always taught as much as it is in the United States. So they needed more time to actually figure out the safety concerns of the manufacturing facility that had 100 jobs open, and they had the people to put there, but they wanted to align that training as much as they could and as quickly as they could to make sure those people were job ready. So there's a lot of negotiation that has to be done between the employer and the educational program. And these career advancement navigators would be the ones helping to do that. The other thing is, and Representative Stearns had alluded to, some programs are more ready than others to deal with the workforce. This bill is actually set up to follow the hub model for programs, not an individual adult education program, but it would be a region. And there are several programs within each hub or region. For example, in the Lewiston, Auburn area, their enrollment of those adults in this category is growing, and having that person to help work with, it could be some adults in the Lewiston program, it could be 5 or 6 over in Turner, it could be some in Auburn. So that navigator works with a hub or a region, not a single program. And that's a little bit different because every one of our hubs is fully equipped to work with workforce needs, given the different people involved. So, I'd be happy to answer other questions, but I think those 2 points of clarification. The other thing I can offer is that when we talked about putting this together, I contacted the directors across the state, and we looked at the regions most in need, and those 4 hubs or 4 regions that you have outlined in this bill were the ones most in need because of the growing populations they had in that hard to serve category. Everyone has a need, but we were looking at some of the requests for adult learners doubling in areas. So this would be an attempt to really work with that and get people back to work as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Yes, I see Representative Dodge with a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wright. That is very helpful. Would you agree that, for example, an adult ed director is most involved in providing and developing the classes or courses where this person would be focused on job acquiring. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I think so. I think that some of the courses, though, might be customized as well. And the director certainly is the one to set up those courses and hire the people to teach them, yes. But there may be some nuances added to those courses to help that whole progression to employment.
Thank you. Anything else? Ms. Rizla, followed by Representative Brennan.
I have more of a technical question in terms of drafting. And so I understand that the idea is that there would be one specialist assigned to each of these hubs. But I'm guessing if there's multiple adult education programs in each of these hubs, there's also multiple school administrative units. And so in terms of designating who is employing this specialist, my question is whether that should an SAU be designated by the commissioner in that hub to identify where that person should be employed and funded through the department, or should they be funded, or should they be employed by the department and assigned out to that hub? Does that question make sense?
I believe it does.
If I could answer that.
Certainly, sir.
Well, if you're ready, Senator, I'll make a motion and try to answer that question at the same time. And I would move to pass on 1329 with at least two amendments. One is that we're talking about 4 staff positions, and that the fiscal note should reflect those 4 staff positions. And also that clarification about the being assigned to the local educational unit, but being funded by the Department of Education. And then my reading of the bill, Ms. Ritzler, is that the office in the Department of Education that's responsible for overseeing this initiative would make that decision about the assignment of the staff person in terms of that educational unit. So in other words, if according to the bill, the initiative is in the office in the Department of Education that oversees adult education. And I would suspect they would be responsible for making a decision as to what school unit would be assigned that responsibility within that hub. Because you're right, there would be multiple school districts within the hub. And that was your question, right?
Yes. So I guess the question I still have is, I understand that they're going to be funded by the department. Is the intent still to have them employed by the local school administrative unit as designated by the commissioner, or be employed by the department and assigned to that school administrative unit, if that makes sense?
Well, the amendment that we talked about before said that they would be employees of the local school district, but the funding would come from the department, DOE. And I suspect that the decision about which school districts they be assigned to would be a joint effort of the DOE and that local school district.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies for me.
But I would ask Representative Ross if that is an accurate interpretation.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yes, you are correct. And I would just also offer that these 4 hubs will serve half of all of Maine's counties.
Thank you. And Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be willing to offer a second on that motion, please.
Thank you. It was a long motion.
That's okay. Thank you very much, both of you. Any other questions or comments? Then seeing none, I'm going to ask Sam, if you would please be kind enough to call the roll. And so the motion was ought to pass as amended. Obviously, a yay would follow in line with that. Anything else?
All right, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson? Are you there, Representative Sampson?
Not
Maybe she
visible.
stepped away. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you, Representative Talbot.
Thank
I
you all very, very much. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And folks, I'm gonna have a good afternoon, both of you, and thanks for coming in. I'm gonna call the hearing on the workshop on 1329 to a close at this time, and open our next workshop, which is 1383, which is probably right under my nose here, but I need to pull it out to read it. That is an act to limit homework in public schools. Ms. Ross, Rizla.
All right, so this is LD 1383, which is an act to limit homework in public schools. This bill provides that beginning in the 2023.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's mine, but there's something up with the audio at this point.
All right, is that better now?
Yes.
Okay. So this bill provides that beginning in the 2023-24 school year, elementary students in kindergarten to grade 5 may not be assigned homework unless the school board adopts a policy to permit the assignment of homework. This bill also directs the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs to conduct a study on the use of homework in middle school and high school and determine recommendations regarding limiting homework. And during the public hearing, the sponsor did testify that after talking to some stakeholders, it could make sense to study the limitation of homework for elementary schools as well. I'd also just quickly note, I think the sponsor just sent some studies on limiting homework. I think I saw something in my email, but I haven't had a chance to read it or look at it yet. So if you'd like to reach out to this or ask the sponsor, I know Representative Collins is present. He might be able to provide some more information on that. Proponents of the bill testified that in general, homework is an inequitable process, that students with resources may be able to complete it successfully, but for those without, it can create nearly impossible hurdles to overcome, and that homework is associated with high stress levels, physical health problems, and a lack of balance in children's lives. Opponents of the bill testified that school boards have policies on homework, and school boards recognize the positive correlation between meaningful and purposeful homework and student achievement and understanding its importance and what is appropriate for different grade levels. A sample policy was attached to the testimony of Eileen King of the Maine School Management Association. There was also testimony that a survey conducted by the Maine Curriculum Leaders Association shows that on average, learners in grades pre-K to 2 have 0 hours of homework a night, and learners in grade 3 to 5 have up to 1 hour, which will fall into 2 categories: practice and deepening and extending learning. And that decisions on the amount of homework should be left to the local schools. There's also testimony, neither for nor against, that echoed that the amount of homework at each grade level is determined by the district and school boards and should be a local decision, and that there is scientific research on both sides of the issue. There is a preliminary fiscal impact statement. So the bill is currently drafted. It indicates the education and Cultural Affairs Committee would conduct the study. And so the preliminary fiscal impact statement indicates the legislative cost for the study. I'm not sure if the intent was for the committee or for the department to do that study. But I will just point out that currently as drafted, it does indicate the Education and Cultural Affairs Committee.
Always helps to be heard. Thank you very much for that. Any questions, folks, of Ms. Risler at this time? No? All right. Well, seeing none. Anyone have any questions? Thoughts? Discussion? None. Wow. I can tell we're getting tired. It's been, it's the longest pause we've had in terms of silence. Representative Salisbury, please.
Just a quick follow-up to what Ms. Risler just said. Did you say there was some information that was sent out to us? I didn't see that.
I'm not sure. I just, in our brief minute, I looked and I did see that an email went out. I'm not sure if it went to our committee clerk or if it went out to the committee. I just haven't had a chance to check my email. But it indicated it had to do with some additional information from the sponsor.
And so the sponsor is here. Is Representative Collins, did you send out some additional information short time ago?
Yes, I apologize. I didn't get it in till today. I just had mentioned at the public hearing that I would send in some of what I referenced. I just sort of cited it by sending in what the studies came from Duke University, Stanford, Brown, Rhode Island College, and then a host of other articles that just touched upon more currently a lot of studies with tens of thousands of students citing the pressure and the stress of school during the pandemic, with homework being a big factor in that stress. And so, as I mentioned in my public hearing, a lot of this was an ongoing thing, and it definitely talked about science and data and inequities and not being a level playing field at all households. But I did want to bring up and wanted the committee and Department of Education and schools around the state to greatly consider as well the current situation for students and to really study that. And I think everyone's doing good, but not every school does the same policies. And I think throughout the state, I'm hoping that there could be some consistency, some consensus about what really works, on a long-term basis. And then also to address what's happening now, that I would really greatly recommend the highest amount of flexibility to address the concerns and the challenges of students through this very difficult year they've had. And I hope that, it may take 2 or 3 years for some students to recover. So I hope that that's weighed in very heavily on how they evaluate student success and performances, and also to look at not what we've done conventionally, but to look holistically at what boosts students' achievement and what ways students can learn, and what are we teaching them besides just trying to repetitive drills and whatnot. So those what I've sent to the clerk and the analyst, they can send it on, and it's just more for anyone who wants to look at it later. That's just showing this kind of site where I had some of the information from the public hearing. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Senator Woodson.
Thank you. There wasn't much conversation going on, but I feel this is a local issue. It's homework is a part of discipline and responsibility. If there isn't going to be much more conversation, I'm willing to make a motion.
Representative Crockett, thank you. Senator Woodson, thank you for that offer. I do have a couple of hands, and then we'll come. And I'll be looking for a motion shortly. Representative Crockett?
Yeah, I figured I'd chime in before a motion was put forth. I think that I have no problem with homework. I guess maybe is the best way to start. I think it's a terrific tool in educating all our youth, whether it's from the early grades all the way up, obviously through high school. But I think this topic is much bigger than this particular bill, and I would love to see, maybe a deeper dive, maybe a resolve with respect to the issue of homework from our committee. There's some general thoughts there.
Thank you. We'll try to get to all the questions we can. Representative Millette?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not sure we're ready for this bill as a committee, as a state, as a society, but I really do understand how, for me, homework can be helpful and has been shown to be helpful in particular situations, but it also can be very detrimental given whatever that child's home situation is. For those kids that are in functional, supportive households, then they often can find a path forward and derive some benefits. But there are kiddos out there who do not have those home environments and who really struggle. And I've heard about them now over a number of years where sometimes the home is not safe. The home doesn't have access to broadband. The home doesn't have, the parents are both working and an older sibling is the one who's there with the child. So I just want to recognize that while there may be some benefit for some students, I don't believe it's universal. So I guess it's a long way of saying that I think this is worth a discussion. I would not support changing Maine statute. And I would, perhaps appreciate amending the bill to just be a resolve, not just be, but to be a resolve and working off Section 2. I wouldn't say determining recommendations regarding limiting homework. I would make it more broad than that and to say, to study the issue of homework and how it interacts with issues of equity and possible approaches to addressing that any issues that they discover. Something of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. And we still have some hands up. I have Senator Woodson, Representative Lyman, and Representative Brennan.
Well, if there's still discussion, I can wait to make a motion.
We do have a little bit still going, sir. Thank you.
Okay, do it. Yep.
Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I agree with Senator Woodson that I think homework is important. It's a part of the educational process, and I think it's a local decision. We worked hard on demonstrating to children that, learning happens outside that 9 to 3 day, and also making sure, as Representative Millette said, that children making adaptations to assignments to best meet the children. So not everybody necessarily had the same expectations, but I do believe that the work is being done locally in districts. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Brennan? You're muted, sir.
Obviously, one part of the bill that is problematic is says the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs will conduct a study, and we don't ever conduct a study. We always have somebody else do the study. So I think if we go forward to examine this a little bit more, we'd have to clarify the fact that we'd be asking the Department of Education or another entity to look into the issue. I'm not prepared either today to pass something that would outlaw or not outlaw, but would prevent assigning homework in elementary schools. But I do agree with Representative Millette that studying this issue more, knowing more, I'd like to know how many school districts continue to assign homework, under what circumstances. Is it more prevalent or how prevalent is it in elementary school as opposed to middle school and high school? There is some research that indicates that in the elementary school, homework is not that effective, but it may be more effective in middle and high school. So I think there are some unanswered questions that I think that would be helpful to know about. I'd also like to know how the Department of Education is dispensing information on best practices and what guidance they're providing on homework to local school districts. So given those questions, I don't want to preempt Senator Woodson in terms of his motion, because he did say he wanted to make a motion. I suspect I might have another motion to make that might be a little bit different than his.
Thank you. We still have some hands up. I see Representative Roach.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just think that sometimes homework, we look back at our days as and for some of us that's a long time ago, as students, and homework was that thing that you got assigned, and there was like a lot of it. You had to do this, blah blah blah. I think in a lot of districts in the state of Maine and all over the country, homework's become a tool that just practices what you've learned that day, and maybe sometimes advances your learning from the day. The other thing that always scares me when the no homework rule, I was stuff comes up. I was talking to a bunch of English teachers today about it, and they were like, reading is so important. We don't want to spend a 55-minute block just reading a book. So when you go home, we hope that you continue to read, and that's homework, is just reading. These things kind of scare me sometimes when we take it out of our local districts' hands. I think there's a lot of districts in this state, we don't seem to hear about them as much. We like to hear the bad things that are going on right now, have great things going on around homework and how that's all divvied out and how it prepares a student for college or even our other path of career paths. And I just think this is too soon and not something I could support right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I am, Representative Crockett.
Just in time. Before we go to a motion, is there going to be consideration of reconsidering this bill as a resolve?
It's possible that somebody puts that in as their motion, yes.
Okay.
So I'm ready for a motion.
Thank you. So have I. Make a motion ought not to pass.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, that's,
Senator?
yes, sir. I'm sorry, Representative Brennan. Oh,
That's
you,
okay.
sorry, your hand is in your window and it's a little light in there. I'm sorry.
I appreciate Senator Woodson's motion. I wanted to allow him to have the opportunity to make that motion. I will not be supporting this motion so that we can go on to adopt something that would be in the form of resolve to allow us to pursue this issue a little bit further over the next year. So thank you.
Thank you. So again, the motion's been made and seconded. Any additional questions or comments? Dan, I'm going to ask please that if you would call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
No.
Senator Rafferty votes no. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
No.
Representative Brennan votes no. Representative Millette? Representative McCray?
No.
Representative McCray votes no. Representative Dodge?
Nay.
Representative Dodge votes nay. Representative Crockett?
No.
Representative Crockett votes no. Representative Salisbury?
No.
Representative Salisbury votes no. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
We can't hear your, I think you're muted, Representative.
You're muted.
There we go. Yep.
There you go.
Representative Lyman?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Now I forgot. Yes.
Representative Lyman?
My screen was doing weird things. Sorry.
That's okay, Representative Lyman votes yes. Representative Roach?
Yes.
And Representative Roach votes yes. All right. So, Senator, it is 5 in favor of the motion and 6 opposed.
So Senator Rafferty,
yes.
So Senator Rafferty, I would move the majority report would be a resolve to establish a working group within the Department of Education to study best practices regarding homework, and that the Department of Education would recommend to the Education Committee their findings on how to disseminate best practices and the efficacy of homework from kindergarten through 12th grade.
I would second that.
Thank you, Representative Brennan, as well as Representative Crockett. Representative Brennan, is that, I'm just in terms of procedure, we have to vote on that again?
Well, I think Ms. Risler might simply say that that now becomes the majority report. Is that correct?
Ms. Risler would leave that decision up to the chairs in terms of how they want to proceed.
Okay.
I would ask a question though, since I have the floor, if you will. Report back date?
January 15, 2020.
22?
I'm sorry, 22. 2022. And Senator, we can either take a vote on that, or it'd probably be the best just to take a vote on it. And that way we'd clearly understand who supported the motion and who didn't.
So we'll be voting on a motion that makes that a resolve, bringing the DOE to put forward best practices. Does that summarize it, sir?
And dissemination strategies.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask that we do that by a show of hand. Oh, no, I better not do it that way because I'm too tired to count them. I have to ask procedural question. And Hillary, would that require only those that voted in opposition or all members? Do you know? Perhaps one of our more experienced committee members.
Well, Senator Rafferty, we could just have Sam call the roll, and then depending on the last vote, it'll become clear what's the majority and minority report.
Okay. So then a yes response would be to move it to a resolve to do as you requested. Thank you. Is that clear to everyone? Maybe it's just me. This mental fatigue is getting to me. Yes, Representative McCray.
Yes, and this does not even suggest that we would keep the right to report out a bill should we decide to, or to propose a bill.
That I hadn't included that as part of the motion, but if you feel that's important, we can do that.
Well, it would just be an option. Chances are very good this report will be done. We'll do it and we'll be done with it. But
okay.
I'd kind of like to have that as an option.
That is a friendly amendment.
All set, Representative McCray. Sam, if you would be kind enough to call the roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
No.
Senator Woodson votes no. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
No.
Representative Stearns votes no. Representative Sampson?
No.
Representative Sampson votes no. Representative Lyman?
No.
Representative Lyman votes no. And Representative Roach?
No.
Representative Roach votes no. All right, Senator. It is 7-5 in favor of the motion.
So Ms. Rizzler, the majority report would be ought to pass as amended with the resolve. And I'm assuming the minority report would simply be ought not to pass.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you all. So that I will close the workshop on LD 1383 at this time and move forward to our next LD, which is LD 1389, which is an act to improve maritime education in Maine. Oh.
All right, so this is LD 1389. This bill repeals the sunset provision of law that terminates the powers and duties of and authority of the Maine School for Marine Science, Technology, Transportation, and Engineering, known as the Maine Ocean School, 90 days after the adjournment of the second regular session of the 130th legislature. The bill, as originally drafted, also provides that the phase-in procedures for schools that are funded in the same way as charter schools are the same as those for charter schools. During the public hearing, the sponsor did propose an amendment which would remove the second section of the bill regarding the funding piece and just keep the part of the bill that would repeal the provision of law that terminates the powers, duties, and authority of the Ocean School. Proponents of the bill testified that the legislature has previously moved back the sunset provision, and had those efforts not been successful, especially before the early adjournment last session, the school would not exist anymore. That the Maine Ocean School has been building each year and preparing students to meet the opportunities in maritime professions, and has been consciously implementing the feedback that was provided last legislative session to improve the organization as a whole, including fixing the funding error with the Department of Ed, establishing fiscally responsible budgeting and spending practices, making significant gains in building lucrative relationships with potential donors, and has submitted nearly $350,000 in grant requests over the last 10 months, which have all led to more financially stable future. Maine Richardson School has also sought to address concerns about the diversity and quality of academic programs and continue to work to challenge and support students, and were able to increase student attendance by 50% to 24 students this year. In that the sunset clause has significantly hindered the ability to attract a larger student body because parents are hesitant to enroll their students in a school where the future is uncertain. The committee did not receive any testimony against or neither for nor against. The committee did request some additional information. I had emailed you both the last two annual reports. The committee also requested the legislative history of the school. I was not going to go through all of this at this point. You do have it in your bill analysis. If you have any questions on it, though, I'm happy to talk a little bit more. But essentially, when the school was initially put into statute, the law required a report back that included that the Education Committee may report out a bill to repeal the sunset provision. During the 129th legislature, the committee pushed back that repeal date. So it is now after the second regular of the 130th. In addition to that, the committee, late yesterday, I got some questions from some committee members for the Maine Ocean School, and I got responses from Dr. Kylie Bragdon this morning, and I did forward those to your email, although with our day, I know you may not have had a chance to review them. However, I do believe both Dr. Bragdon as well as Gail Zalewski, who's on the Board of Trustees, are in the attendee room as well if you want to discuss any of those questions, and I can pull them up for you if the committee would like me to, but was going to pause for now.
You need to remember to unmute. So let's appreciate the pause just to entertain any questions that folks may have directly in terms of your analysis. Seeing none. Any other? Yes, Representative Brennan.
Thank you, Senator. Maybe in order to move the discussion along, we might ask Representative Cuddy to join us. And I think he had a suggestion or recommendation about how we might move forward.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Representative Cuddy, thank you for joining us and welcome.
Thank you, Chair Rafferty. Thank you, Chair Brennan. Thank you to members of the committee for bringing me in to talk about the bill. We have, I've been discussing the bill with the folks at the Maine Ocean School, and we are, as opposed to trying to get resolution to this right away, I would greatly appreciate it if the committee would see their way to carry this bill over so that we would deal with this closer to the actual sunset date. So long as, the bill is in. I had a concern around not being able to get a bill in for the next session because, of course, only emergency bills can get in, and you never know what's going to happen. But if this bill gets carried over, then we know we have a vehicle and we can meet next session in the second regular session to discuss it. So that would be my request of the committee if you are so inclined.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Representative Stearns with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Cuddy. I'll support that. However, one of the reasons I hesitate to is that ominous piece of recruiting for the school. I very much believe in the mission and vision of the Ocean School. I think they've been dealt a very tough situation getting off the ground. And one of those pieces that was mentioned was the ability to recruit with that cloud. So I'll certainly respect your wishes, but if I had my druthers, I'd just as soon end the sunset.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Comments? Yes, sir. Representative Brennan.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I know there were people that had a number of questions about the Ocean School. I do know that the executive director's here, Representative Cuddy's here. I also know it's 5 o'clock and that it might be a little bit difficult for everybody to wade into a long discussion about Ocean School. We can certainly do that if committee members want. Otherwise, I would make a motion to table LD 1389 with the intent of voting later to carry it over when we vote to do all our carryover bills.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Representative Sampson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't find my buttons. Anyway, this question is for Representative Cuddy.
Oh, question, I'm sorry.
So if we hold this over and deal with it with the carryover bills, how does this impact the school? I'm concerned about the timing. How does it impact the school? And what are your preferences?
At 5 o'clock, that's the first time today I have left myself muted while trying to speak. I was doing so well. Thank you very much, Representative Sanborn, for your concern. The best thing I can say, I think, is that the school, with the work that we've done this year, the school is in a better position than they have been. It is certainly not ideal, but the school has worked under these conditions through till now. And in my discussions with folks at the school, we've agreed that this is a good way to move forward. So while I share and appreciate your concerns, this would be our choice if the committee is willing.
Super, thank you. I appreciate that.
So Representative Brennan made a motion. I'm looking for a second. Yes, Representative Salisbury, is that a second or did you have a question?
That's a second.
Thank you. So there's been a motion made to table and potentially carry this over. That was by Representative Brennan, seconded by Representative Salisbury. Any additional comments or questions? Sam, I'm going to ask that you call a roll, please, and I'm sorry. Oh, I thought I heard. So a yay response would be to table. Sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay, Senator. I couldn't tell if you were finished. All right, Senator.
I'm finished either.
I just didn't want to cut you off. All right, Senator, how would you like to vote?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Unmute first, yay.
Representative Crockett votes yay. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. Ooh. All right, Senator. So it is unanimous of those present and voting in favor of tabling the bill.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative, for being here, as well as the folks from the Ocean School. You have a good evening. Excuse me, we'll call the workshop on LD 1389 to a close and open up what on paper appears to be our last LD of the day, which is LD 1393. and that is an act to protect a parent and guardian's right to educational information regarding a juvenile student. Ms. Risler.
All right, so this is LD 1393. This bill would amend Title 28, Section 6001 to require that public and private elementary and secondary schools, upon request, provide education records and other records of a juvenile who is a student to the parent or guardian of that juvenile unless the juvenile is emancipated. During the public hearing, the committee heard testimony that the motivation for the bill had more to do with the post-secondary school records of high school students who are enrolled in dual enrollment or early college programs. So I do want to be very clear that the bill as drafted does not address that issue. Depending on how the committee wants to move forward, I would have some drafting suggestions. Most importantly, moving this out of the elementary, secondary, and into the post-secondary provisions of statute. Proponents of the bill testified that the impetus, as I said, was a situation in which a sophomore signed up for the Bridge program, but when the parents of a student went to meet with the early college director, they were informed that because they didn't have a records release form, the school could not discuss their daughter's courses, and that parents of minor students should be able to have access to their child's education records, even if the student is taking a college course. You did not hear any testimony in opposition at that time. You did hear some testimony neither for nor against. That FERPA allows parents and guardians the right to access their child's records, and the only time this is not allowed is if there is a written court order against a parent or guardian, which specifically states that they're not allowed these documents, and that there are certain circumstances in which there are important reasons to not disclose a child's education record to a parent, and the school needs the ability to be able to follow the court's order disallowing access. And please excuse my typos in there. After hearing the public hearing testimony, I did reach out to Samantha Warren of the University of Maine system, and also briefly spoke to Becky Smith of the Maine Community College system, because I suspected, and I think was right, that the bill wasn't on their radar because of where it was drafted in statute. So you did receive some testimony from Sam Warren this morning, which I can bring up for you, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. I just briefly saw a hand go up. Would you like me to pause?
Sure. I'm sorry, Senator Woodson, do you have a question of Hillary?
Yeah, well, I mean, this whole thing resounded because the statutes or law is different for post-secondary versus undergrad work, I guess you'd say. So would it, I guess I haven't seen what the colleges have said, but it seems like we have to address, if possible, the difference between a high school student and a college student information. Is that right?
So I have to say, so if it's all right, if I'll continue, because at issue is the federal FERPA, Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, and I can explain sort of how that works and why, somewhat of how the situation came out, and that may be helpful.
That would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Hillary.
Sure. So I won't read through all of this at length, but essentially, FERPA is the federal law that protects the privacy of student education records. And the education record is basically defined as those records that contain information directly related to a student and which are maintained by an educational agency or institution or by a party acting for the agency or institution. So FERPA gives certain rights with respect to their children's education records. The issue is that these rights transfer to the student when the student reaches the age of 18 or attends a school beyond the high school level. So even students who are in high school but taking a college level course become a defined term of an eligible student, and the rights of the parents to the education record transfer to the student. So if a student is attending a post-secondary institution at any age, the rights under FERPA have transferred to the student. However, and this is directly from the Department of Education's website, in a situation where a student is enrolled in both the high school and a post-secondary institution, the two schools may exchange information on that student. So even if the post-secondary school cannot exchange that information with the parent, the post-secondary institution will typically give those records to the high school, and the high school may, or the high school is required to give those records to the parent. So if the student is under 18, the parents retain the rights under FERPA at the high school and may inspect and review any records sent by the post-secondary institution to the high school. Additionally, there is a provision in FERPA that provides that a post-secondary institution may disclose personally identifiable information from the student's education records to the parents without the consent of the eligible student if the student is a dependent for tax purposes under the IRS rules. However, that is a permissive. The post-secondary institution is not required to provide that information. And I do think even in the situation that you heard about, you would still need something from the student or the parent that provided that they were a tax dependent. So that's the key there, is that there's this FERPA that's governing. As the committee knows, and I'm sure has heard both in this committee and other committees, there is a legal principle that when a state law and a federal law conflict, that the federal law governs, and it's called preemption. And so I do caution the committee very carefully that should anything be passed in regards to this that would conflict with that federal law, that the state law would be invalid and the federal law would govern. So that's one of the things that's very tricky about these types of issues.
Thank you. Questions of Hillary? I see Representative Stearns, followed by Senator Woodson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hillary, did I read correctly and hear you correctly that FERPA specifically says as long as the student is a minor, that the parents retain the rights to those? No.
No, so if the student is a minor in high school, the parent retains the rights. Once the student enrolls at post-secondary, no matter the age of that student, it's the student who has the rights, not the parents. However, the parents, and this is where it's sort of tricky, but the parents retain the rights at the high school. And so once those records transfer from the post-secondary's possession to the high school's possession, the parents do have access to those records, but they don't have it directly from the post-secondary institution.
Thank you.
Senator Woodson.
So Hillary, thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like the bridge or the counselor mishandled this situation. Is that correct?
I don't want to hesitate. I wasn't, I don't want to speculate. I wasn't there. I don't know exactly what happened. The one thing that I do know that at least Sam Warren indicated in her testimony is that at this point, pretty much all of these records, I think, are all online. And so it's less likely that something could be misplaced the way a paper form would be, but I can't speculate as to exactly what happened or how it might happen differently now.
Well, my question is, do we even need a law if the procedure in law is known? I mean, it sounds like me that if the procedures are known, we don't need this bill.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to weigh on, or do you need the bill or not? But what I would say is I would strongly caution the committee about passing anything that might conflict with that federal law.
Yeah, thank you.
Senator Woodson, if it's any consolation, I share your sentiments there and thoughts, but Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question looking specifically at the bill that was presented by Representative Schofield. So it talks just about of a juvenile who is in school, a public or a private school. So my guess is that we're talking about, are we just talking about elementary and secondary schools? Or I think you'd mentioned that back at the beginning. I don't know if we went on a tangent or what. I guess I need some clarification over that.
So the bill as drafted would only apply to secondary schools. And under FERPA, parents do absolutely have the right under FERPA to the education records unless there's a court order that they can't. I think based on the public hearing testimony that perhaps the bill is not drafted to reflect the sponsor's intent, because it sounds like the issue that arose came from a student who, while was in high school, the issue was that the records the parent couldn't get from the post-secondary. And so if the committee did want to move forward with the bill, I would recommend drafting it slightly differently to make sure that that's clear.
Can we hear from Representative Schofield about that?
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, this afternoon. I know you've had a long day. Yes, it's my understanding that this was a student at Mount Blue High School who had entered into a post-secondary education, and it was a minor student, and they could not get the records. And if there's a way to draft this that achieves the intent of the individual that I sponsored it for, which is to be able to get these records from the public high school for a minor child, unless there's court order or there's some other legal impediment. I think that's what he would like to have, and I think that it makes sense. It makes sense to me that that parents and legal guardians ought to be able to obtain records for their minor children. And so that's about what I understand. But if there's a way that we can draft this so that it fits that need, I am very happy to oblige that. Yeah.
Thank you. I had hands up by Representative Brennan, Representative Stearns, and Representative Lyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question to Ms. Ritzler. When the PERFA rights transfer to the student when they're enrolled in higher education, even though they are, quote, a minor, that student also has the right to waive or provide access to those records to their parents if they choose. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, there is a release, and I believe part of the issue from the public hearing was that that release had been misplaced or something to that effect. But yes, a student can sign a release that says my parents get access to everything.
And then if I understood what you had said, that once the record is transferred from the higher Institute of Higher Education to the high school, it is then available to the parents.
Yes.
So seemingly in this case, there were some bureaucratic hiccups in terms of the transfer of those records, as well as the opportunity to use a release. I guess that's, you can answer yes or no if you'd like, and if you choose not to, that's okay too. Thank you.
No, thank you. Representative Stearns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just speaking out loud, thinking out loud a little bit to the committee, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be wise or a pretty good way to go if we were to pass the bill, strike the entire language, and have the bill read that we would send a letter to the appropriate authority at DOE asking them to make contact with all bridge schools and post-secondary schools and remind them to make sure that a waiver is available at whenever they do their paperwork to sign up for the bridge activity. Again, I'm babbling out loud, but I'm wondering if that would meet the need of this situation and maybe reduce this the chance of this happening again.
Thank you. And other hands, Representative Brennan.
Thank you. Senator. I'm not sure I recall that we've ever passed a bill in order to write a letter, but I would definitely be supportive of drafting a letter to DOE instructing them to make that process clear to both parents, schools, as well as the higher education institutions.
Thank you. Representative Salisbury?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I wanted to agree with Representative Brennan that I'm concerned about passing a bill that we heard some testimony that was pretty compelling about maybe some under the bill. So it might be better if we just kind of reiterate what's current the practice and what the acceptable current practices and a reminder about what the laws are and that sort of idea.
Thank you. So I guess I'll pose a question. I'm sorry, Representative Stearns, I'll get right to you. In that if we voted ought not to pass, it would prevent us from still sending a letter to clarify the current rules or regulations.
That would be the motion.
Okay.
If I were to make a motion, I would make a motion ought not to pass with a letter from this committee to the Department of Education asking them to clarify or to make sure that the appropriate entities are notified about the process for parent access to these type of records in these type of situations. So I would rely on Hillary to be a little bit more artful and articulate in terms of what we'd be talking about. But the idea would be, again, similar to what Representative Stearns said, and that there need, just to clarify that the higher education and high school entities are aware of how the record should be transferred and who has access to them.
Thank you. Representative Stearns, your hand is up, sir.
Yes, sir. If that was a motion, Representative Brennan, I would second it.
I move.
Thank you both. Any other discussion? So just to clarify, so we are going to vote, I believe the motion would be to vote ought not to pass.
That's correct, with the letter.
With the letter being the move forward. Is that clear to everyone?
I would just add, yeah, I think I understand what you want, and the committee will certainly see the letter before it gets sent. So if there's anything you need to add at that time, you could do so.
Thank you, folks, very much. So I am going to ask Sam to move the motion, please. And call a roll.
Yes, Senator. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty votes yes. Senator Woodson?
Yes.
Senator Woodson votes yes. Representative Brennan?
Yes.
Representative Brennan votes yes. Representative Millette?
Yes.
Representative Millette votes yes. Representative McCray?
Yes.
Representative McCray votes yes. Representative Dodge?
Yay.
Representative Dodge votes yay. Representative Crockett?
Yes.
Representative Crockett votes yes. Representative Salisbury?
Yes.
Representative Salisbury votes yes. Representative Stearns?
Yes.
Representative Stearns votes yes. Representative Sampson?
Yes.
Representative Sampson votes yes. Representative Lyman?
Yes.
Representative Lyman votes yes. And Representative Roach?
Yes.
Representative Roach votes yes. All right, Senator, so it's unanimous of those present and voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you very much.
I believe that Representative Schofield had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
No, I just wanted to say I would hope that perhaps in your letter you might instruct the department to contact you or to reply in the manner in which they intend to move forward with this, in your letter. That's all I'm asking, is that you get a reply from them as to their intentions about how they're going to mitigate this going forward. And I also want to thank the committee for their thoughtful and very diligent look at this bill. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here as well. Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you.
I am going to close the workshop on LD 1393. Anything, folks, any questions at this time? Issues? You realize it's only Tuesday.
Senator Rafferty, I would like to call for a corner caucus immediately or as soon as we're done here.
Yes, sir.
Very briefly.
Yes, sir. Anything else? Any other announcements, questions? So corner caucus, I heard that. And otherwise, folks, I will see you tomorrow. I think I'm doing a juggling act again tomorrow too, which threw me completely off my game today. I know that. So I don't know if there's an alternative. We'll have to see. Thank you all. Have a good evening.